And we are live. What's going on, YouTube, Facebook, social media world? Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, the very first show of 2026. And I'm starting with two starter panelists. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Okay. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast. Once again, this is the very first show of 2026, and I got two of my day ones here with me. Shout out to y'all. I want to thank you guys for being here, but before we get into the show, we're going to go ahead and make a couple of quick announcements. So, if you just now tuning in and if you've been rocking with us, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on their social media sites. And if you want to chime in on the live action, you can sound off in the chat, and I will be opening the panel so that way anybody and everybody can join in on the conversation. So without any further ado, we're going to go ahead and chop it up, get the formalities out the way, and then we're going to go ahead and get into the first topic. So, Mr. Mark, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, brother.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me again, and Happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year to both of you here, and Happy New Year to everyone else who's watching as well. So let's just put that out there. So I'm Mark Fowler. I'm the resident Englishman that attends these podcasts. I've attended I think this is like the 8th or 9th now, and I'm just a self-employed entrepreneur. Like, I'm a bit of an all-rounder. I don't claim to be a professional on many of these subjects, but I'm here to learn and to put my 2 pennies worth in from a different English perspective. Also, please go and check my YouTube channel out, because as a side hobby, I also make like AI-generated music, and it would be great if people could come and check out my YouTube channel. I'd appreciate it very much. So thanks for having me here.
Okay, cool. So, hey, whatever link you got, then I can pin that in the comment section on the video, and then I can put it in the description of the video, so that way, it helps people find out who you are and give you a little bit more exposure.
Yeah, that would be cool, man. I'll send that over to you later.
All right, sounds good, brother. All right, Mr. Coley D, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, brother.
And my name is Coley D, and this is the place to be.
There we go.
So I am part of the worldwide known Oxide Station podcast, and I also Coley D Studios, which this year officially will be celebrating 20 years in June. So I cannot wait for that to happen.
Bang.
Happy shit like that. Happy New Year to all. I hope everybody got over their hangovers over the New Year. So we got big stuff coming up on Coley D Studios. Big stuff coming up for everybody's channels. I speak that for everybody right here, right now. So, hey, let's do it. Let's get it started.
All right. So now that we got the formalities out of the way, we're gonna just chop it up for a little bit, kind of catch up. So how was y'all's Christmas, man?
Mine was smooth. Like, like it was like a little quiet Christmas, but everybody got what they wanted or whatever. I just woke up with my help, so I'm straight. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, there you go. There you go. We can't get mad at that. As long as you got your mind, your health, and your strength, you already, conquered half of the battle.
Oh yeah. So mine was very peaceful. I heard from my mom on Christmas Eve, and she was doing pretty well. So, hey, as long as I heard my mom's voice, I was good. So,
There you go. Shout out to your mom, man. Make sure she stays in good health, brother.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, we got to make sure that our parents are in good health. If you got both of your parents, make sure you cherish both of your parents, and make sure you communicate with them on a regular basis. Just check up on them and make sure we're good, because you never know when it's your last day breathing on this earth, man. You never know. You never know. But I guess I'll go ahead and kind of talk about my holiday a little bit. I know a couple of y'all seen it, but I ended up getting myself a couple of upgrades for Christmas.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yes, sir. Oh no, this ain't the 17. This is the 17 Pro Max.
Oh, you got the Pro. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Flash.
I got the Pro Max, brother.
It's nice. Nice color as well, actually.
Oh yeah. I ended up getting an upgraded phone, and then I ended up getting an iPad too.
Oh, nice. As you should, my brother.
Yes,
I know
sir.
you got.
Yes,
I know you got the whole thing hooked up to the doggone Mac. I know.
We'll see, because with my stuff, all of my gadgets are connected to one another. So let's say if I want to sit at my computer and watch YouTube, if I step away from my computer, then I can pull up YouTube on my iPad and I can continue everything where I left off. The same thing with my phone too.
Yeah, if you get a phone call, you can decide to answer it on the phone on the iPad.
Yeah, exactly. So all of my stuff is connected to my computer. So I think at some time during this year, I want to upgrade this computer, and I'll get I'll probably end up getting a newer iMac, because this computer that I'm on is Apple too. So I run all of my creative stuff on Apple products, and then with my music stuff that I have in the background, I got Windows stuff back there. So I do all my music engineering and stuff like that. I do on my Windows machine, and then all of my creative stuff, like running the show and like making these thumbnails and stuff like that. I do all the creative. Yeah, I do all the creative stuff on this computer and running the show, because it's a lot more seamless, and it has a lot more power as far as as far as the RAM is concerned, being able to run multiple things at the same time.
Exactly. That's the way I do it. So yeah.
So what? Yeah. So and what I really want to do is I'm gonna take some time and mess around with this, because I want to end up messing around and figuring out how I could possibly incorporate this into running the show. Maybe if I'm running some stuff on the side, or maybe if I can eventually set this up as an additional camera or something like that. I'll figure out some kind of way to utilize this.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm sure there's plenty of options. I'm sure we can think of something. I'm sure you can think of something.
Yeah, I'll end up thinking of something, brother. I'll end up thinking of something. But as far as like my Christmas was concerned, I just went to the AT&T store just to get some information about me upgrading my phone. And then I ended up looking around. And then as part of a holiday bundle deal, I ended up getting this iPad along with my phone. And this isn't even going to be $50.
Right. What? Because of the deal, you mean? Because of the deal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the bulk of what I'm going to be paying is going to be for the phone, but as part of the bundle deal, I could have gotten a new Apple Watch or a new iPad as part of the bundle deal, and I chose the iPad.
Fair enough. Have you ever tried like a smartwatch? Do you have a smartwatch?
No, I just got Yeah, I like
Standard
my
watch.
yeah, I
Oh,
like
it's a
my
nice watch.
yeah, I like
Mm,
my I like wearing my automatic watches.
mm.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
fair play.
Yeah, I love my automatic watches. But as far as my technology is concerned, I like having good quality products to where I can mess around, I can tinker with it, I can figure out how to incorporate it into the things I already do. So, yep, I ended up getting what I wanted. I went and got it on my own. I went and made sure I made some things happen. And besides all that, I just been working, grinding, staying low key, staying out the way. And then I got up and I hit the gym early this morning too. So I went ahead and got that out the way.
Oh yeah.
Did some leg day work, ate me a small breakfast, and then took me a nap earlier, and then made sure I had all my resources and stuff together so I can make sure I got the show set up for today. So my day's been pretty productive. And in the new
You just
year, yeah, go ahead.
reminded me. I've got my oven on. I forgot I was preheating my oven because I was going to cook a pizza. So let me just go and sort that out real quick.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This guy here.
Now, but how was your new year, Mr. Coley?
Oh my New Year.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just let's just say a whole lot of people were under the influence over here. But
Oh yeah, I
but,
believe
but,
it. I believe it.
but other than that, everybody was cool. We seen the ball drop on Times Square. You know what I'm saying? Well, in Times Square, I should say. Like I had some confetti cannon shooters over here. So yeah, our house was blizzard. Literally, almost every room was a blizzard of confetti going around here. And then we did we have a thing to where like whenever the new year comes, we pray and then we bless every single room in this house to make sure that we go forward in the new year with peace, prosperity, and all the blessings in the world. You know what I'm saying? And you already know how that first New Year's meal went.
Oh yeah, I believe it. Oh, I definitely believe it. All right, Mr. Mark. So how was your Christmas and your New Year? Because I remember you said before that y'all don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but you do
Mm-hmm.
celebrate Christmas, but it's not as over the top as how it is in America. So how was your Christmas? And I know y'all have something called Boxing Day too, right?
Yeah. So we generally celebrate like 3 days. That will be like Christmas Eve, the day before, Christmas Day, and then the day after, which is Boxing Day, which is a day of rest and relaxation. But so it was busy. I was away out of my hometown for those 3 days, and I went and stayed around a friend's family's house actually this year, just to do something different, get myself away from my local town centre. I mean, I did spend some quality time with my family, my close family, sort of a week before Christmas this year. So I had that quality time with my family then. Got to see my niece and my nephew, which was lovely. So yeah, it was a great Christmas period. I went out on Christmas Day with my friend to a local pub in the afternoon and had a few pints of beer, came back home, or back to his, and it was actually my responsibility to cook the Christmas dinner this year. So I took that responsibility on and I enjoyed it and I did a very good job, and I don't think I gave anyone any food poisoning, so I think I did all right, you know. And just to quickly go back to what Coley was saying, because you spoke to your mum, I actually spoke to my dad yesterday. As you probably remember me saying, he lives in Australia and I haven't seen him in over 20 years, so I don't really speak to him very often. Yeah. So, you know, it was really nice catch up. I mean, he's got some health problems. He's had 4 strokes in the last few years. And struggles with aphasia, which is a form of communication difficulty. But regardless, it was still nice to catch up and it was still nice to talk to him. And he's still got a very positive outlook and mindset. So,
that's what's up. That's what it's all about.
No, that's good, man. W dad. Yeah. And see, and another thing too, is like, you want to make sure that you maintain levels of communication with the people that you care about the most, because You never know what a person's going through because I know that 2025 was a rough year for me. I'm pretty sure it was rough for some of the other people, for a lot of other people too. And the fact that we were able to just lock in and kind of put all of our differences aside and just stay focused on making it out, I think that puts us in a lot better position. So it's like, if we're making sure that we're staying on point with the things that we got to do, we just got to always make sure that we keep in touch with the people that, you know, our loved ones and our friends and stuff like that. I'm not saying talk on the phone every day, but as long as you're reaching out just to check up on somebody and make sure they're good, a lot of times that may be what a person needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
I agree. You know,
I ain't gonna lie. People will call 2025 a boot camp for many people's glow up for 2026. Cause I know, cause I ain't gonna lie. Like, I can't speak for everybody, but I know I've been through the ringer, but at the same time, there's been a lot of blessings that had happened to me because I was being humble and obedient. So you just had to keep the faith for real.
Well, one thing I've learned throughout my 42 years of being alive so far is that life is what we make of it, you know, and I always intend to make the year a good one as much as I possibly can. You know, obviously we can't control everything, but, you know, a lot of it is in the mind, I think, and it's how we deal with things. And, you know, hopefully this is going to be a good year for us all. You know, I'm positive anyway. I'm positive it will be.
Oh, it's gonna be a great year. As long as we get to wake up, like Coley was saying, like as long as you get to wake up with your health and all that stuff, you wake up with your health, your mind, and your strength. Like, you're already on the winning side of the race. You just got to show up every day. You know, you may not do a whole lot every day, but as long as you're getting some things done and you're progressing closer and closer towards whatever your goals are, I mean, you're already winning. That's a form of success in my book.
Yep. 100%, man. I agree.
All right. So now that we've gotten a little bit of chit chat out the way, we're going to go ahead and get into our first topic because, you know, the show is the psychology of attraction. So I'm going to play a video and we're going to react to it. And then we'll get into the first question. That sound good?
Sounds good to me.
All right, cool. Let's go.
Are women attracted to male dominance?
100%. I think that every female, if they were to be honest with themselves, they want to be dominated by a male on every spectrum.
What is the difference between being dominant and being controlling?
Whether you're of high value and you're attractive and you're who she wants.
Controlling means you take away from what makes them a woman. Dominating just means that you're willing to give them what they want.
Women claim that they want a man that's going to always call them pretty and love them and hug them and kiss them and all this, but in reality women are gonna get grossed out by stuff like that. Like, they claim that they want all of this love from a man, but they really don't. They want a dominant man that can go to work and that can tell them what to do and tell them that, like, they need to stay home and stuff like that, because they don't want a man that truly loves them. They want someone that can pay the bills.
Okay. So what do you guys thoughts on that video where the people right?
The first bullshit of 2026.
Oh, I love that. I forgot about it.
All right, let's talk about it. So what, did y'all, like, who did y'all think had it right? Did y'all think they missed the mark? What did y'all think about that?
Oh my god.
If y'all need me to play it back, then I can.
No. I got something on the tip of my tongue already. I'm thinking something like this. Okay, and I'm just rolling off the top of my head here. I think that, you know, they're talking brutal truths. Maybe people don't like to hear the truth at times, but, you know, women know what they want. And we have to listen to what they're telling us. At the end of the day, if that's what they're telling us that they want out of a man, then there has to be some sort of truth behind that. Obviously, everyone's an individual. Now, when we're talking about dominance, I do think that females or women, see, my mate told me off for calling women females the other day. I don't know why. He's a liberal. Anyway, point being is, I do think that inherently and naturally, women are attracted to a more dominant man, or that doesn't mean to be dominating, Do you know what I mean? It doesn't mean to be controlling, like they were saying. There is a difference between being controlling and being dominant or assertive, let's say. And I do think that women naturally seek that because they're looking for a protector. And if you're a dominant man, then you're more likely to be a protector. But one thing I'm going to say quickly is dominance, I think, is something that is a skill to be learned over time. You know, when we're young, we're less dominant. As we age and grow into the men that we're supposed to be, I think we become more naturally dominant, or certainly I feel like I have over the years. That's it, really. That's just my little bit.
Okay, Coley, what do you got? Because I know you hit the button. I know you hit like the first button. So clearly you disagree with something.
I hit the button for the last one, but before I get to the last one, let me just say, well, Mark just said he hit at 110%. Like there are females that love that love a dominant man who would sit here, protect them, you know, tell them what to do, not on no dickhead shit, but you know, on some hey baby, I might get ready to go to work, but while I'm at work, could you be able to do such and such and such for me? And then you know have that teamwork going on, you know what I'm saying? And that's how power couples are born, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like people like females love a dominant person like that. Now that last one,
yeah, I agree. The last one was a bit off. The last one was a bit off. Yeah.
Females like a man to come home. Females like a man to come home, come home from work, pay the bills, pamper, all this other bullshit that show, all that other bullshit that she was saying. Like, look, let me tell you something. If that's your definition of dominance, you need to go back to Venus, where you came from. Because
see, that's a good point. That's a good point, Cody. Because right, I think that if you're saying, because maybe people have a different version of how they see dominance. Do you know what I mean? Because I think you can have like a toxic dominance, which is someone who's controlling and just dominating over someone. But then you can have somebody who's confident in their own skin, who is a dominant person over. When they walk into a room, people just generally will respect their presence. What do you think? What do you think to that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You hit that on the head, bro. Because I'm trying to tell you, like, people will sit here and like, and people are smart. Okay, I give them that. People are smart, but they often misconstrue definitions of things. Like you said, there's a positive dominance, and then there's that toxic dominance that people are so used to in today's society, and it's really screwed up. You know what I'm saying? like people need to get together and stop thinking that you know, men's supposed to do everything. like women's supposed to help out too. You feel me?
We're supposed to have what? Sorry.
Say, I said women's supposed to help out too. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not men supposed to do everything. Men supposed to go to work and do this, that, and the third or whatever. But at the same time, women supposed to help out too. Women supposed to help out too or whatever. And again, that's how power couples are born, in my opinion.
I agree.
Other than that, you have a toxic situationship that does not need to be formed. And the world will be a much better place if those situationships don't happen.
You put that very well, I think, because I can't really add to that, but you definitely put that well. I agree. I don't like to be too agreeable. I like to look for someone who I can have a little debate with. Right. But no, I mean, I'm not going to argue just for the sake of arguing if I completely agree with what you're saying.
All right, so Coley, I want to give a little bit of pushback to that power couple comment you made. So, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say a power couple? What is a power couple? Because I'm under I'm under the belief that that's not a real thing.
Well,
I don't think a power couple is real.
In most cases, you would be right, but in my opinion, a power couple is a couple who have each other's back no matter what, no questions asked, no questioning whatever the situation is. They just have each other backs. They just have each other back without barely any arguments at all. Like they just can't like whenever it comes to important decisions, whenever it comes to getting rid of negativity that tries to enter your space or your household, running a business, all that.
And I think that because I've never heard the term power couple actually used before, but as soon as you said it, I instantly knew what you meant, what you were talking about. Yeah. So there has to be some truth behind the phrase of knowing, it's a descriptive term, isn't it? These two people here are in a relationship and they work in harmony together. They don't work negatively against each other, in their household. And so when you've got that power couple, or as you like to call it, or a harmony couple, however you want to put it, they bounce off of each other and they amplify each other's greatness. Whereas there are a lot of toxic relationships that I would say are weak relationships, where they're just there together because they think that that's what because they're afraid to be alone. They're afraid to be alone. So maybe we can coin the term the power couple and the weak couple, but I don't know if it already exists or what, but it makes sense to me.
Well, the reason I say that I don't think a power couple is a real thing, because in relationships, there's always one defined leader. There can't be two leaders in a relationship. So when I hear the term power couple, it instantly makes me think of a strong dominant masculine man and a strong dominant masculine woman.
Well, maybe not, because sometimes when you've got an amplifier, you've got a speaker or an amplifier, and sometimes you need the thing behind. So in this case, if you're more about the traditional role in relationships, then you're going to always approve of the male being the stronger in the relationship. But that doesn't mean to say that the woman doesn't amplify your strengths. Do you see what I mean? So I think when you're talking about power couples, we're not necessarily saying that we're talking about equality, as they're both equally as powerful as each other. I'm saying that they work together. Whether one of them is amplifying the other one up or not is still a form of power. So maybe it's just the way that we view. I don't know if there is even a term out there for power couple, but I understand what Cody's trying to say.
And that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking, because like you said, that's kind of more like a Western thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a Western concept where a lot of women, you'll hear a lot of women use that term. They'll say, "Oh, I want to be with a strong masculine man. I want to be a power couple. I want to be a power couple." And when I hear that, what that tells me is that they want to be exactly the way they are, which is strong, dominant, and be masculine and not be feminine. And they want a strong, dominant, masculine man to accept them, and then they can quote unquote run things together.
I don't necessarily, because I think that in a relationship, right, you've got two people together that can bring two different sets of skills to the table. And if you're, let's say, one of those obnoxious types of people that doesn't want to admit that person, your other partner, can do something better than you, then you're going to always push them down and say, no, and not allow them to be the best version of themselves, right? So you as a man have an obligation and a responsibility, I think, to encourage your woman to be the best version of themselves. And that means being able to take the best parts of them and apply them to yourself and vice versa, so you can work in harmony together. And, if you need help with something, don't be afraid to go and ask your partner. And I think that would be a good way of viewing how I would see a power couple in this instance.
Okay,
so mate, look, it's fine. We're discussing something a bit odd.
Well, no, well, because Coley brought it up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
because Coley brought it up, and I don't think that that's a real thing. That's why I'm asking. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I don't believe that there is a such thing as a power couple because there's one decision maker. So
Okay. Let's see who will
if there's one decision maker, then that means the bulk of the power is only going to be on one side.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here, is it? Go on, let's see what Coley has to say.
But
Yeah, go ahead.
when you agree that if the captain of the ship, which 9 times out of 10 it's the male, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
If the captain of the ship make sure that orders are carried out and the ship is well oiled, that the ship is well oiled by you know, but by their shipmates, or in this case, you know his wife or girlfriend or whoever it is, that everything that they would have like a strong team or whatnot.
I was about to say that team, because you could have a power team. Surely you can have a power team and you can still have a captain of the team, right? Which is his right to be there. So I think that when we're talking about power couples, we're not talking about the power dynamics within the couple. We're talking about like or the difference between who is more powerful over the other. We're talking about how they complement each other.
Strong, being like a strong team together and stuff like that. You know, not necessarily saying like, "Hey, I'm better than you" or whatever. Like that's basically, you know, like you said, like giving each other compliments and stuff like that. But at the same time, the male is being a positive dominant, you know, and everything just going all smooth, like nobody's arguing with each other, no one's disagreeing or anything like that. Everything just going smooth, you know what I'm saying? Like nothing would ever like nothing would ever break them up or any of that stuff.
Yeah, but this is the thing though. So if we all agree with what the guy said at the beginning of the video, that women want a dominant man, that wants a man that's dominant in like pretty much everything, then what would be a solid example of a quote unquote power couple?
I can give you a good example. I can give you a good example straight off the bat. So let's say, I think that generally speaking, women, not all women, but some women, as a general rule, can be more indecisive than men, right?
Okay.
A power couple, I would say, is where you've got that indecisive woman and you've got that decisive man, and that woman is unable to make a decision. So the decisive man comes on and says, "Don't worry, babe, I've got this, yeah? We've got these options. Which one do you like best, right? But this will work, that one won't work, yeah? But I think this one is the best, you know? So you're taking leadership, but you're also giving choice and you're explaining the pros and the cons. Now, that indecisive woman, right, might then turn around and go, "Do you know what? I like your dominance. I like the fact that you're confident about this, and I'm going to entrust you to make that final and ultimate decision." And I think that that's a good power play in a relationship, because what the woman's not doing is fighting against every single decision that man is trying to make. So it's, I think, in what Coley is trying to describe through this term, power couple, is what I would call a perfect harmonious relationship where both men and women fall into their perfect roles and they complement each other and they don't bring each other down. They raise each other up. So that's what I think.
Okay, so if they're falling in, okay, let's take that example and say that they're both falling into their perfect roles. Well, what is the man's role?
The man's role is to, like I say, be a little bit but be confident. Be confident in your decision making. If you're unconfident, then don't make a decision. You know, be confident in what you're doing and take on that natural leadership role, the protective role that isn't going to harm you or your family for the sake of just trying to please your woman. You know, sometimes you've got to make difficult decisions. People might not always understand what you're trying to do, but I think that is a typical male role. Now, I don't want to say these things too loosely because I understand that we're all, I always have to emphasize this, we're all individuals, and I don't really like stereotyping too much, but obviously I do realize that these stereotypes exist. We discussed it before.
But I'm still trying to understand, if the man's designated role is the leader, provider, protector, and decision maker, how do you then have a power couple if there's one leader?
No, because I think you're missing the point. That's what
I'm asking.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of it as amplification as opposed to like a power dynamic or a power structure. Like you can have, like we said a minute ago, with a team of sports, you can have one captain, but that doesn't mean to say that you haven't got a power team behind you. Like what? The dream team. Let's call it a dream team. So the way that I'm seeing, the way that Coley is describing a power couple, I'm just seeing it as like he's trying to describe a dream team or a perfect harmonious relationship where they amplify each other. And I would say for the most part, do you remember we said before, beside every man or behind every man stands a really great woman. Yeah. Behind every great man stands a great woman. And that's because sometimes when a man finds that amplifying force through the female energy that he's been seeking, she can bring out the best in that man and vice versa. But then you've got the toxic relationship situation as well. So I understand Coley's message, if that makes sense. But I understand what you're saying as well. But I think you're conflating power dynamic with what Coley is trying to get across. That's what I think.
Well, because you can't, but this is the thing. Being that there's one designated role that the man is supposed to play, that by default means that there's going to be a power dynamic and a power imbalance. Like that's off rip.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean to say that you can't have a dream team. You know, we're not looking at we're not looking at equity. We're not looking at equity. Yeah, we're not looking at like equity. Okay, we're looking at equal opportunities, right? Which is, I think, the right way of looking at things. We're not looking to shift the power dynamics within relationships to ensure that women are equally as strong and powerful as men. That's not what we're talking about.
But that's exactly what I think of when I hear the term power couple.
Well, I don't think the term really is a true term that is fully identified. It's like trying to identify the term woke.
So that's why I'm asking to try to figure out what I mean, hey, I could be wrong. I could be wrong with how I'm seeing it. That's why I'm asking.
No, I think that we're both looking at the definition of this term through different lenses.
Yeah, not to cut you off, but the way I'm looking at it is like this. Yeah. And I think I kind of confirmed it earlier when you first brought it back. But like, it's not necessarily we know technically that it isn't really a term called a power couple, but it's more so like the males being the captain of the captain of the relationship or whatever, and like both people are complimenting each other and stuff like that. But the male is being the protector, the provider, and the whole 9 yards and stuff like that. And I'm gonna piggyback what Mark said earlier, like usually when a male is like that, a female is going to be turned on by that, and is going to want to do everything the male tells her to do, and everything like that. He's going to have his back no matter what. Have all the trust in the world. Cook for him. Clothes on or clothes off. All that. You know what I'm saying? So to me, even though there ain't really a such thing as a power couple, that in my opinion is what I would think, like a power couple would be. Now I'm not saying it like nobody's being dominant over anyone else and stuff like that. It's just like you just have this strong team. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The male's gonna carry out if not most responsibility, all the responsibility, but the female's going to piggyback off him. You know what I'm saying? So
I think a good key contributing factor to what we're discussing is like a good relationship that communicates well with each other, you know, that plans things together, that knows their roles in the situation. It's like, oh, today you've got to pick up the kids from school because I've got to go and do this errand over here, and and you work together, instead of those toxic relationships that you see where people are constantly arguing and nothing ever gets done and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, this isn't very much of a powerful relationship. It's a weak relationship based on anger and frustration and desire and lust. You know what I mean? So anyway, I think unless you still want to push back on it, Charles. I mean,
because I'm still trying to understand, because what you just explained, Coley, is a traditional relationship where the man is the leader and the decision maker. Okay, I'll give you an example. If you ask a woman what her idea of a power couple is, what do you think she would say?
From a rack.
That means that her man is weak. And
from a ratchet point of view, or from a common sense point of view?
Both. What do you think a woman's idea of a power couple is?
Okay.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Hold on. So from a ratchet point of view, they're gonna say, the man going to work, having 2 jobs, spend all day at work while I be home, not doing nothing, cooking. Like, I'll cook, but you know, the shit's gonna be nasty or whatever. I go out and I do whatever I want, cheat, this, that, and the third, and you'll never know because we that slick. Versus a one that has common sense would sit here and be like, he goes to work. If he allows me to go to work, I'll go to work too, or whatever. But at the same time, the house, the stuff at home is going to be in order. Everything, all the ducks going to be in a row, as they say. You know.
Something. Sorry to interrupt, Cully.
Oh, go ahead.
No. It's just that I was thinking, right, before it slips my mind, I think it's a very clever question that Charles just asked, yeah? Mm-hmm. Because I think that, like a lot of terms out there, they can be very subjective. It's like if we look at the word woke or wokeism, you know, people argue even today what the word or the term woke even means. It means different things to different people. So I think that Charles is correct. Like if you look at like how a woman might see a power couple, right? They would probably see it different to how you and me are seeing it today, Cody, because like you just described, right? A woman's idea of a power couple is much different to what we described earlier, isn't it? Yeah, right. So he's onto a point, but I think that for the sake of what you were trying to express or explain, I still understand what you're trying to get at with the whole concept of a healthy relationship that grows instead of a toxic relationship that falls apart at the seams. And I think that all ties back to this dominance thing.
Yeah, come tell you, in today's times, you ask a female that question, they're going to give a toxic answer.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you ask a woman what her idea of a power couple is, 9 times out of 10, she's gonna say that the woman has the same qualities as the man. We both have. We're both dominant. We're both bosses. We're both successful. We both make money. We both do this. She's gonna describe herself as having the exact same traits and qualities as the man.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's a power couple or a power dynamic. I don't think it's a healthy dynamic. I think it's a toxic dynamic. I think it's a weak relationship dynamic. Yeah. So if that's how a person is defining a power relationship, then I would say that they're defining it incorrectly. They're defining it through their own world lens, how they wish things to be, right? Because they're ideologues, because they want female power, yeah? But in our case, we're saying a power relationship is more of a traditional old school relationship where you've still got the male role model, yeah, with the dominance and all of that kind of stuff. It's still acknowledging that both sexes bring something very positive to the table, and like I said earlier, amplify each other and pick each other up instead of pulling each other back down. So even if a woman does define it that way, I would still say, well, that's just ideological. It's not based in fact.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Well, no, this conversation was great because it's actually leading to the first question. So is attraction more emotional, biological, or psychological?
Oh Lord.
I'll let you take this one, Cody.
Where's Delonte when you need him? Is attraction more emotional, biological, or psychological? Oh, that's a damn good question. Well done.
He always does this.
First rain man of the year. I love it. I'm gonna say in today's times, it's more so. I think both emotional and psychological, because
bro, don't forget the biological bit. The biological bit.
The biological bit is simple: sex. But here's why that's on the bottom of the barrel, right? To me, emotional and psychological is more so tied for the top for me, because emotional, like men and women know what they want in a like either in a relationship or just simply dating, you know what I'm saying? And if they don't, and like if they do like it, cool. They go with the flow, and then they go off of that emotion and this, that, and the third, blah 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 blah. But if they don't, they just go to the they go on to the next one or whatever. But here's where the psychological part comes in. Say they digging each other, and then they take it to the next up, become boyfriend, girlfriend, all this other and all that. You know what I'm saying? But one of them, if not both, decides that, oh, I'm getting tired of this. I'm going to go cheat.
Well, I want to push back on you, Coley. Now, actually, myself. I disagree with you.
Oh, let me hear
right?
Let's get it. Yeah, let's get it.
Yeah. Because I think, right. So, what was the three options again? Biological, psychological, and what was the last one?
Emotional.
Right. So, I think, for me, for the most part, relationships primarily biological, like they're like chemistry that happens between two people, you know. So I believe in this whole concept of the pheromones and the hormones that we emit, you know, and people instinctively pick them up. Like, and I think that relationships primarily are always going to be biological. It's a physical thing that people crave and desire the most. The psychology is, I would say, the second part, because only after have you developed your initial attractions with someone, then do you have to start implying the psychological aspect of a relationship, like how to hold it down, how to maintain that relationship. But you have to have the precursor first, which I would say is physical attraction. So that's why I think biology is always going to be the precursor to the other two, if that makes sense.
Okay, so if you think that if you think that biological attraction is the first stage of it, then why do you have so many men and women that aren't attracted to each other?
But desperation. desperation and fear of being alone. So I think a lot of people get into relationships for the wrong reasons. They don't fall in love, they fall in lust, or they fall in love with the fact that they have found someone who will stick by them. But I think that there are lots of fake relationships out there, toxic relationships that aren't really meant to be, although for some reason they managed to hold it down. But I think there had to be a physical connection there in the first place. They probably, you know, got together physically before they then started. You know, it's very rare that you see people like have a platonic relationship now where they're trying to get to know each other really well first and then go, oh, do you know what? I really like that person. Oh, I'm going to have sex with them now. You know what I mean? It's usually like, oh, wow, look at her. You know, but once again, it might be different for men and women. I think that women do like to build a connection before they decide to sleep with a man, whereas a man probably would just, you know, well, you know where I'm going with this. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong, and I'm putting it out there as my thoughts and opinions, so I'm happy to be challenged if you think I'm wrong.
See, this is where the emotional and psychological bit comes into play. The emotional bit, the emotional bit. You see a chick or for the female. They see this dude or whatever. They're like, oh shit, I'm gonna get up the film. So let me get let me get the digits, all this, blah 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 blah. But the psychological bit say that they get together or whatever, and it's kind of not working out like you say. They get used the right way, and you know, leave and say, hey, this is not working out, yada yada, woo woo woo. Or they could really fully use that psychological bit, string them along, cheat, and all this shit, thinking that they're still the only one. When later on down the line they end up finding out they're cheating, this and the third, but you end up finding out from a third party and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is with emotion, emotion is once again subject to the individual because some people, some people are a lot more emotional than others, and I would put the emotional aspect of it for me probably at the end, right? I would say for me it's more biological, like as in physical attraction, then psychology, and then the emotion. Sort of like the emotion just comes with the two, like hand in hand with the two, I think, like because it's like that, what do you call it, the honeymoon phase, you know, when you're first into a relationship and you go through that honeymoon phase, that's where the emotion really lies. I would say after that, relationships drag out and then become more of a business transaction in a way that we want to be brutally real about, brutally real about it. So I don't know, I would say the physical has to come first because you're not going to be attracted to somebody if you're not physically attracted to them in the first place. It just goes without saying. Then we have to be psychological about how we deal with that relationship, and then the emotion just comes as a part of the package.
Okay, so then how do you think women approach it then?
That's what I was about to say, actually, because I was about to just quickly say that once again, I'm speaking from a man's perspective, and I actually think that from a woman's perspective, they look at emotion first. I actually think that they look at their emotions first. They're more emotionally driven, aren't they, women? And if their crowd around them doesn't, what's the word? I forget the word, man. I hate it when that happens. I've gone blank. When they don't approve of the man that woman is dating. Hey, I remembered it. When they don't approve, you know, like that woman, they've got their little circle, yeah? They've got their little circle, and a lot of it is about whether their circle actually approves with their decision-making, whereas a man will be like, I don't care what you think, mate. I like this woman, yeah? So a woman is more emotionally driven, I think, when it comes to relationships, whereas men are more physically and biologically driven.
Okay,
so I think it's important to distinguish.
I agree with you that women are a lot more emotionally driven, so I'll take that example that you just gave, where the woman thinks she likes this guy and she talks it over with her girlfriends and whatever. They have their little girl talk. Do you think that?
Yeah.
Do you think that her girlfriends are giving her advice that is based on psychological factors, biological factors, or emotional factors?
Absolutely emotional factors. It's a lot of it is jealousy, bitchiness, it's like fake support. I'm doing this for your own good. That man's toxic, but really they stand to gain nothing. They stand to gain nothing by destroying someone else's relationship. Whereas I think you and me would be more supportive. We would say, look, even if I don't like the person you're dating, I'm okay with that so long as you're happy. Yeah. So long as you're happy, I'm your friend and I'm here to support you. Whereas women, they're different, aren't they? In that respect. Not all of them, once again.
Okay. I have a completely different take than what you guys are saying, but yeah, I have a completely different take. I have a completely different take on this. So I would argue that attraction is way more psychological than it is emotional or biological.
Ooh, do tell.
Because think about this. Think about this. If it's not psychological and it's more so biological, well, human beings are biologically hardwired to be attracted to the opposite gender, but that's not the case 100% of the time. Because you have a gay community.
But they would be outliers, though, wouldn't they? They'd just be outliers of the norm.
That's true. That's true. But if you want to make the argument from a biological level, that's not always true. You know why? Because human beings, like I said, we're biologically hardwired to be attracted to the opposite gender. But here's the thing: when it comes to women, they're not attracted to all men, to a majority of men based on biology alone.
I mean, you could be onto something. I think it's difficult to pinpoint the exact hierarchy of which is more important. Maybe, once again, maybe we can't distinguish. Maybe all three, need to be involved in the mix to create, that attraction. Maybe there has to be a balance of all three.
Well, I would argue that the attraction on both sides is way more psychological, and I'll tell you why. The reason that I think it's way more psychological is because women move and they present themselves under psychological manipulation. The way they move and how they present themselves is based in some sort of psychological game. Because think about this. They manipulate their looks to trigger you to think a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So they're typically not the ones that are making the approach. They present themselves and they dress themselves up a certain way to trigger something psychological in you. Yeah, she's biologically a woman, but you're not going to always approach her just on the fact that she's a woman. There's something that goes on up here that helps you delineate between the chick that you think is, I don't want to talk to her, versus, oh yeah, I think I might want to go over there and holler at her.
But I think the psychology,
not because of the fact that she's a one, that she's a woman in general. It's just the fact that the way she looks, like she can have all the makeup on in the world, and she got this bomb dress on, like she got different Rodeo Drive or some shit. You look at her like, damn.
I'm wondering this. I'm wondering if it's more like this. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
For males, because I'm struggling to see it being psychology first, right? I'm seeing psychology as what comes after. So, in a man's case, I would say that biology and physicality, like I said, is the precursor for the psychology that then is attached to it afterwards. I would then say for the women, the emotion is the precursor for the psychology that is attached to it afterwards. Do you know what I mean? So I think the psychology just is something that manifests out of the precursor. So whether it's biological or emotional, if it's a woman, then the psychology then arises. That's what I think.
I don't think that's true. And the reason I say that is because there's ways that guys that aren't that attractive can still pull women.
Yeah,
And I would argue that they do it from a psychological perspective.
Oh my God.
Hmm.
Why is that
I mean,
right?
yes.
Why is that right? Well,
Yeah. See,
think about it. Think about it. Hold on. Think about it. You go to school, right? You seem like one of, if not the most finest, sexiest girl in school or whatever. And somehow, don't know how, but somehow you see this dude that is the most ugliest motherfucker, and he pulls her off, and then all the other guys is like, he's with who? I'm not like she's with who? With her? How the fuck? He ugly. He's like, he got crooked teeth. He got like he got a mole of the size of a golf ball on this cheek. Like he breath sting. Da 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 da. How the hell you put her on?
Yep. All right. Hold that thought real quick, Coley.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard. My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Big shout out.
I was so hoping Carmen would come.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm late.
No, you good. All right, so go ahead and finish what you were saying, Coley, and then I'll go ahead and introduce Carmen to the question. I know she's probably gonna look at it and read it, but you know, I gotta do my formalities. You know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But yeah, every dude in school be looking like, how the hell did he pull her off? And you know, and got all those shits listed or whatever that said, and like everyone's mad and pissed off and shit like that. But again, goes to that psychological thing you just mentioned. It ain't about the looks. It's because of the fact that he approached her nice and was formal and all the other stuff, and that's why he was able to pull off the sexiest, most gorgeous woman in school. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So real quick, Carmen, the question that we're discussing is attraction more emotional, biological, or psychological? And that's kind of what we're having a debate over right now.
Yeah.
All right, so Coley, you can go ahead and finish what you got to say, and then we'll let Carmen give her perspective on it and what she thinks.
But yeah, these men, and I know it still goes on in schools today, although it may be approached different because you know, generations after generations and shit. But like that's what we go through. Like if you approach a woman and you treat her with all kinds of respect and shit like that, it don't matter. It don't matter if you look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. You will pull off the most sexy, the most beautiful woman in school there is, and that's all that is too, and that's why I believe from a psychological standpoint or whatever and shit. So.
All right, Carmen. So is attraction more emotional, biological, or psychological? What you got?
I guess from my standpoint, well, it's definitely more emotional. And this is why I say it.
I thought she might say that.
I think if you make a woman feel good, or make her laugh, I don't think it matters what you look like. It doesn't matter to me. I don't think it matters to me at all. Like how many I guess standard ugly dudes have, like Coley said, like how many standard ugly dudes have the bad chick? Of course. So I think it's more,
but Carmen, if you're saying that you think it's more emotional, then how would I get a woman to have an emotional attachment to me if it's not psychological? Because that's my argument. My take is completely different from theirs. I think that attraction is more psychological than it is emotional or biological, because I think that you have to. I think that you have to a degree, get in a woman's head.
But emotions can be manipulated.
I think women, well, us women, we're more emotional by nature. We react with emotion. So
right, but you're not going to have an emotional attachment to every man that you talk to.
You come at me.
Yeah,
I'm going to be attracted to that because you came at me, not, I don't know, whoever the hell is trying to come at me.
Yeah, but you're right. But this is the thing though. You don't give every guy that approaches you a chance. So there's something else to it. You don't have an emotional you don't have an emotional attachment to every man that approaches you either.
Not an emotional attachment, but if you make yourself be known and if you come with a certain presence, I'm going to be naturally drawn to you.
So that sounds like psychological to me.
That sounds like emotional to me, not psychological. That's my emotion leading towards you because I emotionally like, oh, maybe AB can be, oh, okay, anonymous, I got you.
The thing is, right, surely emotions can be manipulated by psychology, right? And I think that's what Charles is maybe trying to get at, right? If you can manipulate somebody's emotions first with psychology, I'm not agreeing with his premise, by the way. I'm just saying there is a fact that emotions can be controlled through psychology, but that's not the right way to go about things. I don't think. I think women, like we said before, are naturally more emotional. And also, quickly going back to that,
our emotions, and we do, but I think the problem that I have with the psychology of it is that you're kind of faking it. I don't want you to be fake with your attraction. Like, don't approach me with what you think I like. Approach me with who you are. And if I gravitate towards you, then I gravitate towards you, not what you psychologists think that I like. Don't do that.
Glad you said. You know what, Carmen? I'm glad you said that because I'm gonna play the video that we reacted to, so that way it'll catch you up to speed. I'll play this video and then you tell me what you think.
Are women attracted to male dominance?
100%. I think that every female, if they were to be honest with themselves, they want to be dominated by a male in every spectrum.
What is the difference between being dominant and being controlling?
Whether you're of high value and you're attractive and you're who she wants.
Controlling means you take away from what makes them a woman. Dominating just means that you're willing to give them what they want.
Women claim that they want a man that's going to always call them pretty and love them and hug them and kiss them and all this, but in reality, women are going to get grossed out by stuff like that. Like, they claim that they want all of this love from a man, but they really don't. They want a dominant man that can go to work and that can tell them what to do and tell them that, like, they need to stay home and stuff like that, because they don't want a man that truly loves them. They want someone that can pay the bills.
So the key takeaway from that is that women like dominant men. So is that true or is that false?
That's true. However, there's a caveat to that.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yes,
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
Yes, really.
I gotta keep my feet back up for this.
Yes, of course. Who doesn't like? I mean, as a woman, of course, that's something that we're drawn to. You can, in the words of Jill Scott, tell me what to do, but you can also tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Ooh.
Hey,
Jill Scott said it, not me.
I know, but still.
But even that statement right there, that's a psychological statement.
That's not a psychological statement.
It's an emotional statement. She's just thinking with her heart.
It's an emotional statement. I think women want to be considered. You can take the lead, of course. Take the lead. If you can, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I think that's very attractive trait in a man. But I would want my opinion to be considered in your direction. I'll follow it. but I want you
Absolutely,
to
and that's what it's
consider
all
me.
about. It's not.
So I
It's not
think
about
that's
control.
what the difference is. In the video, it says like, what's the difference between being dominant and controlling? I think that's what it is when you stop. Because at the end of the day, I'm with you. Your opinions, your actions affect me, affect my life.
Yeah.
So consider my actions, my opinion into your action. The minute
And
that
your
you stop
feelings,
considering
your
me,
emotions. We
that's
have
it.
to consider your feelings and emotions too.
Yeah.
And that's the point,
Consider me.
right? And it's not psychological. I'm not being manipulative when I say that. I'm saying that,
Baby, I don't like you.
you know. But going back to what Cody was saying about the ugly man and how people react, like, you know, I don't consider myself to be the most attractive man in the world. And look, I'm a skinny dude, right? And check this out. I once got with someone many years back, and I asked her directly. I said, "Look, do you not find me a little bit like skinny? Because I know I'm skinny." And do you know what she said to me? She said, "Mark, I'm attracted to skinny men with your physique. So beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Maybe she said that just to make me feel good, but she told me that. And what I'm saying is, physicality, right, matters, emotion matters, but the psychology part of it is just it comes after, I think. You know, you can use the psychology to manipulate somebody's emotions, and I think that that's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, you can say that it's the wrong thing to do, but what gives you the results?
Well, psychology doesn't always hold down a relationship, because if you think about it, you can psychologically manipulate somebody, right? That is called gaslighting. It's called gaslighting. And what you do is you make somebody fall in love with you, right? Because you're psychologically manipulating their emotions. It's not true love. And what you're doing is you're being a psychopath. You're being a narcissistic, toxic psychopath, and you're controlling this person's emotions to keep them like a piece of property.
I don't want to fall in love with your representative.
So cool.
That's what made the victim delulu when he or she finally tells the truth about how they really feel about you and shit, when they string you along.
Right.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that y'all said that. So I got a question. Who is more prone to carry out psychological manipulation on the other? The man to the woman or the woman to the man?
I don't think we can say man or woman.
Yeah, we can.
I think that I don't think we can. I think that psychopathy. Right. Well, no. Maybe we can say that psychopathy, right, is more of a male trait, but women are very good at manipulating people's emotions as well. And I would say that no gender is immune from being a psychopath. You can have psychopaths and nice people on both sides of the gender spectrum.
I will say this. I will say this, and if I get stomped on, so be it. It's been proven in history that men to women are more like psychological prone to be strung along or whatnot, because you have men. I ain't saying all of them do it. But you have men that will tell they'll tell women these little sweet nothings or whatever, just so they can get what they want. And then once they hear it, and then once the female hears about it, they fall for it, and then guess what? They go boom boom in the bedroom. You know what I mean? But after that, they go on to the next one. But the female is like, "But hey, I thought we had something together or whatever." And that kind of what tugs my heart a little bit, because like you just easily spread your legs for a fuck nigga, pretty much, you know.
So,
excuse my N-word usage, but that's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Both sexes can be manipulative.
They can.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
I agree with the fact that both sexes can be manipulative, but they manipulative in different ways.
In different ways, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Women,
No.
we see this in history. There's been wars started over women. Hell,
What?
we started empires over women. The hell?
Right.
It's our femininity. But
Yeah.
men can manipulate women with the physical features. With they get stigmatized. Yeah. I've known a couple of women that do a lot of things when they get stigmatized. So see, both sexes can be manipulative. Men tend to be more physical, you know, good sex, good dick, why not?
Look,
we do a lot. We do a lot for some good dick. Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
and at the same time, women tend to lead more, I guess. I don't know if you want to, I don't want to say psychologically. I don't want to say that because I don't want to give Anonymous Based's point.
No, because
yeah.
No, don't think about
men for the right female. Y'all crash out for the right female. I really
man, look. He's putting a finer point on that. Oh my God, Zinga! I cannot believe she said that.
What did Zinga say? What did Zinga say?
She said, "Well, we know Karma's favorite part of her husband."
Yeah.
Happy New Year to you, by the way, Zinga.
I mean, hell, he's used that part to get me to agree to shit that I don't agree with. But yeah, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And see, Mark, that right there was a master class in psychology, brother.
Oh, sure, it's fine. I appreciate a good bit of psychology. Don't get me wrong.
Because think about it like this. One of the biggest reasons that none of y'all can debate me on as to why attraction is more psychological is for two reasons, and it comes into play on both sides. Men fall in love with what they see, and women fall in love with what they hear. That's why men lie and women wear makeup.
Yeah, but I actually hang on. One sec.
Y'all like the makeup. Y'all like the weave. Y'all like the BBLs. Y'all like that.
Yeah, but we don't. Hold on. No. You're right. But those aren't what qualify you to get a ring on your finger. That's the difference.
I think the point is right that psychology does certainly play a very vital role in like a lot of relationships, yeah. But I'm just saying it's not the one that I would put first. I would just say that men find initial physical attraction, yeah. Right? Initial physical attraction, and then females or women have like an emotional physical initial attraction, yeah, initial emotional attraction. The psychology is something that the psychopath applies to manipulate that person's emotions or the way that they find them attractive in order to hold down and maintain a false relationship for the sake of being with somebody that they're not even in love with in the first place. So it depends how you define a relationship. I'm talking true love, and I think that you have to be physically attracted and you have to be emotionally attracted. And I'm not going to pull out any kind of psychological bullshit to maintain that relationship. If it falls apart, so be it. We're not meant to be together. I'm not going to fake it. I'm not going to bullshit and like start going, let me do this and do that to make her change the way she feels about me. The way do you know what I'm saying? That's just silly. That's like how 90.
That eventually just gets old. You can't be your representative the whole entire time.
Yeah, you
exactly.
Can. Yeah,
you can't. No, you can't. You cannot. Eventually, the switch is going to turn off.
Okay, you know what? Oh, you know what? Let's test that. How many women out here?
The emotion is the catalyst.
Nah, I would say psychology. How many women do you know that want to be seen in public without makeup?
Well, I know a few.
I go outside in public all the time without makeup.
No, not you. I said, how many women do you know or do you see that are willing to go outside without makeup on?
Not a lot, but why is that?
Oh
No, but I see a lot. I see a lot in England. I see a lot in England. I see a lot in England.
Why is that?
Bro,
Who
I see
do
a
we wear makeup for?
y'all wear it for
We don't
us.
talk about that. Oh
No, you wear it for us. That's what I'm saying.
I wear it for you.
Right. So which proves my point.
Thanks.
Right. So which proves my point that men fall in love with what they see.
So we wear the fake hair for you, right? We wear the fake breasts for you. We wear the fake BBLs.
Man, I thought they were real.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. I want you to take a look at this
Y'all
picture.
don't want to see real women. Y'all don't want to see. Y'all really don't. Y'all don't want to see the stretch marks. Y'all don't want to see the
Just
dimples.
saying.
Y'all don't want to see none of that. You want to see the Megan Thee Stallions, the Cardi B's, the Ice Spice of the world. That's what y'all want to see.
Yeah, but they're.
I'd rather see you than Cardi B, to be honest. I think Cardi B's pretty rare.
Hey, you know what? That's a fact. That is a fact. Oh my God.
Listen, Carmen, you're right.
Y'all rather mess with the Megan Thee Stallions of the world versus the.
Oh hell no.
Cardi B's trash.
Y'all don't want Candace Owens. Y'all don't want.
Sorry.
Y'all don't want the who else can I think of? Lauren Hills of the world. Y'all don't want them. Y'all don't. Y'all want Ice Spice.
If I had to make a choice right now between any of those celebrities, I would rather take a Lauryn Hill. Hell, I would even take Queen Latifah versus
Stop the cap.
Versus no, that ain't cap. Versus Cardi B.
Coley, you know you want
or
sexy red.
Nicki
Y'all
Minaj.
look like her.
You know what I'm saying?
With the red wigs. I'm trying to think of a white girl. What's a white girl? I don't know. Somebody give me a white girl. Anyway,
Billie Eilish.
Chanel West Coast.
No. Sabrina
Stop the cap.
Y'all want Sabrina. Y'all want Sabrina Carpenter. Y'all want that. That's what y'all want. And that's why women are so confused nowadays, because y'all say y'all want a certain type and y'all want to marry a certain type, but we get on Instagram and like something else.
Yeah, but see, this is the part where this is the part where women always get it confused. Y'all think for some odd reason that because we like a picture on Instagram, that's who we want to go down the aisle with. That's where y'all keep getting it mixed up.
Tell us to do, Anonymous. What do you say to somebody who's, well, not us, because we're grown, but what do you say to these young ladies? Yeah, they don't want to be no Lauryn Hills. They don't want to be no Jill Scott. They don't want to be no Candace Owens. They want to be Ice Spice.
And that's why they're and that's why they're single. And that's why they're single.
Because y'all keep telling them, I need to get an OnlyFans and BBL and show my tits on Instagram.
Okay.
So I can get some attention.
That's a good point.
Who's telling them that?
That's what y'all like.
No,
Society.
Hold on. Are men? No, wait. Are men convincing them to do that, or are the women convincing them to do that?
No, y'all do. You know why?
Nope.
You know why?
Stop the cap.
You men. Because these women that y'all support on OnlyFans is what they're saying. You set the dating pool.
Well, I think Common's onto a point because it's supply and demand. Supply and demand, right?
I like Mark.
This is who I think.
You and Coley. Not Mark. You and Coley.
Nope.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, Common.
It's the bitter women. it's the bitter women who don't have anything going on for themselves that is setting the dating pool, in my opinion. Because that would tell the next woman, this is what men like. Da, 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 da. I know this girl. I've been through this. Da, 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 woo, woo, woo. And then that's how their mindset goes and shit like that. And that's why the dating game right now is fucked up. You feel me?
Yeah, because if you think about it, Carmen, a lot of these women that are doing this OnlyFans and all that, yeah, they're getting the quick fix and they're getting the dopamine and all that, but in reality, they're not getting what they want. That's why they're the ones that are complaining about men not wanting to commit.
That's because they're thinking with their emotions. They're not thinking psychologically. They're thinking with their emotions, and they're just opening their legs because they think that's what men want.
No,
and do you know what? Men do want it because there's a supply. Like supply and demand states that if there was no demand for it, then they wouldn't be supplying it in the first place.
I see it every day here in Atlanta. I go down to Edgewood. Let me go down to Edgewood and let Make It Thee styling. Who do you think is going to get the most attention? Not me.
But again,
I don't know about that.
But again, but here we go
I
again. Y'all,
I ain't getting drinks bought. The Make It These Stylings and the Cardi B's of the world are getting drinks bought, not me.
Yeah, but this is the difference though. The women that aren't outside are the ones that are put up and getting taken care of. That's the difference. They're playing two different psychological games. Because no, hold on, because these women are thinking they're going off of what they think is going to work. And they're struggling with it because they're realizing in real time that, hey, maybe me parading myself out there isn't the best idea. That's why they're the ones struggling. And the good women that cover themselves up, they're put up somewhere and they're chilling. They're not online complaining.
I've got one for you, Charles. How about we give you the we give you the benefit of the doubt? Right?
Wait.
How
say
about
that again. Wait. Say that again, Carmen.
The ones that cover up, we get called boring. We get called pygmies. We
Yeah,
get
and
called
and they
kinds of names.
and they
That's
get
why we wanna be out
yeah
here.
no and they
We
get
get called
the
boring.
results and they get the results and the outcomes that the ones for the streets want.
I can't even tell you how many times I've been called boring. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. Oh, please. Y'all want
Yeah, but you have what they want though. That's the difference. You have a husband and they don't. That's the point I'm trying to make. So just because
he's
yeah,
got a point. He got a point. I'm gonna say this, and then I gotta depart temporarily.
So when they're doing that, calling you boring and calling you a pygmy, they're trying to get in your head to make you second guess the choice you have. So they're playing a psychological game too. See?
But she doesn't fall for it because she doesn't fall for it.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna say this, and then I gotta depart temporarily. Basically, and I tell people this all the time. Like, you're gonna get a lot of no's, but you're gonna get that one yes. And when that one yes hits, they're gonna stick with you no matter what. That's why in your case, Carmen, that's why you got a man.
All I'm saying is y'all talking about my Instagram. The only shit the thing that you find on my Instagram is my cooking videos. But I bet you if I cook them naked, y'all will have a 1,000 times more.
and
I've been asked.
No, you're right.
Please do that. Please do that, Carmen. Please do that.
Oh, listen at this guy. You know,
like, you know what? I bet if I cook them topless, y'all will be looking.
Hey, this ain't
but how?
with Kyle,
you're right. No, you're right.
I got standards, and I'm married, so I'm not gonna do that. But it's like
you're absolutely right. But why don't you do it?
But y'all like the half naked hoes though.
So then why aren't you? Why aren't you doing what they're doing?
What's that girl's name? Oh, Cooking with Kia.
Kaya, Cooking with Kaya.
Bonnie Blue.
Y'all like Cooking with Kaya, right? Cooking with Kaya. Y'all even know the damn song. Y'all like cooking with her?
Yeah, but did that get her? Yeah. You're right. You're right.
You know how many relationships got broken up over that female?
Yeah,
we cook the same meals. Me
right.
and
no,
with Kaya.
You're right.
I think I cook better, but whatever. But y'all liking her pictures?
You definitely. I've been watching Carmen's cooking videos still, and I'm like, seriously, man. Like I said the other day in a comment, and I deleted it, by the way, because I was like, man, I shouldn't be saying. I was like, it's like watching porn for me. Honestly, my mouth was drooling.
You know what?
It's true, man. I was like, this is like eye candy, proper eye candy.
I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I gotta run. Mark, you get the first ever.
Oh, come on! Why, man? Why?
The bullshit button knows no boundaries. And on that note, I'll be right back.
Oh, he's got you. You got to tell me why you bullshitting me when you come back, bro.
Because.
Okay.
Because, bro.
Yeah.
I think you that type of dude that be watching stuff behind the scenes, and you keep what I like to call a bank, if you know what I mean.
Right. A memory bank. A wank bank. Bro.
A memory bank. I'll be back after the break.
Can't believe you just said that.
Yeah. So, no, but you got to think about this, Carmen. There's a reason why you're not following behind these women that don't have the results and doing what they're doing. It's psychological. Because y'all know deep down that men don't like certain things. Yeah, you're women. Yeah, the biological attraction is going to be there, but the psychology plays into whether we're going to commit to you or wife you up or protect you or not.
I struggle with these conversations every time because I find that we get so caught up on how we define or how we interpret a definition of something, yeah? And like I always feel like we end up arguing over like semantics again because, right? I think that psychology is synonymous to relationships, right? But I'm not saying, like I said earlier, I don't think it's the precursor, right? Whereas you do. You think that psychology is the precursor and then the emotion and the biology comes after or whatever. I don't. I think instinctively, inherently, humans have a natural, like men have a natural initial physical attraction. There's no denying that, right? Like I know it for myself. As soon as I see someone like Carmen, I know I'm initially like attracted. Yeah,
ever.
The rest comes after.
It's the oldest war ever. The girls versus the hoes, and the hoes is always winning. We fought it all our life. It's the battle that never ends. The hoes versus the girls. And y'all always gonna choose the hoes. Like I'm tired of having this conversation.
No. The younger me.
Are you married?
The younger me chose the hoes. The newer me chooses the mature like woman.
And even those. And you know what? I even say this because hubby's not here. I even say this. Even those of y'all that are married will still step out with the hoes. So what the hell?
Wow. That's true because I know
the hoes versus the good girls
to have happened.
And the hoes are always winning. Hell,
yeah, but no, you're right.
Y'all like them.
Listen.
That's sad. That's sad though.
But Carmen,
so sad. It is.
But Carmen, see, right now you're fighting a psychological battle comparing yourself to them. You're fighting a psychological battle right now comparing the good girls to the hoes. This is what it really boils down to because the way we move and the way we think is action based, right? So look at the guy's actions. Who did the man get down on one knee for? The chick that's for the streets.
So you don't think men make hoes? Because I do.
No, they decide themselves if they want to be hoes or not.
Men want the hoes, so they make themselves hoes. Because if there was no hoes, there wouldn't be no hoe activity to do the things with. It's you. You're telling us what you like. We're watching y'all tell us what y'all like.
Have you heard of the phrase called "lady in the streets, but a freak in the sheets"?
Oh, whatever. Yes.
Okay then. I rest my case. I rest my case.
Because you know what happens?
I rest my case.
Because then y'all ask, I'm like, well, who'd you do this with? That's what y'all start asking.
Yeah, we might ask you that, but you're not asking us that. You're not asking us that. That's the difference.
Oh, okay.
So we come in knowing if we come in with experience and we know what we're doing already, you're not going over it back and forth in your head like, man, I wonder I wonder how long it took him to get good at this. You're just enjoying the end product of it. That's the difference.
Y'all wonder.
No, because think about it. It's one of those things where it's like the women that you want to take care of, you separate them from the ones that you won't take care of. But in the female's mind, y'all conflated and think that they're the same, and they're not. Think about this.
So why y'all like the hoes? Stop liking the hoes. How about that?
That's not something that's going to change.
Stop.
That's not something that's going to change. Stop liking money.
Oh.
It's not something that's going to change.
Shit like that.
You're not going to stop liking money, and we're not going to stop liking women. It just is what it is. It just is what it is.
That's just what it is.
Well, yeah, because psychology plays into how we get attracted to somebody.
So the king is always going to have concubines, even though he has a queen.
Well, you start off with one queen on the chessboard, and if you lose her, you can always elevate your pawns and have more than one. But you can't have more than one king on the chessboard. The queen is the queen is the most powerful piece on the chessboard, but the king is the most important piece on the chessboard. That's the difference.
So you can always win. Oh, damn, my neighbor. Sorry, y'all.
No, you good.
Yeah.
See,
so really,
even with
you can play it. You can win a chess game even though you don't have no queen.
Yeah, you can win a game of chess without a queen.
I don't really play chess like that, but I don't think you can. Can you? I don't know.
Yeah, you can.
Can you?
Yeah, you can.
If somebody steals your queen, you can still checkmate the king. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, you're muted. Yeah, he's probably gonna come back.
He'll come back. Hey, baby, you okay?
Yeah,
I don't play chess like that. So can you? I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess that's a rule.
Well, you can't win without the king because the objective of the game is to trap the king, not kill the queen.
That's true.
Yeah.
Still, stop liking the hoes.
Stop liking money. Stop liking men. Stop liking men. Stop liking dominant men that can lead you.
Well, we're not gonna do that.
Oh, okay. Well, we ain't gonna do that then. That's the difference. That's the difference. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain things that are hardwired into us that just aren't gonna change. It doesn't matter how much you nag, how much you get mad about it. It just is what it is. Us men.
What is it in y'all? Why?
Can you hear me now?
Why is it in you to like dominant men?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I said why.
Because that's just how we are.
That's just how y'all are. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I missed that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. You're good. You're good.
What did I miss? I just missed something for the last minute. What were you just saying in the last?
We're talking about the chess game comparisons.
Essentially the same thing. Like you can win a chess game without the queen.
That's what I was saying.
I don't play chess like that.
This goes back to. Do you remember we were talking about power couples earlier, right? Charles, you're telling us, right, that with the king and the queen, right, the king, so long as the king's alive, the king will always remain in control and will always be the winner. But like I said earlier, the queen is the most powerful piece on the chessboard. She amplifies the king. Now, yes, you can still win if the queen is defeated and the queen is gone. Yes, it is still possible. Like, you can lose the queen in the first move, like, or whatever, like the first piece, yeah, and still come back and dominate the game. But this goes back to the whole amplification, like I was trying to say earlier, with what Coley was describing with the power relationship. I'm saying that queen is one of the most dominant pieces on the chessboard. She's not like, do you get what I'm saying? So it all comes back, it all ties back to that dominance thing that we spoke about at the beginning. And also, quickly going back to Oh no, that's it. That'll do me for now. That'll do me for now.
No, I mean you're right. But this is the difference though. See, if you take the concept of chess and compare it to like real life, women get their power and their value up front, and we don't. That's the difference.
This is true, but we gain power, we earn power, and we work our way up through the school of hard knocks.
Right.
Women are always placed on a pedestal. You know, like my young sister was always placed on a pedestal over the boys in the family. You know, she was the little angel. Yeah. She doesn't know how to have to compete in the same way that we do. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't even remember what the point is, to be honest. I can't even remember what the point is, but
stupid.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, but we segued it, but the point was the emotional and psychological. I say it's more emotional attraction because that's what women lead with.
Right. And I agree with you, Carmen. I said it from the beginning. I said for women, I think it's more emotional. And I think for men, I think it's more biological. And do you know what is funny? Because Charles thinks it's more psychological. And this is great because we've got 3 people on this panel and we all have like differing perspectives. And I don't think there's really truly a right or wrong with a lot of these things that we discuss. I think that they all kind of work hand in hand and they outbalance each other. And sometimes the psychological aspect might dominate a little bit more. But then, like I said before, you have to have the initial initial attraction. For me, I have to be initially attracted first before I even bother to make an attempt, right? If I don't find you physically attractive, I'm not even going to bother wasting my psychology on you, you know? So I'll find you physically attractive first, and then I will maybe then start inherently, naturally using psychology to maintain and hold down that relationship. But I'm not doing it in a manipulative way, but I still think that the initial attraction precursors or is the precursor for me. And that's just for me. Right. That's just my truth.
Right. So
that's my truth, though.
So then what do you think the purpose of going on a date is?
To get to know a person. To see whether you find... Look. I wouldn't have gone on a date with you if I didn't find you initially attractive in the first place. Yeah? I wouldn't have gone on... Right, I would go on a date with Carmen because I find her attractive, yeah? But I wouldn't go on a date with somebody who I don't find attractive. I need the initial attraction first, and then I'm going to say, "Oh, do you know what? She looked at me in the nightclub. We blinked, we caught eyes together." Have you ever done that before, where you just catch somebody's eye? You're like, wow.
I think psychology is going to play a factor in both sectors.
Yeah.
But I think that the catalyst is for women is emotional. The catalyst for men is biological.
Well,
I would argue.
And psychology comes second.
I would argue that it's psychological on both sides.
Yeah, no, I don't think I don't disagree with that. I don't think that psychology doesn't play an important factor, an important role.
Oh, it absolutely does. It absolutely does.
Yeah, I agree. It does definitely it plays an important role. I just think that initial attraction, right, literally can happen within the split of a second. I've been in a room with someone before, right, and glanced around and gone, wow, straight away, right, without knowing that person. I haven't even thought of psychology yet. I haven't even thought of biology yet. I've literally thought, what the other one is. I've literally looked around and gone, wow, look, check her out. I want to get to know her more. But then sometimes you can meet somebody, right, that you find yourself initially attracted to, and you can spend 2 minutes with them, and you go, do you know what? Actually, she's not as attractive as I thought she was. She looks nice on the outside, but she's got a really ugly inside. Yeah. So I'm like, right. So I'll do the initial attraction first, then I'll approach them, then I'll get to know them, then I'll find out whether they've got a nice personality, and then maybe I'll start applying a little bit of psychology and saying, do you know what? Let me go and buy her a bunch of roses or something. So the psychology does come in to play, but not straight away, not initially. And I think with the women, the emotions comes first. I just think it does. I'm sure it does. I'm sure that there's been lots of studies on this, like psychology, the difference between men and women. No, I know.
I think I'm telling you, the psychology plays into it first.
I feel sorry for Charles.
No, it
Yes, it does.
Charles. No,
Yes,
it
it
doesn't.
does. Yes, it does.
No,
Yes,
no,
it does.
doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Y'all,
do you think we're
y'all
do you think
lead biologically? Y'all lead physical first. Y'all, oh please.
Do you think we're going to have to agree to disagree on this one?
I guess we do have to agree to disagree because I believe that psychology comes second.
You know what?
And then emotion comes first with women, and biological comes first with men. Because I know a lot of men that had relations with good-looking women who are complete bitches. Hell,
like
y'all
me.
have children. Y'all have children with them. Y'all literally
I
have
haven't done
children
that.
with them. So no. Y'all lead with physiology. That's why y'all like the makeup, the weaves, the BBLs, and all of this shit. That's why y'all like it. Okay.
Okay. So I'm glad that y'all brought in the whole agree to disagree, because what I found is that when people say that, they always say, let's agree to disagree when they realize that they're losing the argument.
Oh, mate. Okay, let's just carry it on forever then. Look, mate, fine. I could argue this for the rest of my life, mate, and I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of it, yeah? I think it's all semantics once again. I'm only agreeing to disagree for the sake of, like, not wasting our viewers' time getting caught up on the same thing, because things go round and round in circles. Yeah.
No, you good. This is great quality conversation, and this is great content. The reason I say that it's psychological on both sides is because when it comes to men, before we even approach you, we have to go over a game plan in our head of how we want to do it. Right? That's why there's content out there that teaches men how to work on themselves and get themselves prepared for getting out here in the dating landscape of how to approach women, how to talk to her, how to do this, how to do that. There's a lot that goes into being able to, I guess, appeal to women in a certain way, because, you know, you may not be the most handsome, you may not be the tallest, you may not have the most money, but then there's different ways that you can work with the hand you're dealt to still get the results you want. And that's where the psychology comes in, because guys that aren't that attractive, women aren't necessarily giving them the time of day right away. They may look you up and down and be like, nope, he ain't it. That's why guys get rejected way more, because guys can't necessarily lean on their look.
You see more women with non-attractive, just not attractive men in a traditional sense. You don't see that.
It's because they bring something to the table,
right?
Don't they? They bring something to the table. It's not psychological necessarily. Like, I mean, look, I get what you're saying, Charles, and I have to keep going back to saying that the psychology part of what you're saying, I'm not dismissing it at all. I'm not saying it's not relevant in relationship building. I'm saying that you have to have an initial attraction first before you even bother to spend the time of your day to implement any form of psychology. Like, I'm not going to start psychologically manipulating somebody if I don't find them I'm not saying that I would in the first place, but if I didn't find them physically attractive, then why would I even bother? You know, there are people out there that I would look around at them and go, ugh, see you later, bye. No psychology involved at all whatsoever. I've just looked at her and gone, I don't find her very attractive, and that's it. So I'm not dismissing your relevance to psychology when it comes to relationships. I'm not dismissing that at all. I'm just saying that I think you're putting it in the wrong order. You have to have the physical attraction first.
It's not gonna bust, Mark.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed, because I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, Zynga finally pulled up to the panel.
Zinger in the house.
All right, so Zynga, The ongoing debate that we're having right now is this: is attraction more emotional, biological, or psychological? What do you
From what
got
I've
on
been
that?
listening to, I think I disagree with everybody.
Uh-oh.
I think I put it in a different order. Like I think it's
Mm.
biological first, then depending on the person, you can flip-flop emotion and psychological. Like I
Mm.
think when Carmen sees a man or saw a man back when she was dating, it was biological first and then emotion second for her. But I think with you, I think you're still dating. You would probably be biological first and then psychological second and then emotional.
Oh,
And the
Charles,
link,
hi Zinger, by the way. Charles
no.
isn't going to like that because he's on. Like, I think you've just agreed with what Carmen and I were trying to
Okay,
say.
I've been
He
listening off
said it
and
was
on.
psychological first. I said
Yeah,
it
I
was for
think
men.
I think it's psychological first.
Well, I think we look at the opposite sex, and for women, it's like, is he strong? Is he capable? Like, can he do his duties, provide, protect, etc., lead, that type of thing? And for men, they look at like birthing hips. Is she fertile? That type of thing. Can I bench press her weight? You know what I mean? So I think it's biological first because we have these. I think it's by design. We look for certain things in the opposite sex. And when we're first seeing someone, maybe across a bar, a room, a church, or whatever, we see if those things are there first. And if maybe they check off at least a couple of those boxes, then we'll keep going to the next step. And I think with men, it would be more psychological and then emotional, which is why, which I think is a good thing because they're the ones asking for your hand in marriage. And then for women, we invest emotionally first. And then it's like, well, is this actually a good guy? Like we have to turn down our emotions while we're dating. So we don't marry someone that's abusive or narcissistic or whatever.
So, okay, that's cool. So then let me ask the ladies a question on the panel. So when you're interacting and dealing with men, and this doesn't have to be about you two specifically, you could speak in a general sense. What do you think women are more inclined to go for? The guy that's brutally honest or the one that tells them what they want to hear?
Probably the one that, well, if I'm speaking for myself, if I can tell that they're telling me what I want to hear, I probably wouldn't continue dating that person. And then if they're brutally honest, but they're just a jerk about it, I probably wouldn't date that person. I'd probably look for someone a little bit more in the middle.
I think women will have more respect, and this is general respect, not just me. I think women will have more respect of the guy that's brutally honest because then that gives me a choice to deal with you or not.
Okay.
So if you tell me, like, hey, listen, it is what it is, you're not the only one, and then you give me the choice whether to deal with it or not, yeah, I respect you more.
Yeah.
I think most women would. I think that's the problem. I think the problem with most women is tell me and let me choose whether I want to deal with you or not. Don't lie to me and tell me sweet lies because that's what you think I want to hear. No, tell me who you are.
I'm wondering though, if there's a difference between like a liberal woman and a more conservative woman, because I think that a liberal woman, right, just wants to hear like what they want to hear, whereas you two seem more open. You want to know the truth. You don't want to be bullshitted about. You don't want to be lied to. You don't want to be manipulated, psychologically manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that when psychology comes into play, psychology becomes manipulative. It becomes less about honesty, less about truth, and more about let me see if I can pander to the woman's needs and desires and give her what she wants. And I think that a good, proper conservative woman actually sees through that bullshit. They see through that bullshit. They know, hang on a sec. You're not with me because you like me. You're with me because you like yourself and you like the accessory of having me on your arm. And I think that's the difference.
Intuition. Let me know when you're just fake.
Yeah, but you said earlier that a woman can exemplify a man.
Amplify
Singer.
a man.
There you
Yeah.
go. Amplify a man. There you
Yeah.
go. Amplify a man. So then that would by that logic that you stated earlier, that would make her an accessory to a degree.
An accessory, yeah, to a degree, but it depends on whether it's a mutual respect and a mutual decision. So you're amplifying each other. It's not about using the woman to amplify yourself directly and only yourself. It's about you also then reciprocating the amplification back so that you become, right, the rock for your woman so that she can also become the greatest version of herself. You want both man and woman in the relationship to become the greatest versions of themselves. And I think that with the right backing from both sides of the relationship, you build each other up.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that because that's
what I mean by amplification, though. That's what I meant by amplification. So I'm saying that when you,
But kind of based on your logic, though, if she is there and she's amplifying him, that's kind of like an auxiliary thing.
Right, but I do picture the world very much through cabling. I'm a technical guy, you know, and so I do quite often use analogies that might go back to hardware and physical stuff like software and this, that, and the other. But that doesn't mean to say that we can't apply that to human nature.
Right, but see, one of the biggest things that contributes to me thinking that the psychology plays into it first is because you can look at somebody and 9 times out of 10, I can't say 100% because you know how things are now with all this confusion going on. 9 times out of 10, you can look at somebody and you instantly know if they're a man and you instantly know if they're a woman. But that doesn't necessarily mean that based on the biology that you're going to be attracted to them right away. There has to be
because I spoke about this before, Charles. I spoke about this before. There's something called chemistry, yeah? And I believe in the invisible aromas that come from pheromones and hormones and things that people excrete through their glands, yeah? That aren't right. Yeah. And I know, right, if I'm stood in a room, right, and there's a very sexy blonde woman in front of me, if I go, I'm like, you're a man. Yeah, I can tell you're a man just because you look like a woman. Yeah. I can tell because I can sense through what they excrete through the room. You can't fool someone like me like that.
He said this room smells like bollocks. He took one sniff and said, "Wait a minute,
like that.
There ain't no women in here."
Yeah, the room smells like bollocks, literally, Nick.
Yeah,
you can
that's
tell.
funny. That's funny.
That's funny.
All right. So, does anyone else have anything on this one before we move on? This is a great, healthy conversation. Great conversation. But Zinga, Carmen, Mark, y'all have anything else on this before we keep the show pushing?
No, I think I said everything I think.
Okay, cool.
I just wanted to say hello to Zinga because it's been a little while. I haven't seen you for a while. Just putting it out there. That's all I'm saying.
I know. Hey, she's been a very busy woman with the podcast and the family and her birthday and all that. I've got to give a big shout out to Zinga for pulling up. And you know, the interesting thing about Zinga, right, is No, it's nothing bad. It's nothing bad.
Okay.
What I like about how Zinga carries herself, like you're very calm, you're very reserved, you're very laid back, but then it's like you have this air of humor about you to where it's really unassuming, but then when you come across it, you can't help but notice it and it just has you laughing. I'll give you a perfect example. I was scrolling through Instagram and something that you posted popped up on my feed and it was about some chick or something, but then the post you made and the song you picked was just hilarious to me. So I'm like, okay, yeah, Zinga's funny. She got a sense of humor.
I try.
Yeah, and it's just funny because it's like you're one of those type of people where you're strong in your beliefs and you're grounded in something, but at the same time, you don't take yourself too serious to where you can't find humor in things.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
and that's what I like, and that's what I respect. So when I'm seeing some of the stuff that you're saying or some of the stuff that you're posting, I'm like, okay, she got a real good head on her shoulders. It's almost like you find a way to find balance in who you are as a person.
That's
Add me up on Facebook, Zinga. Add me up on Facebook, because I want to see some of these posts.
Me and Meta don't get along though, so it'll have to be Instagram. I know that's still Meta, but Facebook is like the worst. But I think I have a sense of humor. It's like from growing up ugly. Like nobody.
Nah, come on! Don't say that. Don't say that. You ain't ugly. You ain't ugly.
No,
actually, I think you're very pretty. I think you're very pretty.
Well,
and I'm not being a creep. I'm saying I'm being real.
I think I started looking like a grown woman at like 27. And I was telling my husband, and he didn't believe me. I said, no, I didn't, because he was like, oh, you didn't date a lot and everything. I said, I think it's because I always look like a little girl. Like I always had big cheeks and stuff, like baby fat. And then he didn't believe me. I was showing him pictures. I'll add you.
You know what that
Facebook.
is?
Go through the
we're
pictures
talking about
yourself.
that. It's because they like the BBLs and the fake hair. That's why they don't like us.
It's bullshit though. It's bullshit because I actually find that I've met Zinga a couple of times, yeah, and I actually find that when she opens her mouth and speaks, right, I find what comes out of your mouth very attractive, yeah, in a very positive way. And the reason being is because I think you're, like Charles said, he used that word grounded, yeah. I think you are very grounded. Yeah, I know, it's jealous, mate, because I'm the English flirt in the room, yeah. But I'm just saying, I think you are very grounded in what you're saying. I haven't seen much of a humor side from you yet, but I'll be intrigued to see it.
Okay.
We'll
now I'm uncomfortable, so let's move on.
I got a tendency of doing that. Yeah, sorry, because we're talking about you.
Well, I appreciate it.
Oh, hang on. Let's switch the roles. I got a fun little game to play. Do you remember the first time I asked you a question? I asked you to rate me between 1 and 10 on attractiveness.
Are we doing this again?
Yeah. I want right. Because Carmen upped me. Yeah.
It was me.
What'd you find?
Why do you keep doing that?
Yeah, but you didn't.
We need Athena. Athena also rated
Athena?
you.
Yeah.
What's
Right.
Athena?
Do I deserve more than a 3? Have I earned more than a 3 yet, or not? Or am I still a 3 in your eyes, Zinga?
I haven't seen you in a long time. It's been a while.
Okay, so I want to work on that because I want to at least go up to a 4. A 4. What can I do to improve what can I do to improve myself?
Oh my God, bro.
Hell
no, man.
Ask Anonymous. This is a man question.
Bro, listen. How about you just give me a 4 right now to save me? How about you just
Wait. Get with Coley, get with Marte, get with Anonymous, and y'all talk about these things.
Okay. And then if I do that, would you at least give me an extra point?
You know what? Yes.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
Oh, shut up, bro.
No, y'all are hilarious, man. Y'all are hilarious.
See, yeah, we got it.
Look, see that right there? What Mark just tried to do is he tried to psychologically figure out a way
come
to
on.
get you to have some sort of attraction to him.
Only because
my point.
Only because I find her attractive. Only because I find her attractive in the first place.
Exactly, because he finds Zinga and myself attractive at first.
Right.
Because there's
I
something
wouldn't bother
in his
otherwise.
loins that wants biracial kids. So it's biology. It's biology, and then he used psychology.
Yeah.
So he proved me right.
Hey, Mark.
I love that.
Mark said he's trying to get him some of that American chocolate milk.
Charles.
Yeah.
I think we
Wow.
all said the same thing. I think we all said psychology comes second and third.
Nah.
I think so.
Nah.
There you go.
Anonymous, you know what? Anonymous could be extremely cerebral. You know
What
what
do
I
you
mean?
mean?
Like Anonymous could be like so analytical that
Yeah.
everyone else thinks that way. It's possible.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
are you tismed a little bit? Like, are you on the spectrum of tism?
oh my god,
stupid.
God. Oh my god.
No.
Oh, I see the humor now. I see the humor.
I was
Love
kidding
it,
at the
love
end.
it, love it.
But seriously, he may be extremely analytical.
Fuck, man. Oh shit, sorry.
Did she really just say you were on the spectrum? Oh,
Look,
she really just said that.
I asked.
Look, but see, that right there just proves what I said earlier about Zinga having this unassuming humor that when
Right,
it pops
I see
up,
it now. I see it. I see it now.
it's like it hits right on point in the most unsuspecting way. She came through with the
Falcon punch.
That was brutal though. She was being brutal, but bro, she knows you can take it. That's why. It's a term of it's endearment, isn't it? It's endearment.
I know she's joking. I know she's joking.
Yeah.
No, but
I'm not
no.
joking about the analytical part though.
Well, I know that. Well, I know that. Yeah, no. What she said is correct about that. What she said is correct because my whole thing is, I don't necessarily like to try to go through life telling people that they're right or wrong because maybe I'm approaching it from an angle that maybe I'm overlooking something, or maybe I didn't see this, or maybe I didn't see that. So when I'm asking questions, it's not necessarily to say, "Ah ha ha, you're stupid."
No,
I'm just trying to understand other people's perspective.
I think you ask all the right questions, actually, Charles. I think you do ask the right questions, but I understand what Zinga's saying. I think you're very analytical. Like I said, I called you Data from Star Trek once in one of the previous podcasts. Do you know what I'm saying? And I did that for a reason. It's not designed to be offensive either.
Right,
it's more designed to be like, look, we realize that I think sometimes over analyze something to the point where people can get stuck in a spiral, you know, like you never get to a full answer, or we never really fully get to a full answer. We've all got our own different opinions, but I don't think there's anything bad with that either.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think it's a good thing.
About moral things that need a truth or false answer, you know, we're talking about opinions, so
yeah,
I think it's good.
Watch out, he's gonna be like, well, see, psychologically, we all have different conversations psychologically.
Yep.
Yeah, right. So you can see, Karma knew exactly.
Yep.
Carmen. I called you Karma. I called Carmen Karma.
Mm-hmm.
See, I think Charles likes when I disagree with you. So whatever. Let's go.
Well, I mean, it's not so much about whether people disagree with me or not. It's just I don't mind having my perspective challenged if I have a perspective on something. Because
but are you willing to what do you call it? Are you willing to shift your perspective if you think that somebody has given you a reason to do so? If not, then you're an ideologue.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I can adapt a different perspective if I get new information. It happens all the time.
I mean, are you happy to accept that your
I'm gonna say
perspective
it in Spanish too. No. Okay, no.
Hey.
Comprendo un poquito Spanish. Oh, do you know I know a little bit Spanish, or I can speak like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12. I can count. I can count.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, man, the dang old boy ain't right. Man, I'm going to talk about him kicking them dang old ass. Man, I don't take.
I know tienes novia.
Oh, tienes
that means you have a
novia.
That means you have a girlfriend.
No, tengo no novia.
I wasn't.
Yeah, you would say no tengo. No
tengo.
Tienes novio.
No, I don't have a boyfriend either. I see what you did there. You put an O on the end.
Yeah, look who
made it masculine.
Guy trying to bully an extra, trying to point out. Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do.
I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun.
Shit like that.
Love you.
Where's Coley? Is he back yet?
No, he's not back yet. But no, we're gonna go ahead and keep the show pushing. This has been a great conversation. So before we move on, if you are just now tuning in, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on their social media sites. And if you want to sound off in the conversation, I pinned the link to the top of the chat so you can click the link and pull up on the panel. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next question. Do we choose partners consciously or subconsciously? I'll read it one more time. Do we choose partners consciously or subconsciously? I see the wheels turning. Yes. Yes. I like this. I'm liking this.
Well, I'm going to put it out to... I'm a chauvinist. Ladies first.
That's not what that means.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Like,
you
go
mean
ahead.
you mean chivalrous?
Yeah, that's the word. That's the one. What did I say? Chauvinist. Stupid. Thank you. Yeah. I'm trying to be chivalrous, but I'm being stupid about it.
Stop the cap. Questions. These are hard questions.
Well, they're
not
thought-provoking.
hard, but they're they're like
thought-provoking.
They're like really deep.
Yeah.
They're almost unanswerable questions. You always ask unanswerable questions.
Because you can't go to a poll. You're not going to find like self-reporting data on this. But I would say that wise people choose consciously. But I mean, there's a little bit of mixture of subconscious as well. For instance, with my husband, I'm like, why do I like white men so much? Well, my mom.
Oh, really?
No, when I was like 2 or 3, I watched The Bodyguard with Whitney Houston and Kevin Costner. And when Scott and I were, I love it. And when Scott and I were dating, I hadn't seen it since I was little. When Scott and I were dating, we watched it. And I was like, holy crap. Now I understand why I chose the man I chose. It was really subconscious. But while dating him before watching that movie, I was very conscious, like what I'm choosing. We had a lot of conversations about the life we wanted to live and all that type of thing. So I think smart people make conscious decisions, but I do think you can't help but have some subconscious.
I think that was so well put. So well put.
Oh, here goes Mark again.
Oh my God.
No. It's Carmen's turn. Carmen's turn. No, I was agreeing.
I'm thinking about the question. I think it has to do a lot, and this is going back. I think it has to do a lot with how you grew up, to be honest. And I know I'm gonna sound very Sigmund Freud here. I don't think it has anything. I think that you subconsciously marry your dad or marry someone.
Oh.
I do. And that
I get what you mean.
That doesn't sound like, I don't mean to sound.
No, I think you're right.
I don't mean to sound weird or like awkward, but when I look at my husband and I really think about what made me fall in love with him, it's the fact that he reminded me a lot of my dad. Oh God, that sounds like, oh, I married my dad. Like no. It's a lot. The core values that I feel for him reminded me of my father, and I don't think that's a weird thing. I think that.
I understand because it comes from.
I mean, as a woman, as a girl, your father is the first man that you fall in love with, because it
comes from familiarity. I think what women seek from a man is something familiar. So when you're raised by a father, right, you are familiarized with that male presence and that male role model in your life, and so you're always going to be. And I've seen it happen. I've seen it. It's a phenomenon that happens. People are attracted to people that are very much like what is familiar to them.
It's a weird thing. It's I think it has to do whether you choose subconsciously or consciously. I think it has to do with more the subconscious based on where you grew up with.
I agree, but I also think that Zinga is onto a point because I think a smart person is able to utilize their consciousness over their subconscious. And I think that subconscious thought processes need to be addressed. Like if you're finding yourself like subconsciously, I don't know, performing an action, right? I think it's important to consciously be aware of those subconscious actions that you're taking, which seems to me that you are, Carmen, because you're saying, look, subconsciously, I'm conscious about my subconscious.
Yeah, I think it's, you're right. I think it's both. I think that you definitely have to find somebody who's equally yoked to you, and have the same values. And I don't think that has to do with anything with race or anything. Not to make a conversation about that. I mean, because it doesn't matter. It's just your values. I think that you subconsciously choose who you end up with based on how you were raised. So you either choose someone who reminds you of that parent, or you choose the opposite. And I think most of us choose somebody who is
familiar.
Yeah.
So real quick, I want to give a big shout out to Mo Rebuttal sounding off in the chat. He's pulled up on the panel before. Big shout out to you and your family, bro. Hope you're having a happy new year, and I wish you all the best and success. He says attraction cannot be negotiated, and I agree with that. If you think otherwise, imagine a guy who sits around, does nothing, and brings nothing to the table, but he's an expert negotiator. Does the girl stay long term?
No, she doesn't. Because, well, no, sometimes they do, because an expert manipulator is able
negotiator.
Well, yeah, but a negotiator could be, like, I don't know, one and the same thing. Negotiate. It depends what we're talking about. If we're going back to anyway, look, I don't want to bring it back to the last thing. I don't want to. I'm just saying he could be onto a point, right? With the fact that an expert negotiator, right, is only negotiating with their partner in order to maintain keeping them by their side, right? They're negotiating, but at the same time, oh man, I'm struggling to get this out. I'm just saying that I don't think it will last long term. I don't think it will last long term. A manipulative relationship based on manipulation, I don't think lasts long term. And I think it all comes down to just, if you're meant to be with someone, you're just meant to be with someone. You know, there are plenty of relationships out there. You like Zinga and her partner, Carmen and her partner. Like, I think they're meant to be together.
Husband.
You know.
Okay. All right.
Husband.
So Zinga, what do you think?
Zinga.
What do you think? If a man is an expert negotiator, does the girl stay long term, even though attraction cannot be negotiated? What do you think?
Mark just lost a point for saying sorry about that on his.
Well, I ain't that sorry.
That's what I was. We're all just joking, but I don't know.
The cap.
I don't. I don't know about. I don't know if it's if attraction is negotiable. But I do know women who have gotten with a man because he was a really good man, and as the relationship moved along, they became attracted to them. So I'm not sure how to answer the question, because I don't think you. Well, I guess I agree with Mo Rebuttal. You can't negotiate with attraction, but I do think that if you stay with someone long enough, sometimes you can find things that are attractive about them. And maybe that initial biological response you had to them wasn't, you didn't get hot in the pants, but then later you realize, like, oh, they're sweet, they're kind, they're strong, they're honest, blah, 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 blah. And then you get hot in the pants from that.
Okay. All right,
I think
Carmen?
it can absolutely be negotiated. Absolutely.
Stop the cap.
I think you can negotiate your way into being attracted to somebody because I think people fall in love with the potential of a person. You can fall in love with the potential of a person, and we see it every day. We see women have children by men who are in jail, by men who are pookies and ray-rays, and yeah, absolutely. And that tell them sweet lies all day, every day.
Oh, that sounds psychological, doesn't it?
See, here you go. We are psychological.
We were waiting for that, bro. We were waiting for that.
Let me reverse Uno on your ass. I don't have my reverse Uno card deck right now. But let me reverse Uno on you, Charles. Why were we emotionally attracted to them?
Hold on, I got you on the reverse.
I don't have my reverse Uno card. Somebody
Look, I got you. I got the reverse Uno right here.
Get it.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that. I was not emotionally attracted to you before that. I didn't know you was a Ray Ray or a Pookie or a Nick. I don't know. What's the whatever. I didn't know that. I was emotionally attracted to you by something. So yeah, I think attraction can definitely be negotiated. That's why, because I was emotionally attracted to you at first, right? And now you're negotiating.
Yeah, but okay, but if that's the case, then what can a man do to negotiate emotions out of you?
A lot of things. Men lie. Men do.
Oh, really? Oh, they lie. Oh,
Do you not lie?
So they play psychological games, like I said before.
Yeah, after I got with you emotionally.
Nah,
Ooh.
but that's
okay.
It keeps.
Nah, because I can tell you what you want to hear.
You see how Anonymous wants to argue with me? Yeah,
I can see it.
You want me to tell you how I know it's psychological?
How?
It's because so many women have the Disney fairy tale effect.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
And we all fall in love with Prince Charming. So if you don't look like Prince Charming,
emotionally,
because what will happen is that you could be with a guy, right? Your friends, your family are telling you, hey, this guy's no good for you. He beats on you. He cheats on you. He's a liar. He's a manipulator. He don't care about you. And you know what the women will say? Yeah, but I love him though. You know, you don't see what I see in him.
But those women are usually really broken. They've got some issues.
No, you're
you're talking about like people with serious issues.
No, you're right. But I'm just trying to figure out how emotion can be negotiated though. Because a negotiation has to be something that's agreed upon. Like I can't negotiate something. Like I can't be a good negotiator if you don't agree to the terms and you don't see the value of what I'm bringing.
No, you can't be a good negotiator if you refuse to listen to what everyone else is telling you.
You can. Like I said,
if you refuse to listen,
women are emotionally attached to the potential of a man.
Yeah, but but how do you negotiate that though?
I can see how you can be great.
Right.
But you're not great at that moment, but I'm still with you. But I can see, but he can be the next Bill Gates. I can see it.
Ugh.
But there you go.
Yeah, but
I'm emotionally attached to you first. I am emotionally attached to you first, is my point.
Yeah, but there's no negotiation that's involved in that. That's kind of what his point is.
Do you think negotiate is the right word?
I mean, I'm going off of how he framed it.
Right.
I'm going off of how he framed it. And it's like attraction really isn't a choice. So if attraction is not a choice, I mean, I don't know if anybody else on the panel agrees with that. But if we agree that attraction is not a choice, then that kind of ties into what he said about attraction cannot be negotiated. Because that means there's a degree of choice involved in the negotiation.
Kind of.
Okay, that makes sense.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the impulse is for you to be attract this person. So if you are not attractive to this person to begin with, like what are you approaching?
You know what? I'll give you a perfect example of somebody trying to negotiate attraction. Why do we call men simps?
Because they're willing to play another man's safe game. They're willing to just.
Well, no, that's like with single moms. I'm talking about with guys being simps. They're trying to buy a woman's affection. Oh, baby, I'll take you to this restaurant.
Because
oh, baby, I'll do this.
They lead with their woman with their money first.
Right. So they're
wallet.
right. So instead of letting it be natural, they're trying to negotiate their way into it, and it doesn't work.
But even if you're ugly, you still need me to approach you. Even if you're ugly or fat or whatever, you still need me to approach. I don't know if you got $500 in your wallet before me approaching you.
Yeah, but if you're
you have
to
me, look the part.
Yeah, but if you're
like you got money, which
right,
is
but
why
if you're
a lot of men out here, especially
but if you're
Atlanta,
attracted, right? But if you're attracted to me, it doesn't matter if I'm broke or not.
It does matter. It does.
Not if you're attracted to me, no.
What makes me attracted to you?
If you're broke and I'm attracted, then
it's what you bring. It's why men all in general come with the rented cars here in Atlanta. They rent cars, they rent homes, they freaking stop paying their bills to buy a section in the club. That's what I'm attracted to because I am emotionally attached to you. Oh, I see that you rented the car. That's a very nice car. I don't know that you rented it. You appearing as like you own it. I walk in the club. Oh, okay. He bought a whole section. I don't know that you don't pay your rent to buy that section. You did, but I'm attracted to what I'm seeing. That's what
isn't this beyond attraction? Like I'm thinking when you say attraction, I think initial. You see someone for the first time or your first
initial attraction.
Yeah, like not like
I think he's saying attraction like all encompassing. That's what I'm getting from it. I mean, I could be wrong.
I'm thinking attraction more as impulse. Like psychology plays a part of it, but it's an impulse. It's a catalyst to me approaching you. How the hell you can play games with me if I don't approach you first? If I don't talk to you because I don't think that you're important, how am I going to talk to you?
Yeah, but I think the only circumstance or one of the very few circumstances where women actually approach men is if there's something about a man that makes him stand out to a very significant degree. I'll give you an example. So I'll scroll through Instagram. I don't know if you heard of this guy who all he does is just walk around and chill. He goes by King 6'8" the Great. It's this super tall black dude, muscular, tattoos, and all he does is just chill and just walk around. And women are coming up to him left and right, trying to get his attention, giving him their number, trying to get with him, just because he's tall, muscular, black,
and black.
Yeah,
right.
But the rest of us.
So now it's a race thing, isn't it? So now you've gone from a sex gender thing to.
So it's not like what psychological games that he played before women went to him emotionally first because they think that he was somebody.
He's
okay,
big.
Do you know what they probably see a guy walking around with an air of confidence about him, an air of confidence, yeah.
Thank you, Mark. But they see
emotional first.
What's a stereotype about black men down there? Okay, and then
hung like donkeys. They say
it has to be like a elephant trunk. And then he's tall. He can throw you across a room and like bench press you and curl you, bicep curl you. That's super sexy.
Yeah,
that's biology.
That sounds psychological because you're going.
That sounds physical. Sounds biological. Sounds biological.
That's emotional.
Hold on, hear me out.
That's emotional.
No, I know that, but I know that. I know. But hear me out, though.
We want someone who can protect us. Our ancestors, like we didn't have, like if we're thinking about modernity, we don't have like tools, we don't have guns and all this type of stuff. So we always needed a man to go out, hunt, kill, bring back, protect us. We still have that in us where we're like, ooh, he can bear hug me and protect me from the world. So I think it's first that in that instance, it's biology. And then if you start seeing him, you're like, actually, not only is he big and strong and has an elephant trunk, but he's also a kind man that is a leader. then you have the emotional attraction to
and
him.
then you find out that the big black man with the elephant trunk ain't shit. The car was rented. The house ain't.
Yeah, it turns out that the skinny little white dude is actually the guy with the elephant trunk, and nobody realized.
And
you
he
use
lives
your
at
mind and
home,
you say, I gotta
and
get
he
rid of this
lives
guy.
at his mom's basement. And then what happens? And then he
Gotcha, bitch.
Well, baby, I'm gonna do this. This is what I'm doing now. But see the vision. Believe in me. That's when the psychology comes in. The emotional attraction comes in at first.
I would argue that that's him trying to negotiate the attraction.
No, that you find out that's all a fugazi. It's all smoke and mirrors because he ain't shit.
Gotcha, bitch. What did you say, Charles? I didn't hear it.
No, I said I think that at that point he's trying to negotiate the attraction to get you to stay.
Well, yeah, especially if he's swinging around that trunk.
So you agree?
No, I no.
But you know, like,
well, no, I said in the beginning. Well, no,
our skinny little white dudes, right?
Well, I said
like, can surprise. We can surprise, okay?
Hey, we know you're well endowed, Mark. We have no doubt.
Right. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all I needed to hear.
What I'm saying
Did
is,
he just not say the initial emotional attraction that attracted me to the big black man with the enormous elephant trunk? And then he said, well, that's the whole point. After that, that makes you to stay.
Yo, I am the elephant in the room right now.
Stop the cap.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna quit talking.
well, no, because what I was saying in the beginning was that I agree with what he's saying, because if attraction can't be negotiated, then there's other factors that tie into you liking a person. And the reason I say that I say that it's not necessarily biological first is because you don't feel something, or you don't get thoughts in your head for every man that you see. So just because they're a man doesn't mean that you're just going to be attracted to them just because they're a man. It doesn't work like that. How do I know this? Because every guy that approaches you, you don't give them the time of day. You reject most of them. You reject most guys. So that alone can't be biology, because they're biologically a man, but you're still not giving them the time of day.
No.
Charles, you missed the point again, didn't you? Because I think we tried to establish earlier that from a man's point of view, we have to have the biological attraction first before we start implementing any kind of psychology.
No.
And like the women in here in the room are literally telling you that they think with their emotions before they start applying psychology. Applying it.
I'm not.
Are you not saying that?
No. I agree with Carmen a little bit. I'm saying I would put biology first, and I'm not talking about put PP in whole. Okay, I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about more like evolution, not Big Bang Theory, but think about like evolution. We do certain things to make sure we survive. So you look at a man and you go, can he provide? Can he protect? Can he lead? And you usually, like, if we're talking about initial meeting or seeing across the room, you kind of measure that by the person and what they look like. Like, even if they're not a big, tall guy with a huge elephant trunk, if they're shorter, but maybe they're dressed well, maybe they talk well, they interact with people, and you're like, okay, you're like, your biology goes, that's a guy I can follow. That's a guy that can provide, at least. And so that's what I'm saying when I say biology. It's not just sex. It's also like this.
That's interesting, because you're more in line with what I was saying earlier. Because I believe that biology comes first, but I was also under the impression that there's a difference between the men and the women, and that men are initially attracted to the biology,
one of
and the females are more emotional, like driven. But
I don't think we think
it's interesting.
About it. We don't go, he can protect and provide. Let me go approach him.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, we do.
Wait a minute.
So you feel it. You feel it instinctively.
Wait. Stop the show. So if that's the case, if you're saying that if you think it's something that you don't necessarily think about, if you're saying that it's something that you don't necessarily think about, then that begs the question: do we choose partners consciously or subconsciously?
Well, that's what I was about to say. Was I think in that regard, it's a little bit subconscious, because I don't think like you. Okay, let's say you've been drinking too much, and you see the big tall guy or the shorter, like well dressed guy or something like that. You're not like necessarily going, can he protect and provide? You're just like, I'm gonna go there. So I'm gonna go try. I'm gonna shoot my shot. You're not thinking about it that much. And I think the others, the emotions and the psychology, obviously you're thinking more. I hope I'm making sense of what I'm
You are making sense. You're making sense.
Yeah, you're making sense. All right. So, Carmen, what do you think? You think attraction can be negotiated? What do you think? If he's a good negotiator, is she staying or is she chunking up the deuce?
I think attraction can be negotiated for sure.
I don't know how, but
yeah, I think I just told you how. It's just you can.
I think we need to define
potential.
I think we need to define what does that
mean
I
guess
to negotiate attraction, because I don't fully understand myself.
Okay. Well, Mo Roboto comes back and says, Happy New Year to you and yours, bro. Family doing good. Cooking with them right now while I'm listening on my earbuds. Big shout out to you.
Tell him to go pretend to use the restroom so he could cam up and tell us what this means.
Oh man, yeah. Well, he got the link is up there. If he makes some time to pull up, then he'll pull up. As a matter of fact, you know what? As per Zynga's request, Mo Roboto, you got to pull up because the women here,
just for a second,
right? They need a little bit of clarification. Now,
I do.
Scott Harris with 1717 with his moderator privileges. He has a question for Mark. He says, if Mark is right, then how do you explain me?
I can explain Scott. What he's talking about is Carmen said like some women will kind of marry their dads, or someone like their dad, which I agree with. Well, I've only met mine 3 times. And so he's like, well, how do you explain me? Well, I very consciously chose a man that was the exact opposite of my father. Like I didn't want anyone like my father. That would knock me up and leave. So I was like, yeah, I ain't doing that.
So do you? Okay.
So still attribute the wrong attributes of your father, but still.
Exactly.
I didn't understand the question anyway. What was the question?
Version of your father, just the opposite version.
How do I explain what?
Well, he still played a part, at least, right? He was.
That's what I'm saying. Like you still somehow had the foundation of a father. You didn't want to marry your father. Opposite, but the foundation of your father was there.
Exactly. That's my husband, Mark, and he was. Yeah.
Okay.
He was saying, I couldn't. I've only met my father 3 times, so me marrying my dad would have been kind of hard. So he was like, well, how do you explain me marrying him since him and my dad are nothing alike? And I was like, well, I purposely didn't marry my father.
I would say the answer is I can't explain it. Like I'm not here to say that everybody follows a particular pattern in life. I'm saying that there are some people out there that are attracted to familiarity. It's the word I used earlier was familiarity, but sometimes people are attracted to opposites as well. Opposites do attract, yeah? It's not a general rule of thumb that I'm saying is every single woman out there is attracted to somebody like their dad. That's not what I was trying to portray. I was just simply trying to say that I've identified and noticed that there are people out there that are, and that's it. So like I'm not saying it's a general rule of thumb. So that's how I can explain that. There is no right or wrong.
Yeah, Scott Harris comes back and says they're conflating initial sexual attraction with staying in a relationship.
That's what I was thinking. We were talking about initial attraction.
Well, this is the thing, because once again, when we discuss these types of things, there are so many layers to the conversation. Like we talk in different layers, and I think that's the problem we've got. And so I was talking about initial attraction, but when we apply long-term relationship status, of course, psychology is a major part of that long-term relationship status. Of course it is,
And it kind of has to be, doesn't it? If you're talking about a marriage,
so.
because sometimes you don't have the feelings. And sometimes your biology goes against you if you're talking about growing old. You know what I mean? You have to make a conscious decision every day to say, I'm going to stay with this person. I love this person.
And this is the thing. One thing that I've realized with the best relationships out there from an observational point of view is it's the ones that put in the hard work to maintain the relationship. And that comes from both sides, from both the woman and the man, And that goes back to right from the very beginning where Coley was talking about power relationships, right? And that's what I'm talking about. It's about a harmonious relationship where you both bring something to the table and lift each other up. And if you can navigate that through your relationship and you can work together, then I think that that's what makes the best relationship. Now, I'm not speaking from experience. I'm speaking through observation.
Well, yeah, but what I was trying to get Coley and you to explain to me was like, what would be an example of a power couple if, in general, relationships have clearly defined like roles? Because
I would like to put this over to Zinga, because I'll tell you why. Because look, Zinga is in a relationship. She's married. She's got a husband. How long have you been together, Zinga, if I may ask? Or married? How long have you been married?
It'll be 4 years in April.
4 years. And how long have you been together in total?
6.
6. So I think that Zinga is more qualified to speak on this than I am.
Okay, what was the question?
I forgot the question as well.
I didn't get to hear when it was just the 3 guys. I saw that you guys were talking, but I was just trying to like clean up and wrangle girls and stuff.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about the concept of, what was it?
A power couple.
A power couple. Now, Coley termed a coin of a power couple. And I said that what we were trying to define is a good harmonious relationship where people amplify each other, both the woman and the male. And even though the man will still take the leadership role, and I'm sure that you as a woman appreciate your husband taking on that leadership role at times, doesn't mean to say that you're not there to amplify the best qualities of him. And likewise, I'm sure that he amplifies the best qualities in you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense or not? Or am I chatting shit?
It makes sense. I still don't know what the question is to me.
Well, no, because the initial question that I was going back and forth with Coley and Mark about was because Coley brought in the concept of creating a power couple. And so I pushed back and said, well, what does a power couple look like? Because I don't think that there's a such thing as that. Because whenever I hear the term power couple, it's usually strong, dominant, successful man, and a strong, dominant, successful woman wants to couple with the strong, dominant, successful man, and they're both bosses and they both call shots together.
That's exactly what I think.
Right. And I don't think that that's a real thing.
Well, you have maybe it's rare. Maybe that's why they're power couples. I don't know if it's healthy, but if you have the Obamas, they stay together, I guess. I know there were rumors about them.
But that's a gay relationship, isn't it?
Possibly.
A homosexual relationship.
Possibly. But I'm just saying, I guess that could be.
I'm just saying.
Okay, Megyn Kelly, for instance. She's more famous, but her husband is a very successful author. People know who he is. So I guess that can be a power couple. Again, I agree with Anonymous's definition of a power couple. I just don't know if it's healthy. I don't know if it's balanced. I don't know if that's by God's design,
Yeah. Unnatural, an unnatural relationship.
Well, because, and I think this is what Anonymous is getting at, is if you're talking about the the roles of each sex, the man is supposed to go out there and bring back the head of the dragon or whatever, and the woman is taking care of house and home and making sure things are okay there. But if you look at like Proverbs 31, the woman was able to like run the business and run the home, and she had her hands in everything. And the husband was like a elder of the town. He was the guy that everybody went to ask for advice and all that stuff. So I guess you could say that's a power couple in Proverbs 31, but she wasn't dominant. She was very submissive, and everyone knew her as this man's wife. You know what I mean? But I just don't know if we should all try to be that, because that could be really exhausting. Like, you have to be like a certain personality type, especially for the women, a certain personality type, and have a huge bandwidth to do a lot of different things. And that's really, really hard. So I think we should just try to get a regular relationship. Be a regular, good, healthy couple. And if you rise to the occasion, then go on.
All right, Mo Remoto says you can't pull up date night with the wife. There are many real cases for this, but think of that B Rose from the Titanic. In her last days, all she could think of was about some homeless guy, not her husband and family. Hey, he ain't lying though.
No, seriously though.
He ain't lying though. He ain't lying though. He ain't lying though. And one thing we could all agree on about her was this:
she belongs to the streets.
Yeah, she was nasty. She's got a good point.
All right, so Scott Harris comes back again and says a power couple gets redefined with each generation's value shifts. Now I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And,
it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, so Mark, what do you think? Do we choose partners consciously or subconsciously? Because I already got Zinka's feedback. She says she thinks it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I hate to be wishy-washy, but I have to agree. It has to be a little bit of both. I think that we can't control, like, one thing I've learned about subconscious is that we have to, as we grow, learn to identify our subconscious thoughts, So we can do things on auto drive quite a lot of the time, but I don't think that makes you in full control of your decision making. So I think that when you can identify your subconscious thoughts and understand where they're coming from, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because a subconscious thought is a subconscious thought. It's like, well, if it's a conscious thought, then you're not consciously thinking about it in the first place. But I think what we need to do is be like aware of our thoughts and feelings, and to be able to identify where subconscious thoughts are coming from, and then therefore we end up maintaining a lot more control. And then I think that you should be able to implement a conscious thought primarily into your relationship building. But I think that only comes with age. I think that when you're young, and I think that when you're naive in the world, everything is subconscious. You just act and you react. But as you age, you learn to stop reacting quite so sporadically, so that you can make your thoughts more conscious as opposed to subconscious. And I think that it's an age thing. I don't think it's a relationship thing. I think that young people are very subconscious minded, and older people become more conscious minded. Until they get like what do you call it, Alzheimer's or something. So it's an age thing. There's so much to consider, isn't there, when it comes to psychology and how we can control our subconscious thinking and how we can act on those subconscious thoughts, and whether you actually can identify them in the first place, because a lot of people just act subconsciously throughout their entire lives and just act like an auto drive, like I said a minute ago.
Okay, I guess I can give my take on this because I haven't really spoken to this yet. I think that in the majority of instances, we pick our partners consciously. And to Zinga's point, I think there's a degree of subconscious that plays into our decision making, but at the same time, the way the human body works is that it doesn't move without the brain telling it to. Right. And so with that being said, I think a lot of our thoughts and things play into that. And so there's a lot of brain activity that has to take place that leads to you making decisions that ties into what Zinga said about picking your partners consciously. Because we can have these conversations about guys sleeping with the wrong woman and getting her pregnant. It's something that they didn't think about the long-term effects of it until after it's done. And now you're saying like, oh man, how did I get here? Like, man, I got the wrong chick pregnant. Now I got to do this, and this. I think that a lot of times when people end up in situations like that, I don't necessarily think that they're making subconscious decisions. I think that they're making short-sighted conscious decisions.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I think it is. Now, when it comes to the subconscious, I think that there are factors that play into that go into the long term of, okay, we're in a relationship now. When it comes to like emotional triggers and all that type of stuff, those are like subconscious, and those tend to come from things that you don't necessarily have control over. But at the same time, you do have enough control to be able to identify certain subconscious thoughts and then act in a different way consciously based on what's going on in the subconscious. Because it's like, just because you have a subconscious thought doesn't mean you have to make conscious choices based on a subconscious thought. Does that make sense?
It does. The trouble with subconscious choices is that you go into that, like I said a minute ago, auto drive. Yeah. So, for example, when I was younger, I had less inhibitions. Is that the right word? Mm-hmm. Inhibitions, or more inhibitions. Anyway, the point being is, I'm saying that I was very much driven by my subconscious feelings and thoughts when I was younger, as opposed to now that I'm older, I'm able to identify unconscious choices that I made in the past, and I'm now able to look at those choices that I made in the past and consciously make a better decision moving forward into the future. But I think we can only do that when we've experienced like our subconscious leading us down the wrong garden path in the first place. We go, hang on a sec, if only I'd thought more clearly about things, if only I'd thought harder about that, then perhaps I wouldn't have gone down that road. So you learn from your mistakes, and then you do something more consciously about it to move forward and make your life better.
Okay, that sounds solid. That sounds solid. Carmen, do we choose our partners consciously or subconsciously? What do you think?
I think we choose our partner subconsciously for what I said earlier. I think there's something in you based on how you were raised and based on what you saw that subconsciously made you gravitate to that person.
So you say you think we pick them subconsciously?
Yeah. Subconsciously, I do.
Like initially or long term?
Long term, because we stay long term even with partners that don't belong, that we don't belong together, even though we stay. So I
sure.
No. Subconsciously, I think we do.
No, surely though, Carmen, surely, right? You pick them subconsciously initially, yeah, but then you consciously decide to stay with them long term. I think that's what Zinga was trying to get. She's like, are you staying with people subconsciously long term? Because I would say that that's not the right thing to do. You're staying with your partner consciously long term, not subconsciously. You're doing it deliberately, not because you're driven by emotion. The psychology's already kicked in now. The initial attraction, the biology happened, then that happened. Now the psychology's kicked in, and now you're doomed to be forever together.
And that's why he has that. See, I told you. Subconsciously, yeah. And we keep going back into psychology not being the first thing, being the second.
I know. I always like to bring it back. Just for the sake of the podcast, just for fun. But no, I think Zinga had a very valid point though with their question. Seriously, are you in a long-term relationship, consciously or subconsciously? Because I think the subconscious part of it was the initial attraction. There was a subconscious initial attraction, but now you're consciously together, and you're consciously doing this together in a power relationship dynamic.
That's true. That's very true. I agree. I agree. I think it's both. Made me change my mind. Subconsciously, I do think that we choose subconsciously our partner, but we consciously stay together. So yeah, I think it's both.
I'm
Mark.
still
Mark got
kind
a
of
point.
I'm still on the same side as Zinga when she says that it's mostly consciously with a little bit of subconscious. And the reason I say that is because there are certain aspects of us being human beings that are programmed into our subconscious that we don't have to think about. I'll give you an example. You don't have to consciously blink. You don't have to consciously breathe. Right? There's certain functions of the human body that you don't have to think about. Like you don't have to consciously go take a piss. Like you don't consciously get thirsty, right? Like you don't consciously get hungry. Now there's certain ways that you can program yourself against certain things depending on the circumstance you're in, which I get. But in a general sense, I think that the overwhelming majority of our decisions are based on conscious choices. So when it comes to even going out on a date with somebody, you still have to input conscious factors into whether you even want to accept the date or not. You see what I'm saying? Now, to Carmen's point, when she was talking about looking for trace of her father, I think that kind of plays into the subconscious because
subconscious.
Right. That those are subconscious factors because you were born into a system where things were already set up a certain way. Right. So you came in as an empty memory card, and then you had certain software that was automatically installed. Now your father.
Now who's talking about electronics, bro?
Yeah, me.
Exactly.
Me.
You see.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
But based on like what Carmen was saying, how you're raised, there's certain things and there's certain qualities and behaviors that are programmed into your subconscious that you grow up not even really thinking about until you get older, kind of like what Mark was saying and kind of like what Carmen was saying. So you could have certain habits and traits and characteristics that are part of your personality that you may not understand about yourself. You may have your little quirks and your qualms or whatever that other people don't understand, or maybe you have an understanding of it and it's just something that makes you you. So I think that in a general sense that I say 95% of our decisions are conscious, whereas the other 5% are subconscious. Because I don't think that everyone's always in their right frame of mind all the time. But when it comes to our decisions, I think that a lot of times we are. It's just you make long-sighted decisions and you make short-sighted decisions.
But don't you think it's impulse? Because a lot of people think that your gut feeling is subconsciously, not consciously. You have gut feeling of this, and most of the time it's right.
No, you're right. You're right. But here's the thing: you can have a subconscious thought, but then in order for you to act on it, it stems from a conscious thought to act.
Sure, right. Hang on. So I've been following a few people online recently. One of them is Dr. Bob Proctor. I suggest
stop the cap.
You go and check. No. Check this out. Dr. Bob Proctor talks about the subconscious mind, and he talks about paradigms. Right, and also we got Dr. Bruce Lipton. He also talks about paradigms and how we shift our paradigms to become the better version of ourselves. And the point being is, now we're getting into psychology. We're speaking of subconscious mind, and I think that a lot of people live in a subconscious context through their life. You know, they download paradigms, they download belief systems, they do this, that, and the other. Yo, am I here? Yo, did you lose me for a sec? Anyway, what I'm saying is, subconscious mind drive, is a natural phenomenon that happens to every single one of us, whether we want to accept it or not, or realize it or not. But at the same time, right, the conscious part of our brain is if we're able to do it, we're able to identify those paradigms, and make a paradigm shift, right? And the only way you can do that, right, is through practice. It's through practice. Yeah. So you can't you're right. In order to change your subconscious, you have to do it consciously, which is a bit of a paradox in itself.
Well, I think one follows the. I agree with that. I think one follows the other. One follows the other, and I think the subconsciously one follows the conscious. Because Anonymous is right. You have to consciously act on it, but subconsciously something told you to act on it. It's our fight or flight. It's our fight or flight. We're human beings. We know when we're in danger, and when we're in danger, something within us subconsciously tell us you're not supposed to be in this place. You in danger. Act on it. So I think that's why I think Anonymous said 95% is consciously. I disagree.
But then
I think 95% is 90% is subconsciously, 10% is consciously.
It is, and that's why I say that men are subconsciously.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
No, she's right, right, and that's why I say
it's a gut feeling in you. Everybody knows when you go into a scary movie that you're not supposed to. What tells you not to go into the scary room? Something tells you.
Emotions. Hang on, this comes back down to subconsciously. A man and a woman are different with their subconscious because a man is physically attracted, like biologically, and a woman is emotionally attracted subconsciously. So it all ties back once again, subconscious.
Subconsciously.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad that you made that connection, because in order for something to be conscious or subconscious, that means it's a form of psychology taking place first.
I love it when you do that. I love it when you do that.
It means that when it comes to women, something in your emotions told you that it's wrong. No.
Okay, you know what? I got a question for you. I got a question for Karma and Zinga.
Oh,
so no.
Karma.
It's nothing bad.
Right, y'all gonna stop calling me Karma.
Let's do this, Karma. Come on, Karma.
Oh, I called you Karma earlier. Sorry, Karma.
You called me, Mark called me Karma. Now you got Anonymous calling me Karma. Y'all gonna stop calling me Karma.
I didn't call you Karma. I said Carmen and Zinga.
That's called subconscious. I got into his subconscious mind. I got into his subconscious, bro. I got into his subconscious.
Oh, hardy
hard. Like I'm a stripper at Magic City.
Hardy hard.
And here's Karma. Get those dollar bills out, boys.
Right. Magic City.
Bow, 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 bow.
No, but okay. So let me ask a question to Carmen and Zinga, right? So would you say that a woman's intuition is a conscious thing or a subconscious thing? I mean, me personally, I don't really think it's real.
Define woman's intuition before we continue. I need definitions tonight. I've been sick and I'm drinking, so.
Uh-oh. She drunk in love.
Oh, bless you.
Well, you know what? I guess the intuition is a feeling of something amiss. I don't have a definition in front of me. I'm just kind of winging it.
It's subconscious. I'll answer that. I'll answer by the thing. It's subconscious. 95% of the time, we already know that what you've been up to before we even find out. Before we even go through your phone. Before we even go through your phone, we already have the subconscious decision. Let me go through your phone. What do you think that is? We know we're going to find something.
That's not always true.
Well, that's paranoia. That's paranoia. That's like paranoia, though, isn't it?
Hey, you know what, Mark? I like that answer. You coming in running the game tonight.
I'm not trying to overtake your podcast, mate. I'm not actually. I don't think I am. I think you're literally hosting it, and I'm just here to. No. I honestly don't. I know that Charles runs
you're
this.
always the
runs
loudest
this show
too, which is hilarious.
Right.
Well, I'm just the loudest and boldest.
But you are the loudest every time.
It's because of his audio.
I know. It is my audio. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's his audio because he
Did
always
you turn
has
it up to 11.
Yeah, I'm going to learn to. I'm going to learn to turn it down a bit. I said that to Charles before I came into the show tonight. I said, "Do you know what?" Didn't I, Charles? I said, "I think that my microphone volume, and I always end up being the loudest in the show, and I want to try to minimize that a little bit." Didn't I say that, Charles, before we came in?
Well, the
did I
reason
say
why,
that or not?
Yeah, no,
Well,
you did.
what you
reason
lack
why
in big elephant trunk, you've gained in voice.
In charisma. It's called charisma. I've got charisma.
Zinga.
Indeed. Sorry.
Zinga, don't lie to him. Don't lie to him, Zinga.
I know what she's trying to say. Look. I know what she's saying. She's saying you're a loud ass bitch.
Psychological games. It's not my looks, it's my charisma. Yeah.
It's not your booty, it's your beauty. Yeah. It's not your booty. No, baby, it's not you. It's me. It's not you. It's me. It's me.
I think I said that one time in my life,
Mm-hmm.
or I almost did, and I was like,
"It's not you, it's me."
I'm not gonna say that. That's not true.
The reason I like Zinga is because I think that Zinga is brutally honest. Yeah, like what I would call brutally honest. She's not going to turn around and go, "Oh, it's not you. It's not you. It's me." Are you, Zinga? You're going to turn around and say, "Actually, I don't think it was me. I think it was you. You acted like a dick." Yeah, and say it as it is.
I don't know.
Am I right?
I would, if I got mad, maybe, but I guess it's everybody. But there was one time, and I know this is off subject, but let me just tell this quick story. There was one time where a friend of mine met me for coffee, and he's overweight, not terribly, but just enough for me to be like, eh. And
stop laughing.
He had,
don't laugh for the fat guy in the room. That's not very nice.
Well, it's not like he had a condition,
anyway,
right?
carry on.
Cheetos, you know what I mean? So I think we should go back to laughing at fat people because they do it to themselves. And
do you really?
If we shame them into
body shaming, do you think body shaming is a good thing?
Yeah, because the next time they're about to put that Cheeto, they're gonna be like, Zinga called me a fat bitch last night, and they're gonna put it down.
Yeah, body shaming should come back. Body shame.
Yeah,
as a former somebody who was
really. But how would you feel uncomfortable if somebody body shamed you? And how would you react if somebody body shamed you?
Look at me.
No, I know, but I mean, I can't find any fault to find at the moment. But I'm just saying, if I inspected you proper, I'm sure I could find something.
Let me caveat.
I did.
Let me caveat. If it's your friend or someone you know, I think you kind of should, especially if you're the same sex. The opposite sex, I think maybe you leave that alone because men and women talk differently to each other. But let me finish my story. So anyway, he's overweight and he had a pimple that was bleeding and he had a hair. I kid you not. I'm not lying. He had a single strand of hair coming out of his forehead and it was yay long.
No, I'm laughing.
It was yay
long. I'm laughing.
We were outside. And so guess what it was doing? It was
blowing around in the breeze like an antenna.
Hey, yo, what the
fuck? And I'm not trying to be mean, but he was like telling me that he liked me. And I liked him as a friend. There was no, I wasn't hot in the pants for him. And I was just like, I want to keep this person as a friend, but I'm also not going to pretend to like, it was hard.
Okay, Charles, here goes your question. How you can psychology liken Zinga this guy? Please. Tell me.
I can psychologize it.
Psychologize it.
I can psychologize it. So there's biology. First of all,
overweight. He got a pimple and he got a hair right on his forehead or whatever it was. Psychologize your way out of that.
I'm going to psychologize it for Anonymous, and I think he would agree. Those three things tell you that this is a person that doesn't take care of themselves. They're probably a little bit lazy. This is not a good partner.
Attraction, right? Okay.
Anonymous.
I'm serious. Psychologize your way out of that.
Anonymous, come back.
We the people is waiting.
Hold up.
Psychologize your way out of that.
Like
there's certain flag. He overweight. He got a zit. He got a hair. It sounds like okay. He got some.
I'm gonna act on Anonymous Based behalf. right? I'm going to say I can psychologize his way out of it. I'll tell you how.
Oh, okay.
You see that guy with the one strand coming out of his hair? He was owning that one strand, yeah? He was owning that psychologically. He was like, do you know what? This one strand out of my hair, I'm not like naive to it. I own it. I love it. And it's what he thinks makes him attractive. He's like, do you know what? I'm going to go out there. I'm going to chat up Zinga. And I'm going to be like, you see my little one strand of hair sticking out the top of my head? I'm going to rock that in the wind for Zinga.
Zinga as beautiful.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm not sure he knew it was there. And
he
that's
confident.
the problem.
He
That's
confident.
the problem.
He real
No.
confident. He can stepped up to Zinga and psychologize his way out of that. Yeah, he real confident. Go ahead. Go ahead, Anonymous. You've been real quiet. You've been
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
Subconsciously, she just told you that she friend zoned him. I'm just saying.
I was just having fun, but I want to hear what Charles has to say.
He was a great guy.
I'm
Otherwise,
going back to the question. Subconsciously, Zinga just told you she friend zoned him.
I didn't consciously friend zone. I consciously
friend zone yourself out of that.
And I consciously said no thanks.
There you go, conscious and subconscious. I love how we bring bring it back around.
Yeah, this whole thing is actually quite hilarious. This whole thing is actually quite hilarious. And the reason I say it's hilarious is because, like, with guys that really aren't lookers, what they have to do is they have to work on themselves mentally and change their mindset of how they conduct themselves, right? Because there are women out here that may not find a guy the most attractive, but if they listen to how he speaks and how he carries himself, sometimes, I'm not going to say all the time, but there are instances where a man can talk real smooth and he got that charm and he knows how to work it on her.
With the pimple in his forehead. Okay.
No, but
that was just lazy.
Right, but this is the thing.
Yeah, that was lazy on his part, because at the end of the day, if he was going on a date, he could have at least looked in the mirror and made an effort. He could have looked at himself and said, "Do you know what? Right, I don't want to turn up looking like I haven't made an effort." So that was a stupid decision on his part, and he did that maybe subconsciously, I don't know, but if he was more able to tap into his conscious self, he would have actually made an effort. He would have looked in the mirror and he would have understood the assignment ahead of him.
Yeah, but you got to think though, because as much
Mate, if I was going on a date with Zinga, I would have popped my spot and shaved my stupid little freaking pubic hair that's coming out the top of my head.
No, but you got to think though, just because we can criticize it and you know, we're judging it from the outside looking in, but to give it a little bit of grace, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he probably didn't have real friends around him that wanted to see him win, and be honest with him and let him know, like, hey, bro, you looking like crap. You can't be rolling with us like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
right, because any good friend of mine would have intervened and said, "Mate, if you're going on the date tonight, let me help." All my good friends would have been like, yeah. They would have been there to back me up, and they would have said, like, "Mark, you see, you got like a long hair sticking out the side of your head there."
Right.
I've been, thank you for pointing that out to me, mate. I didn't want to turn up to that date looking like an idiot, you know.
No, but at the same time, I think that that experience was necessary for him, because
but some people don't learn. Some people don't learn from that, because unless you fed that back to him, Zinga, unless you actually told him that,
I didn't say
he's not going to know that. Exactly. Of course you didn't say it, because you're not.
I don't think we match.
Right, because you're not going to turn around to him and say, because you got like a stupid.
He's married to a beautiful, like, chocolate Hershey kiss woman.
And are you happy? Are you happy for him?
Yeah, they have a.
Well, there we go then. So everything worked out okay. Everything worked out okay in the end anyway, because you're married. He's got his partner,
we were
and
never like we went on one date, and then I feel like I have to fend for myself, but. And then we just became friends because I just wasn't feeling it. Like I gave him a chance. I wasn't initially attracted, but I said, you know what? I could be missing out on a really great guy because I'm not initially attracted. So I went out with him a couple of times anyway, and then was like, you know what? It's just not there. And we became friends. And then a couple of years later, he decided he wanted to say, I like you and I want to date you. And I was like, it's just not there. And then I was a little bit offended because he did have that hair and the bleeding pimple and didn't try.
Yeah.
But now,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't matter. Like now he's married. High five.
Yeah, high five. No. Quickly. Just quick question, Zinga. Speaking of, right, you know, like you're saying you're still friends with this guy. You know, one thing that because one thing that comes up in conversation quite a lot is, can a man and a woman actually be friends if there's no kind of like sexual attraction there in the first place? And why do men and women maintain relationships? Like, can a man really be a friend with a woman if there's no like sexual attraction there in the first place?
No, like I consider Marte a friend. Me and Marte don't talk every day. We don't talk every week because I'm a woman and he's a man, and you just don't do that. Right. I have a married couple that me and my husband used to be friends with, and I found out that her husband worked literally across the street from the place I worked. And Scott was like, "Hey, do y'all ever get lunch?" I was like, no, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing with fire. You just don't.
Stop the cap.
I didn't.
But hang on a sec, right? Because I actually think, right, that I can be friends.
The friendship is different.
I think I can be friends with you,
I'm not talking to men every day. You can't do that. It's just
right. But I think I can be friends with you, right? And I think I can be friends with the likes of Carmen as well. And the reason being is because I've learned this, right? Because back in the no, I'll tell you why, right? When I first meet a woman, I'm always like judging them on their appearance, their physical attraction, the way they present themselves, the way they articulate, all that kind of stuff. And you know what? I find a lot of it endearing, and I can find myself being attracted to a woman, but at the same time, I know my place in the world. Yeah, no, hang on. I'm saying I know my place in the world. So, for example, if you're single, I'm like, right, I'm gonna like make a move. But as soon as I realize that you're in a stable relationship or you're married, right, I make this conscious decision to say, do you know what? I'm going to still flirt with that person and have a bit of banter and a bit of fun, but I'm not going to destroy their relationship. I'm not going to destroy the relationship because...
Mark.
What?
This is what I think you should do. And I think Vibe and Anonymous will tell you the same thing. When you're interacting with a woman in a relationship of any kind, dating or married, if they were your girlfriend or your wife, how would you want other dudes to treat them that are their friends?
Exactly.
You don't flirt with other people's girlfriends and wives.
That's what I'm saying.
Cutesy. You don't talk to other people's girlfriends and wives every day and text them and all that stuff. So my guy friends, we don't talk all the time. Even when I wasn't married, even when I was dating, I didn't talk to my dude friends. Even ones I grew up with and have known since we were children, we didn't talk every day. We don't talk all the time. We don't hang out one-on-one all the time and stuff like that. So when a woman says, I have a friend, to me, at least for me, that means that I see them every once in a while and we're friendly and we've hung out a few times and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, because
really important to what you were saying too, right? Like I love antidotes, right? So like my wife and I both have this understanding. When I go to school, like, and pick up the kids, I've had one of the mothers go, your kid and my kid are best friends. Can we do a play date? And I go, here's my wife's number. I don't say, hey, take my number. We'll set it up. I go, here's my wife's number. And my wife does the same thing. If a husband is picking up their kid and goes, our kids, she goes, here's my husband's number. Now, if the husband and us become friends, I still don't cross that barrier until like, we're best friends and like her husband says, hey, my wife's doing this thing. Can you text her? Right? Not until the husband gives me permission to be like, you can openly talk to her. And then I'm not going to like open up that conversation going, hey, now it's open, right? This is something that you do in a relationship.
Check this out. This is important, right, for me to say, right? So my best friend's wife, me and my best friend, we both flirted with that same woman on the same night, right? What happened is I went to approach her. Right. Check this out. This is a fun story. Right, this is a fun story. It's a fun story. It's a fun story. Check it out, right? So I went and approached this bird for a kiss, right, one night on a night out. Like we went out clubbing, and I went and approached her for a kiss, and she said to me, Mark, I've just kissed like your mate Dan. Like I can't be kissing you tonight, right? And I'm like, oh, so no, it wasn't that at all. I said this. Oh, okay, fair enough. Sorry, I didn't realize that you had a thing going on. I didn't realize. I actually was naive to it. I just made an approach and I made a move. And it turns out on the same night, they had a little thing going on. Okay. And so I said, okay, that's fine. I think that, I'll take a step back and see how it goes. And now they're happily married. They've got 2 kids together. And I'm very much a supporter and like still his best friend. Now, the trouble is when they have an argument, right, I've noticed that she sometimes weaponizes that and she'll turn around and say, well, I could have had Mark. And I'm like, I had to turn around to my friend and say, no, I had to turn around to my friend and say, do you know what, Dan? She couldn't have had me because I would have fucked her that night, right? And I wouldn't have been in the same situation that you're in today, where you've got 2 children and a 10-year relationship marriage. I would have probably done like, shagged her and it wouldn't have gone anywhere. So
you just earned a point in your masculinity score, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh, sweet. Well, I'm going to shut up there then.
It hurts. Let it go, bro. It's okay.
I don't know though. It's a slippery slope. Like if she's using you as like, well, I could have done this right now, and you have to make sure she's not calling you up to tell you what he did wrong, because that's the slippery slope that actually goes where you're as a single man go, I understand, and she's like, oh, finally a man that understands me, where those boundaries cross, and that's not only just crossing her trust, it's psychology.
Well, this is
right.
The reason I brought this up is because we were talking about female friendship.
You're crossing so many different lines there.
She's crossing.
Yeah, but the reason I brought this up is because we were talking about female friendship.
She crossed the line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the reason I brought is no, she doesn't. She's not a slut, and she's not a slag. She's a happily married woman, right, with 2 beautiful children. She is happily married, right? But what I'm saying is reason I brought this up is because I'm talking about how you can become a friend with a woman without overstepping the line, to the point where, because I don't fancy her. I don't fancy her at all. I don't actually fancy her. The point being is that
I just throw this out there really
my
quick, right?
friend's wife is my friend.
And the woman, she could have been a virgin when she got married, but if she doesn't feel like her husband's listening to her, and then all of a sudden she calls you and she feels like you're listening, this is where most marriages end, because they're like, I found a man that's listening, right? This is the line that men shouldn't ever cross and women shouldn't cross, right? She's guilty, you're guilty. Well, I'm not saying you're guilty, so I don't know if that ever actually happened. But this is the line where divorces happen with really good women, just because they feel like they weren't being listened to in their marriage and an outside man is listening to them. And this is why men should never put themselves in that situation, and women should never put themselves in that situation, because it doesn't work out well.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Agreed.
I hope he doesn't hear that. I'm really worried, hoping that he doesn't watch this podcast right the way through to this part, because I don't want to bring up all that kind of shit. I'm saying it out.
Carmen, have you ever had a? I was going to ask, have you ever had how are your relationships with guy friends?
I have them.
But what do they look like? How do y'all interact and whatnot?
How
I'm your friend.
Yeah, Mark's my friend. I think as long as both people have boundaries they're not willing to cross, then absolutely. Why shouldn't have you have friends?
Well, I was telling Mark that I think like my friends with girls is very different than my friends with guys. Like we don't talk
Oh,
every
definitely.
day. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of female friendships, unfortunately, I know. I don't. It's a slippery slope because in my experience, a lot of my female friendships, I compete with them.
Really?
And not competing, and not competing with guys. It just always felt a little competitiveness. I guess
There
you
are
could
some
call it.
I just
I
kind
guess
of
you could call it friendly competition. I don't know. But
it's
a lot
unhealthy.
of a lot of my female friendships have had that not that they're bad friends, but they have that underlining
bitchiness
competition with them.
I have a friend. Had a friend. I kind of just distanced myself literally last week, or was it week before? Because there is that, and I'm like, you know what? I just really want good people in my life, and I want people that
You
care about
just
me.
it's
But
hard.
I started dating Scott, and Scott is 6'3". I wasn't looking for a tall guy. I just happened to get a tall dude that used to model, right?
Oh man, goddamn.
But I just wanted a good man. He happened to be good and sexy. But she started dating. We got married. She started dating her guy, and she kept talking about how he's 6'4". And you're like, oh, okay. And but she
See,
kept
that's the
saying
thing.
it, and you're like,
I don't trust. See,
what?
I'll say it like this. I have female friendships. I have male friendships. My female friends can't come around hubby by himself. No. I mean, I'm gonna be in the house, but you by yourself.
This leads on to something. This leads really onto something because I was thinking about this.
I don't play that. I don't play that. No, you can't. You can't come around my bed by yourself. Are you crazy?
So I was thinking about this. I was like, how is it?
Like, oh, hey, come here.
How is it?
I'm gonna be there.
Mark is being toxically masculine. I can't hear Carmen.
Sorry, I do it all the time.
No. That's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna say it like this: like my female friendship, my male friendships are completely different. But my female friendships can't, like you were saying, Zinga. Yeah, they can't. No. You. I mean, you can come here when I'm here.
Yeah.
You can't come when I'm not here.
Mm-hmm.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. From the opposite,
just protecting everybody, right?
I just don't trust. No. From the opposite end, I think there is certain men that might, that may be around, maybe allowed to be around me, but from my end, no, you bitch, you can't come here. I don't even trust a lot of my own family members around my damn no.
Carmen, we need to get you better friends.
Okay, so Carmen, I got a question.
I think that's just normal around females, to be honest.
Okay, so Carmen, I got a question.
Chris Rock said it. Chris Rock said, when men think about females, they're like, oh, I want a female like my man's friend. Women don't think like that. Women think, no, I don't want somebody like him. I want him. No, bitch, you cannot come around. No, go away.
Fair enough.
And if there's going to be too much problems, it's going to be a lot of this.
Tiger uppercut.
I'm Latina. I don't play that shit. I'm
right.
Latina.
All right. So vibe. So we have a question that we've been going back and forth over. And the question is, do we choose partners consciously or subconsciously? What you got on that?
Yeah. I mean, I was posting some things in the channel. I was thinking about that. I think it's both conscious and subconscious. I think we all have, I mentioned this, I think we all have an idea of who we want and who the perfect partner is, but then we fall for somebody and it's not that particular person. And that might be the perfect person for us. Or maybe we're kind of going astray there just because the sex is good or their body's banging and we never thought we were going to be able to get to that point. And then we accept all the other flaws they have. You know, there's the short-term goals of attraction and the long-term goals of attraction. I think we all know our long-term goals, but I think when we actually fall for those first people, and that's part of the process of dating, we go for our short-term goals. Like, does this person make me happy today? Does this person make me feel strong today? Do they kiss well today? Right? We don't think about, is this person going to provide for me in the future? Is this person going to hold me up when I fall? Is this person actually aligned with my morals, my political views, my religion? Right? These are not the long-term things we think of when we're attracted to somebody. We just go based off of that reaction. I even know with my wife, she was not the skin color I wanted. She was not the hair color I wanted. She was not the eye color I wanted.
Oh,
but when
really?
I fell for her. We were sitting across from the table and I could just read her mind. And I saw that she was reading my mind. We knew everything that was going on. And it was just like, it was done at that point. Right.
So would you say
that's really interesting?
Biological instant chemical attraction. Biology.
That sounds like
it turned out well. I mean, 3 kids later and still married.
Was it emotional, biological, or psychological?
Well,
initially?
She's also very attractive, even though she wasn't in the hair color, and even in the standards. My prior dating, which wasn't a big experience, so I mean, I'm kind of an amateur when it came to dating before I got married. Under the fingers I have on my hands, I always liked brunettes, but for some reason, I always ended up with like blondes. And then my final thing was not a brunette or a blonde. It was a black-haired, much more tan or darker lady. So like, but it's just that we aligned. We aligned morally. We aligned mentally. We aligned everything. And she's beautiful too. You know, and that's beautiful. You know, that's what happens, right? So all my previous relationships were attraction. But that instant attraction, that first attraction, not the long-term attraction.
Damn, you're fine as hell.
So what made you talk to her to begin with?
Yeah, vibe.
That's a long story.
What made you approach her to begin with? Or maybe she approached you. Hell.
Yeah, vibe. Talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mean to get so personal. Don't.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay. So
don't share
Get
something
personal.
that you don't.
I'll try to make it as fast as I can. It is kind of a long story. So the
Take
quick,
your time, bro.
quick version of it, I was working for a company here in the United States. They said, "You're the smartest guy in this company. We want to open a company in another country. Go to that country. We'll give you whatever resources you want." So I went to that country. And I was supposed to hire and like find an office building and fill 2 floors with 300 employees in like 4 months. I flew my recruiter out from the United States to find a recruiter there. The recruiter hired my now wife. And by the way, I was there for over a year. And she worked under me and we never actually talked. Like basically she came into board meetings and I was like, how many people do we have? This, and this. It was an outside instance after that when we were throwing like a work party and nobody showed up for 2 hours except for her and I. And we just were sitting there and we were chatting a little bit. And then when everybody showed up, that's when all of a sudden the telepathy started happening where like people were saying things. And I was like, I cannot believe what that person said. I looked at her and I saw her going, can you believe what they just said? But we didn't say anything, right? You could just see it in the eyes. And like the rest of the night, it was just like, we were thinking the exact same thing and we didn't have to say anything. We could just tell from each other's eyes that our brains were on the same chemistry, right?
Chemistry, physical attraction. That's what I'm saying. I said that earlier.
Another example,
biology.
Anonymous. Another example, Charles.
That sounds like
came
pheromones
second.
and biology.
Okay.
But I mean,
Pheromones and
we had lots
biology.
of beautiful women working at our company. I didn't actually seek her out or go after her. Right? It was this outside scenario It was in a country that doesn't have HR rules. Thank God for that.
Is she a hot blooded, like Thai chick?
But subconsciously, were you attracted to her before the psychology came? Subconsciously, something drawn to her.
But
something drawn you to her.
Subconsciously, you wouldn't know until maybe much later.
Things like I saw that she was beautiful the first time when we hired her, but I wasn't like, oh, I want to get with that girl. There were other beautiful girls too, just like I see in movies, but I've seen their personalities too in like the public face. I'm like, I would never want to be with them just because they're beautiful. So I don't know if that necessarily is biologically, you're like, oh, I'd love to be with a girl with like that if she was like had a personality like this, but her personality sucks. I don't like. I think women are more into men's personalities and their looks second, and men
emotionally.
Are more
do you think that women are more emotionally attracted to a man, and a man is more physiologically attracted to a woman? What do you think to that?
Yeah, I think there's a percentage.
And also, just
to make this percentage up, I'm going to say men are more physically attracted to women, and 40% more emotionally, and exactly vice versa. And I'm making those numbers up.
And now, when it comes to psychology, right?
Well, let me
quick question.
Mark.
Yeah,
I think with both sexes, when that 40% or that 60% is so much stronger than the looks, that person's looks actually rise. Like you physically look at them because you're so emotionally attached to them. I think you see them physically more beautiful, and I think that happens for both sexes, to be honest.
I said that earlier. Yeah, I agree.
Right, but then to add a caveat to that, then, because that's great, because I agree with that as well. But to add the caveat, what we were discussing earlier was psychology is another thing to add to the thing. Do you think that you added psychology? Where do you add psychology into this mix? Like, did you use psychology first, or was it initial attraction first? And where does psychology come into maintaining and holding down this relationship? And how long have you been together for?
12 years and 3 kids.
Oh, wow.
And first marriage.
Oh, man, goddamn.
Right. Okay. So you've got, go on. Where do you think psychology falls into this? Like, did you do you think you use psychology before, like when you were going out there initially trying to date, or was, like you say, you just caught her eye, like you explained a minute ago?
Oh, I didn't use any psychology. There was no psychology involved. It was biology.
Do you feel like you use psychology now, though, like to maintain and hold down the relationship?
No, I mean, yes. Okay. So I'm going to give psychology a bit. I'm going to give biology a bit. I'm going to give God a bit. I'm going to give responsibility and children a bit. So sometimes there have been points with both of us where we're just like, I'm fed up with you. She's like, I'm fed up with you. And then we're like, but we have the kids. And then we both have to go to God. And then we come back together and we're like, do you remember that time we went through that? Like, if we didn't have God, we wouldn't be together now. And I'm so glad we didn't run like everybody else does and get a divorce, right? Like, we are stronger to get today, better. I'd even say, like, I don't want to throw, I do want to throw this out. Our sex life is even better than it was when we started, right? Like, we're still physically attracted to each other. We're still with each other, but it's not just psychology. It is biology, because I go to the gym. She goes to the gym. We have 3 kids. We're old. I'm 50. I'm turning 54 in like a couple days. And we have God and we have our pastor. Yeah. Like, it's not just psychology. You have to look at everything.
Sweet. Congratulations, man. I like that.
Is she a hot-blooded Latina or a hot-blooded Thai?
Oh, now you're asking the real questions. Yeah, I like this.
Because he may have a biological
we all want to know
position towards dark women.
We all want to know. I was wondering the same thing. You said she said
No, that's what I was saying.
Because
My whole life,
here's why.
I've dated white women that either I always wanted a brunette, but I always ended up dating white blondes. And I was sent to the Philippines to start this company. And she was born in the Philippines, super successful. Already had bought her parents' house, and her childhood house and her parents' house. Already had a great career, and then we hired her to bring in 300 people. So I always was attracted to somebody that I could lead, but at the same time was competent.
This is good. This is good because we were talking about power couples a little bit ago.
Yes, thank you.
And it was like, what is a power couple for this generation is kind of like when the man leads, but they both are like competent and can make lots of money and that type of thing.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we talk about a lot in our relationship. She makes good money, and I know her personality. She won't admit it, but she likes to work and she likes to dominate. But she always tells me, I don't want to have to work. And she wouldn't be with me if she had to work. She's like, if I need to take care of kids, I want that ability. If I need to do these things, I want that ability. I want to make sure if I fall, you're there to lift me up. I want to make sure if somebody breaks in the house, you're going to freaking kill them. I want to make sure that you're always protecting me.
When you make household decisions for your home, for your wife and your children and your family, do you consider her feelings into the situation?
This is a hard thing, right? Because I've had
right? Because that's what I said earlier. When Zinga said power couples, I was like, yeah, I mean, we all want somebody to.
Carmen, you're a witness.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull Andrew Wilson here and say,
break into the door, but I'm just saying, your decisions affect me. So do you think about what happens to her
when you have two votes in a house?
Yeah.
Somebody always has to be the winner, right?
Yeah.
And in our house, that's me. But that's not because I put my foot down and said, when you marry me, every decision I make is going to be final. It's because when she married me, she said, I trust you and I'm going to come to you with my ideas and I'm going to listen. And by the way, she has said some things where I'm like, oh, I didn't know when you wrap a banana on the top, it actually keeps them longer, right? I thought it was a stupid thing. And I didn't put my foot down and say, you're wrong, right? But she is never put down when it comes down to the tough decisions. She married me because she trusts me in making that decision. It's this weird thing where people outside of this look at it as like a dominance thing where like I'm sitting here going, you got to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. No, I've never had to say that. And she never has been. I like that she works. She knew that I liked that she worked, right? And we just have that trust coming into it in the first place, right? And if it does come down to the tiebreaker, she does trust my decision. Now, somebody could ask, what if she decides tomorrow to go against your decision? I don't know what's going to happen there. And we have had those disputes where she's like, no, I think this is the right thing. And I'm like, I'm going to put a spreadsheet together. And I'm going to show you everything that's why this works out better in the long run. And then she goes, okay, that's good. And she trusts it. So our relationship is based more on trust than dominance. So I don't dominate her. She trusts me.
Right.
And we do make dual decisions, by the way.
I love that. I love that.
I have a few things to say.
Yeah, go ahead, Zingo.
A couple of things. First of all, I have this gift from God where I can look at a white man and I can tell if he likes women of color. And
oh, really? Yes. She's calling me out, man, because I was going to say before.
Mark, this is not about you. Calm down.
But it is because it feels personal to me because I've realized that I actually do really am massively attracted to women of color.
Good for you that your country's being run by a bunch of brown women. So that's good for you.
No, but in general, but it's because there's something special. But it's not all black women. Don't get me wrong. There's a certain type of woman of color.
Can I finish my?
Of course you can. Sorry.
Monologue?
Sorry.
Okay, I can.
Again, sorry.
I have a gift from God where I can look at a white man And I can tell if he likes just white girls, colored women, yes, colored women, or if he just likes women. My husband just likes women. I can tell. Vibe, I can see it. You like melanin. You like the melanin. And that's why I asked. I said, I bet that his wife has got some melanin, because sometimes it's the whitest of men that will surprise you.
But hear me out. Do you remember earlier I said like you can smell a man in the room? Yeah, right. It's the same. Like there are pheromones. There are pheromones. Yeah, that people release. Right, and I know. Like when, like you can tell when a woman.
Vibe.
Right, and also right.
I can look at him and tell.
I can, but.
If me and Vibe were friends back in the day before he was married, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm dating this blonde girl," I'd have been like, "Why?
No, but
what are you doing?"
Hold up. I'm saying that different people, whether they're man or white or black, yeah, man or woman, white or black, yeah, like people release different pheromones, yeah, like different attractive pheromones. Black women and white women even have different like ovulation cycles, isn't it? Ovulation cycles, yeah, or reproductive cycles, right? And so there is always a differentiation, and we can't deny that. And I actually find like when I'm surrounded like or with a really attractive black woman, you know, with a like, and I find her really attractive. Like,
when was the last time that happened?
Well, I used to work in care, and I was surrounded by like so many of them. I know lots of black females, and I've never had sex with one. I'll be honest.
Stop the cap.
What has the conversation shifted to? I think you know what. My 2 cents. I only have 2 cents in this. I have 2.
Stop the cap.
I think that the very same thing y'all find attractive. That's what it is. Y'all find attractive the very same thing that y'all say that y'all don't like. I bet you, Vibe, if your wife would have told you, "Nah, we ain't going with this hiring people. I don't know what you're talking about." Yeah, your blonde little white girl would not. Yeah, sure, Vibe. Let's hire whoever you want. No, Vibe found attractive. No, let's go with this one because she does
I see
this,
what you mean.
that, and brother. I think that's not defiant.
He's saying he found her submissiveness attractive.
Submissive in what way? Submissive in a way that, yeah, I know what you're saying, but not a yes woman. That's what they like.
You mean that they like a little pushback?
They like a little pushback. They like a little.
Anonymous doesn't. I can tell you that right now.
So please, Anonymous likes.
Anonymous, do you like pushback?
Anonymous likes a little bit of pushback. Anonymous likes. That's why he put his camera off. Anonymous likes a little pushback.
You think I guarantee. You think I do?
Yeah, I think you do. That's
no, Anonymous is psychological.
I think Anonymous likes the fact that I disagree with him a lot. I really do. I guarantee you right now, if I cuss out
what makes you think that?
Anonymous, Mark, and Coley, now that he's back, I can cuss all of y'all motherfuckers out in Spanish, and y'all still like it.
Is that true?
I don't know. 'Cause I heard Jennifer Lopez say some mighty dirty words or whatever, and I'm like, damn, I don't know what she said, but I feel offended.
Not
but Carmen, you know what the difference is? Is if you do that, I know you don't mean it.
I don't mean it.
Nope.
I don't mean it.
Nope.
I don't mean it.
Nope.
Oh, okay. So I can threaten to kill Vibe right now in Spanish. I guarantee you he'll like it.
Oh, I would. Go on. Do it.
No,
yeah, go on. Go on. Go on. Do it.
Right now. See, I told you. That's why he got the wife that he got. His wife is very submissive to a reason. He didn't
just
like,
do it. Just do it.
Like White Becky. He didn't like White Becky that told him to hire whoever. He liked the brunette that said, "No, you tripping. We're gonna hire this one instead." And I don't care what you said. That's what they like.
Brunettes are nicer anyway. Blonde people are just.
That's what they
What did I just come back
Vibe,
to?
can we get a fact check, please?
Vibe, you gotta fight back. Vibe, fight back.
Okay.
Welcome back, Coley.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
And Zinga, happy New
Yo
Year.
te
It's
puedo
been a
decir lo
long
que tú
time.
quieras y míralo ahí, rojito como un tomate. ¿Qué es lo que tú quieres hacer? Dime.
That just makes me
There
want
you
fried
go.
rice, to be honest.
Ooh,
There you
Yeah, that sounds sexy. It was interesting because I was actually on a panel the other day with a bunch of liberals that were like screaming at, or actually it was half women and half liberal men. And they were screaming at me about my Christian like hierarchy, right? And they asked, the man asked me, he's like, what gives you the right to like think that you are the final decision maker? And I said, you know what? Don't ask me. Ask the women what they want from men. And what they all said was basically they never thought they needed a man to make a decision for them. They never wanted a man to make a decision for them, but they found a man that gained their trust, built a relationship. And like one of them, they live in like in Northern California. And like when there's a mudslide, she's like, I know my husband's going to go out there, fix it, take care of me. Like, she's like, I never thought I was going to need that. Right. So all four women answer. And then the men come back in, the liberal men come back in trying to like correct their answers. And I literally said, I was like, see, here's the problem with the liberal men. You guys didn't listen to the women. You didn't listen that all you need is to gain their trust, to prove yourself worthy. You have to prove yourself worthy to a woman first before a woman's going to trust you. You can't just go, I like you.
Anonymous just turned his head.
Now I'm in charge.
Anonymous just turned his head. Anonymous was like, what?
Can I caveat that? I would say the right woman. Because there's some women that you can't gain their trust, or you shouldn't try to, because they're not worthy of you risking your life and laying down your life.
Don't marry them.
Yeah, don't marry those women.
and
No, hang on. I'm listening to what Zinga's saying because she's onto a point here, I think. Go on.
No, I was saying
expand on that.
If I had a son, I hope I do. Pray for me, y'all. I want a son so bad.
Damn,
I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you tonight.
I have two girls, and
I'm adding it to my prayer book.
Thank you. And anyway, and if I had a son, and I were talking to him about women, Scott is at work, whatever. I would be like, you don't prove yourself to every woman. Every woman doesn't deserve it. She has to deserve it too. Like, she has to deserve you laying your life down, and you have to deserve her following you. That's what I would say.
I want to know why Anonymous said Anonymous just stay quiet and he's spinning.
Anonymous is nihilistic and black pilled or red pilled or whatever pill.
No, Anonymous is doing a very good job because he's hosting like it's got to be difficult to host like a group of people that like us.
But we're talking
all
about
like me.
We talk about something different. Anonymous just spin around the chair. I don't have my spin around chair. I will spin around with him.
He's got a spin around chair. I missed it.
Spin around.
I missed
spin
it.
Around, Anonymous. Spin around and then say your thoughts.
Look, it's just funny. It's just funny because I got so much pushback for what I said earlier.
What did you say?
I got so much pushback for me saying that the psychology plays into the attraction first, and Vibe's example proved just that. What did he say? You got to get a woman to trust you, and that's up here.
But if you're talking about initial attraction, you don't know if the person's crazy, if the person's on pills because they're psychotic. You don't know anything. So if you're talking about initial attraction, it's biology. Is this man strong? Can this woman have children? Am I attracted to them sexually? And then you go on from there. Psychology plays a part later on when you're making conscious decisions about whether or not you stay or whether you want that person in your
on
life.
the same page. Zinga
No. The reason
how do you use psychology
I said
when
it
you're
mostly,
in the first 10, 15, 20, let's say I'll give you 3 hours. The first 3 hours of meeting a person. How do you use psychology to know if you're attracted?
Because you're trying to figure them out.
But before you try to figure them out,
to know,
right, Zinga, I agree with you.
Yeah, you know immediately
before you try to figure them out, you have to have that biological, right? You're like, okay, I've got 100 people at a club that I can use psychology on, but what's my biology tell me on which one I'm going to use my psychology on, right?
That's not always the case.
Okay,
Because
can I give you a hypothetical?
Because you're not going to be biologically attracted to every woman you come in contact with, just like a woman is not going to be emotionally attached to every man she comes in contact with. So you can't put that first.
So therefore, attraction and biology happens first, and then psychology comes later.
Emotionally,
because you don't approach and talk to someone if you're not attracted to them, unless you're asking them to move out of the way so you can get past them.
It's the impulse. Anonymous is the type to sit in the corner and just watch the whole club scene, bar, whatever you want to call it.
You want to know what's funny about that?
You the one.
You do that.
You
no,
do that.
I don't.
And I don't even know you. And I don't even know you personally. So I'm using my psychology. I'm using my psychology to clock you. You're the type to stand in the corner at a bar, at a club, at a restaurant, whatever, and watch everybody.
Can I ask you a question, Anonymous?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll put you. There's a hot new rooftop bar in your city, and you go to it.
Okay.
And you're like, I'm here specifically to talk to a girl and meet a woman.
All right, let's get it.
How do you pick the woman if you're not doing what Carmen just said, and if you're not doing what Vibe and I are saying? How do you pick?
The psychology.
No, I'll go based on who I think will be easiest to talk to.
He goes for the wounded fawn. So he does do psychology first. He's like, which one of these girls are psychologically, emotionally vulnerable that I can take advantage of?
The corner that's eating chicken wings because nobody else is around her. She looks easy to talk to.
Here you go. Exactly.
That's not always true.
That's what you go for? The low-hanging fruit?
No, but you notice I didn't mention anything about looks though. Y'all brought looks into it.
Okay, sorry. Explain.
No, because think about this. And I know that the way I think and how I process things may not be reflective of all the guys on the panel, but the way I look at it is like this. I have experience with different types of women, right? And so you learn over time to not focus so much on what they look like, because a lot of times what ends up happening, and the Bible proves this too. The Bible also tells us guys not to always prioritize looks, because you never know what's inside of a person, right? So what determines whether you keep a person or stay with them is not the physical attraction, it's what's after that. So in a sense, you kind of have to program yourself out of certain things. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you guys when you say you look at somebody and then there tends to be a spark there. That does happen. But at the same time, it doesn't happen with every woman you see. You see what I'm saying? So with that being said, you don't prioritize physical looks with every woman you come in contact with.
Hit the cap. What's your
You
little
don't.
cap button? Hit
You
the
don't.
cap. Hit the cap button, Anonymous.
Oh, you mean this one?
Cap.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the other one.
Oh, this one?
The cap.
Stop the cap.
Yeah.
I got this one too.
You lie! You lie! Lies! Lies! When will the lies end?
Yeah, I got that one
Yeah,
too.
you lie.
No, but
let me
You
let me
lie.
push
You
back
want to know
because
why?
Go ahead.
You
Go
want to
ahead.
know why I know that you're lying? Because in a room full of Lauryn Hills, you will always go for the Mega D Stallions. That's all it is.
Nope.
That's what you lie.
possibly.
You
But
lie.
I'll push back because the physical attraction, according to the Bible, is not bad. There's a whole book called Songs of Solomon where he describes this woman's titties like deer.
Damn, you're fine as hell.
Look. You made Vibe
Did she
uncomfortable.
just say
He just no,
You made
it
Vibe
is. Go read Songs of
Oh
Solomon.
my gosh.
Also, he talks about in between her legs and how they feel and all that stuff.
Oh,
It's
man.
not bad to go based off of physical attraction, but then you use your consciousness and your psychology to say, you use your mind to go, is this person worth me continuing talking to? So have you ever been at a place, birthday party, wherever, and said, I really want to talk to a girl tonight or today or whatever, and just pick the ugly girl? Like you picked a girl you were not attracted to at all? Have you ever picked a girl to talk to that you were not attracted to at all?
Sometimes,
physically?
yeah. Sometimes.
You've gone and talked to women that you thought were not attractive?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I can. Why
That's
not?
ridiculous.
So you're telling me, so wait, hold on.
That is ridiculous.
How? Elaborate.
Physical attraction. You remember when I was
Okay.
talking about that guy
Mm-hmm.
that had the hair coming out of his forehead, the one slice
Yeah.
of hair?
Yeah.
To me, that signified that he does not try to take care of himself. If you're talking about people who are significantly overweight, you go, there is a character flaw there that tells me that they have low impulse control. There's a lot of reasons why you look at the attractiveness level of someone, and one of those is biology. Do you even like the lips? Do you like the booty? Do you like the hair? Do you like this and that? You go from there, and then you find out what kind of person they are. But you're telling me that you do the opposite of what every other human being does, and you go towards the people who you think are ugly?
That's not always the case, but sometimes, yeah.
What makes you go towards the ugly woman?
Well, what I said earlier is you scan people and you gauge who you think would be easiest to talk to. Because human beings, this is the thing with human beings,
Why are
right?
you looking for easy women to talk to rather than a woman that you really want?
Because a lot of times the women you want tend not to be the ones that are good for you.
Well, how do you know unless you find out?
Experience.
By talking to them.
Experience.
So you look at a woman, you say, man, I'm really attracted to her, but she's probably trash. I'll go for the ugly one.
I'll give you an example. So let's get candid real quick. So I have a type, right? I have a type that I like. I like women with tattoos. I like women that have a gothic look. I like women that have piercings, maybe gauges. I like women that have colored hair. I like women with nice bodies, right? I like all that. But here's the thing. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Here's the thing though. The ones that I would deem as my type, I know they're not good for me. I know that. I know it.
So why are they your type?
And that's the crazy part. That's the crazy part.
Do you like septum piercings as well?
No.
Okay,
No.
good.
That I don't like. Nah.
Anonymous,
the septum piercings don't like. Okay.
No, because this is the thing, though. This is the thing, right? So with guys, something that's biologically hardwired into us is not something that we choose to do. It's kind of like what Mo Rebuttal said earlier when he said attraction can't be negotiated. We're biologically hardwired to already be attracted to the woman. That's a given. But again, we can say that, but then what does society also tell men? Don't try to chase and hump everything you see, right? We always preach about men need to have self-control and y'all need to learn how to keep it in y'all's pants and this and this and that, right? But then the moment I say that I actually practice discretion and I scan people,
that's not discretion.
Hold on. Well, how is it not? How is it not?
Because discretion doesn't mean go after the ugly chicks. The chicks that you find ugly and unattractive, go after those. What they're trying to tell you to do, what you say the world is trying to tell you to do, is practice self-control. That means with women that you actually find attractive. The other thing too is I would bet that hold on, Mark, hush for a second. I would bet that you wanting these women with a bunch of tattoos and stuff and et cetera, et cetera. First of all, there have been I believe there's been studies done with specifically women that have a bunch of tattoos and all of that jazz, and like what is it, what, like when you change your appearance too much, like with the
body modification.
Body modification.
Yep.
They've got some mental things going on that it's unhealthy. So it could be that your attraction is to unhealthy women, not because you like the tattoos and stuff.
No, but hold on, and see, and that's the thing. That's the thing. So me knowing that, I actively do what I can to stay away. Now, I ain't gonna lie. It's hard. It is. I'm not gonna lie. It is very difficult because I see them and I'm like, man, I want to talk to her, but I'm like, I know I can't. I know I got to stay away because a lot of times I'm gonna keep it real. Certain types of women, they have demons. They have demons. And I know based on what I see out in the world, based on people's experiences and this and that, and even with biblical examples, a lot of the men went for women that they thought were their type, and it ended up ruining them because they're going after their type.
Mm-hmm.
And
so why not find a universally attractive woman and talk to her? Why find the ugly chick?
I didn't necessarily say that I'd go for somebody that's ugly.
Didn't you say, I can't remember exactly, but didn't you say women you're not attracted to? Wouldn't that be like ugly women?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't say he didn't say ugly women, but he's definitely putting his emotions in front of it.
I would like to know if it
you said psychology of it. You said psychology. Psychology tells you shouldn't go for the tattoo piercing women because they might be.
That's me overlooking. But see, that's me overlooking. I'm making a conscious choice to overlook the appearance. That's something conscious that I practice.
Yeah, no, that's the point.
No.
Men go for biology, women go for emotional. Yes, you would be attracted to the tattoo, piercing, whatever.
But biology doesn't dictate a type.
But yeah, that's
biology
your type.
Biology doesn't dictate a type.
Says that wouldn't be best for you.
Yeah, but
let's bring it back. Let's bring it back for a second.
Bring me back in. Bring me back in. Hang on. Am I back?
Mark.
Hold up. Right. Because I hate septum piercings and I hate tattoos, yeah? In fact, right, last time I shagged a bird, right, I went floppy because I saw a fucking ugly tattoo, yeah? And I was like, ugh, you're not... She made me floppy, okay? Because she uglified herself.
That's why you should let me finish first, because what I was going to do is actually back this up to biology and pure biology, right? We've got women that you're attracted to, women that you're not attracted to, and let's just say tattoos don't exist, body piercings don't exist, none of that stuff exists, right? Okay, so they're either attractive to you or they're not. Pure biology, not piercings, not tattoos, any of that stuff, right? Now, there can be psychology between, tattoos and all that stuff, right? That's actually kind of not biology. That's actually psychology because they do that. Body modification, that's also because they do that. So let's just say now we just have all women born as they were born, floppy breasts, perfect breasts, whatever your idea of breasts are, right? They're just all that way. So now we're not going, okay, you changed something, I'm attracted to you. Now we're just going, I find you biologically attractive or I do not. Now, going back to that point, before we actually talk about any of the modifications, I would say you're 50-50 on falling in love with the most attractive woman in your biological biological mind or the most unattractive woman. I think the mental is going to be a crapshoot, whether you pick the most beautiful or not the most beautiful, right? I think the relationship might be a little bit better because all of us have biological differences on what we think beauty is. I think the relationship is much stronger when you both are attracted to each other. And we talked about this earlier, where your presence, your strength, and your ability to raise somebody else can raise your attractiveness significantly. Now, if we actually go breast augmentations, piercings, things like that, that I think goes outside of biology. I think it starts going into psychology.
No, and you're right. And you're right. Because this is the thing, like I was saying earlier, one of the biggest reasons why I think that psychology rules it first is because when you see something, there's already thoughts going in your head. Like there's already plays and mental things going on in your head before you even make the approach. You see what I'm saying? So that's just like with a car I see or with something else I see. I could see something and like it, but not approach it. So just because I don't approach something doesn't mean that there isn't something psychological, because in my head, I'm like, nah, I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I'm biologically attracted to women, but just because I see her doesn't mean I'm automatically attracted to her.
Well, I'm not talking about women, you being like men, women. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you see a particular woman with a particular set of features or whatever, height, hip measurements, bust, and all that stuff, and you're attracted to that. And that's what makes you go, should I talk to this woman or not? Should I talk to this man or not? It's those biological features first.
I could throw a little bit back, even though I agree with you, Zinga, that like men like often are attracted to women that play video games, or attractive women, very attractive women that wear a hat backwards and love watching football. Now, these are not necessarily, or maybe unattractive, it doesn't matter. They're just like, oh my God, this girl likes like playing video games like me. This is a psychological feature that they're attracted to. She likes watching football. I actually kind of also, though, would go back to say this is more of the psychology attraction, like tattoos and piercings. And most women that are watching football, and I'm not a woman, but this is my gut feeling, they're doing it because they feel like they attract more men. They feel like, hey, if I like football, I'm going to attract more men because men like football. Or if I play video games, I'm going to attract more men because I play video games, not because they actually like video games or like watching football.
But it comes back to ground zero, doesn't it? Back to square one. It comes back to what we were initially saying.
Hey, Mark, this isn't my fault.
Doesn't it?
This isn't my fault. I was chilling.
It's fine, bro. It's interesting. It's interesting. I disconnected. My battery died. Sorry about that. And also, I've ate a little bit of humble pie because Zinga put me in my place a little bit earlier, and so do you, because I know that I talk too much, and I don't mean to interrupt so much. No.
You do interrupt a lot. But I was joking as well.
But it's true. It's true. There's a truth behind it. I know myself. Okay, I know I interrupt too much, so I'll try to stop. Like
you just
talking over people.
Carmen, so it's fine.
Yeah, I know, but that proves my point. I know myself. But what I'm saying is that I was listening in the background, and also I think that you do hold some very valid points. But we're going around in circles, yeah. And I think, and the issue is, I think the best person to listen to here is the guy, what's his name over here? I'm very sorry, but we haven't actually been formally introduced.
Oh,
so,
Vibe, he left.
Vibe. Well, there we go then. So we hadn't even been formally introduced. And so I'm probably going to have to log off in a minute. But one thing I did want to say.
Why y'all always end up with the person that's not your type? What is that?
What?
Can I ask that?
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You end up with the person that's not your type.
Y'all do. Y'all always
Who?
end
Y'all
up
who?
with the
Who's y'all?
person. Vibe just said like that's not the type that his wife is not his type. Anonymous
No, it is his type. It is his type. He fell in love with
Hold on,
her.
one mic. Go ahead,
His
Carmen.
type was not what he looks for.
He said he
So
liked
it's
brunettes.
like, God.
Oh, the
Y'all know
opposite.
She's
what y'all
like
want.
got like
Figure out what y'all
jet
want.
black hair.
Do y'all like the? Figure out what y'all want? I don't
Well,
think
women
men
do
know
the
what they
same
want.
thing, Carmen. To be fair,
do we?
Women do the same thing. Yeah, like they'll be like, I start dating this guy. He's not really my type, and then you see him the next month, and they're like, oh my god, he's the best thing ever, because he's got all these other qualities that they really like.
Because my thing is
But he's
a lot
bald.
of men. My thing is a lot of men like things, and that mislead women into being things that they don't really want.
Wait, say that. Wait, hold on. Wait, say that again. Hold on.
I said a lot of men like things in women, and that leads them to mislead women into things that they don't really like. Y'all don't like the natural hair, natural girls. Y'all don't like it. Anonymous just said it. Y'all don't like it.
It depends.
We just had this conversation earlier.
It depends. It depends. It depends. It depends.
Vibe just proved it, and Anonymous just put on top of it.
You know what it is,
Vibe
Carmen?
just proved that he was into blonde girls and then his wife is just complete. Anonymous.
Well,
he thought she was beautiful though. He did.
He did think he was beautiful. Anonymous just said you like chicks with tattoos and piercings, but you don't.
He should
want
avoid those
to
women.
marry them. So it's like, well,
he's doing the right thing.
You mislead women.
No, I'm not.
Y'all
no, he doesn't talk to
women.
them.
No, I'm not.
Anonymous doesn't talk to those women. He said.
How is that?
Okay, Carmen, hear me out. Okay, hear me out. This is how guys are. All right. We put women into two categories when we see you. We can automatically slot you and say, this is a woman that I would have fun with versus a woman that I could commit to. I didn't make us like that. That's just what it is. There's nothing I can
know the difference.
I'm talking to them.
Oh, okay.
You gotta talk to them and figure out how they think and stuff.
My father actually, I would agree with Anonymous on that. My father said that about my mom. He knew that she was a woman that hadn't been ran through. He knew she was a virgin when he met her. And he said, like, I'm going to be with this woman because he just knew. Men know. They can smell it. Wait, one more thing, Mark. I had another guy I was friends with because we were in the same class in college. And he met a friend of mine who was a little bit younger, and she wanted to check out the campus. And she went to the bathroom or something, and he said, no, sorry, I went ahead. He said, I can tell you're a virgin and she's not. And I said, because we weren't talking about dating.
Smell her in the air?
We weren't talking about dating, Carmen. We weren't talking about anything like that. We were just talking about whatever, like different life things that had nothing to do with dating, sex, marriage, nothing. And he said, I said, how do you know that? He said, you can smell it. I was like,
I love you, Zinga. I know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing right now. I know exactly what you're doing.
I'm not making it up. It's a true story.
Carmen,
Sure.
Carmen,
I can smell bullshit when I smell it.
You said you can smell bullocks in a room.
Stop the cap.
You can smell bullocks. Mark, you can smell balls in a room, but a man can't tell if a woman has been there, done that, or not.
No. I think you can actually. I think that what I'm saying is, like, you can tell when someone is ovulating, can't you? Like a woman, you can tell. You can tell when it's their time in the month. Yeah. I think it takes a very in tune man, to know when you can tell a woman is on her time of the month. Yeah. If you're a naive man and you're an idiot and you ain't got a clue, then
What you saying?
Right, I'm just saying.
He's like Vin Diesel in that movie where he could smell that the little girl had her first period.
Well, you can smell good vibes and you can smell bad vibes, right? I'm just saying.
It sounds
Period
like
is not
y'all.
vibes.
It is vibes. It is vibes because chemistries happen.
Like
Yeah, there is a chemical.
When they're in heat, that's what it sounds like.
There is.
You know what?
Right, you can do your research. You can do your research on it.
Hold
You
on,
can do as much research on it as you like.
Wait, hold on, Mark.
Charles will know what I'm talking about. I know he will know what I'm talking about.
I know, I get it, but you got to do one mic. You got to do one mic.
What's that Snoop Dogg album? Because that's what it sounds. That's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds
Doggy
like
style?
y'all smell when women are in heat. But you know the Snoop Dogg album where he said "man or dogs" and he literally it was like I gotta find out. Whatever.
Well, if you can find it, then send that to me because I'll be interested to see if it correlates with what I'm saying.
That's what I'm talking about. It's literally the cover of the album. It's dogs, like men are dogs, and they can smell when bitches.
Yeah, dog. You're probably talking about that Doggy Style album.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So fine, but that's a way of depicting it through music in an album cover. What I'm saying.
Are you a dog?
Kinda.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Stop the cap.
I knew it.
Hey, Mark. Look, see, Mark. This is what you got. See, this like when women start doing stuff like this. When they say
I'm enjoying it. That's why I'm here. Why'd you think I came back?
Look. When they say things like this that are meant to be insults, what you have to do is you flip the script on them and you embrace it.
No, I don't need to. I don't need to.
He said, yeah.
You just gotta embrace it.
I don't need to, bro. I don't need to. It's fun. I take it on the chin. That's why I'm still here, and everyone else has fucked off and gone home.
Mark said, "Woof woof."
Yeah, what are you saying? Oh, I love it. No, I'm here. I'm just here for the banter. I'm here for the banter. Seriously.
Not gonna lie, I appreciate the honesty, but
this
still.
is what I'm talking about. Doggy dog world. There you go. It's right there.
All right, Mr. Coley. Mr. Coley, do we choose partners consciously or subconsciously, sir?
Both. And the reason
which one leads?
And the reason I say that because some people actually choose their partners consciously, like myself, and then there's people who actually choose their partners subconsciously, like me. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. And for myself, I know exactly. Excuse me. I know exactly what type that I want. Who who I'm looking for, all this, that, and the third, blah, 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 blah. And it's basically come from the past experiences of relationships that I had in the past that, that I've been through that has not been compatible. The ones I thought, hey, they are the one because, they've been treating me like this, that, and the third or whatever, because I really don't ask for much. I don't I ask for a person to be positive, supportive, not be about that drama, but watch it with me like Maury or whatever, but some way, somehow there's always that hidden agenda that I don't know about, but I end up finding out either through a third party or I end up finding out myself because of the fact that they're proving to me that I can't trust them. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So
all right. So real quick, Zinga's husband comes in the chat and says, "When men find demonic women attractive, it's because their personal demons are trying to acquaint them." I kind of disagree with that. And the reason I disagree with that is because there are women out there that operate under a Jezebel spirit, and you have women out there that'll operate under the spirit of a succubus. And those type of women, they look for good, pure-hearted people to try and corrupt them. And see, with me knowing that, I make conscious decisions where I can look and admire from a distance. But no, this is real. This is being for real. This is being for real. I can admire what they look like from a distance, but I know what certain types of women come with. If that makes sense. Like, I know that if I deal with this type of woman, what it could possibly lead to. It may not be a 100% guarantee, but I'm being mindful of the types of interactions that I have with different types of women because of that. So with us being Christians and practicing certain beliefs, it's like we have to make conscious efforts to protect ourselves, not just mentally and emotionally and all that, but we got to protect ourselves spiritually too. So, and psychologically and all that. So there's a lot of factors that go into just being attracted to somebody. So if I'm taking the time to understand, okay, yeah, I see something that I like that I could possibly see myself with, but then I'm like, nah, that's not going to be good.
Wow, that was profound, man. What you just said was profound.
It's true.
I wish I had one of the buttons to press.
Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah.
Bang, bang.
Not
Shit
like saying that women are evil.
Well, he's talking. Yeah, well, but I did it on his. I asked him to do it, so he deserved it. He deserved that. That was quite profound, though. It was interesting.
Not Charles saying that women are evil. Low key.
No, hold on.
No,
wait a minute.
Some women.
Low key. That's what he said.
No.
The women he likes.
No.
Oh, you're right. You're right, Zinga. The women that you like are the devil.
I was repeating and reading the contribution to the platform. I was reading the contribution from Mr. Scott Harris, the Honorable Scott Harris, when he said, when men find demonic women attractive.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I think it's disgusting. Like Bonnie Blue. Do you remember we brought Bonnie Blue into the conversation last time? Like, I find her demonic. Like, there are certain people like that. The OnlyFans people going out there, like, going, there's something about it, like toxic feminine, like this toxic female push and drive for sexual.
Yeah, but here's the thing. No, you're right. You're right, Mark. But you look at her from face value, she's really attractive.
No, I don't even think she is.
But see,
personally, I mean, kind of. She's blonde, and I look at her and think, bleh. I find.
Well, I'm saying in a general sense. I'm not saying all men are going to find her attractive because everybody has their preferences.
See, that's the thing. Even if we bring religion into it,
mm-hmm.
The devil doesn't have his power without God. So in that situation, these women wouldn't be on OnlyFans if they wouldn't have clients to appeal.
Supply and demand.
Yeah, but just because someone is asking for it doesn't mean you have to give it to them.
And that even comes. That's what I just said. I'm like, yeah, the devil gains his power from God.
Well, okay. I can make the same argument and say that your kids gain their power from you.
Yeah, but then you can also make the same argument that every bad thing that happens in the world is just like, it just comes from God. Yeah, but we still have an obligation as human beings to ensure that we can, like, I don't know, relieve suffering or alleviate suffering. So we can't just allow people to go out and do anything they like, because that means that, it's a free for all, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's like a completely different topic. That's
no, it's not a different topic because the point being is, it's not a different topic.
Yeah, it is.
You can't argue. No, you can't argue. No, you can't argue.
You're getting into like morality and
that's exactly
and different things.
Right.
We're talking about consciously or unconsciously.
Right.
But I'm saying that you can't bring that godlike argument into things when, at the end of the day, like, there still has to be because I'm arguing the case anyway with morality.
Well, the reason that I was bringing, like the mental aspect, the emotional aspect, psychological, the reason I was bringing all those different aspects into it is because all of those factors tie into us making decisions when it comes to us dating and mating. That's why I brought all that up. So I was using all that to tie into why I make a conscious effort to stay away from certain types of women. That's why.
Okay. Okay.
That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead, Zinga.
I was just asking Carmen if I could have some.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
I
but
made pasta tonight, so that's what.
right. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move on with the show. We got one more question left, and then we're gonna get up out of here. So, if you just now tuning in, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites, and if you want to join in on the conversation, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. So, with that being said, we are gonna move into the very last question. And the very last question is this: what makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks? I'll read it one more time. What makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks?
Humor.
Without physical looks, I would say, I guess at that point, it's your charisma, as Mark said. Charisma, personality.
Oh, really now?
Oh, really?
Oh,
That
really?
matched my answer, but I want to hear what your explanation to that is.
Oh no, go ahead, Carmen. You got it. I'm not going to interrupt her.
I mean, after if I'm not initially attracted to you with what the physical part is, you got to bring something else. I gotta have something in common with you. We gotta have some conversation. We gotta have some personality going. You gotta have some type of charisma, some type of vibe going towards you to gravitate me towards you. Yeah, I think that's what's left. What
interesting.
If it's not physical,
Man.
what else is left? If it's not physical, it's not gonna be makeup. It's not gonna be your God-given gifts. It's not gonna be your
Damn, you're fine as hell.
It's not gonna be your enhanced gifts by mankind that you weren't blessed.
Damn, what a big ol' ass.
That you weren't blessed with, but you manufactured. What else is there? Okay, I gotta find you funny. I gotta find you interesting. I gotta find you gotta have some type of charm to you. What the hell is there? Make me laugh.
Interesting.
Let's have something in common.
Okay.
You like a show, I like a show. Hell, damn. You like Stranger Things? I watch Stranger Things. Let's go. Let's talk about Stranger Things. I don't know.
Yeah, but what can make someone instantly attractive without physical looks, though?
Nothing. That's what I said to begin with. Men are physically attracted to you. Women are emotional attracted to you. That's why you see a lot of women now, baddies that are men that make them laugh. Yeah. I think there's a lot of women with unattractive men that there is the opposite. So that's what it is.
Well, then by that logic, something had to play into it for them to get them in the first place.
But attitude as well.
Because men weren't weren't created to be the beautiful gender. Women are.
Yes, but even with women, there's an aura. There's an attitude about you that attracts a certain type of female. Of course we want you. There's an attitude. I don't think we talked about attitude. There is.
Okay.
There's a vibe. There's a vibe that you lose. Mark touched on it. Mark said charisma. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. That sounds good. That sounds good. I'll take that. Coley, what makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks?
Well,
I love to hear this about a man.
Well, I said at the beginning, if it was playing match game, Carmen would have matched my answer of personality because for me, like me personally, I don't look for looks. Looks is like a bonus to me. You know what I'm saying? For me, if a person comes to me and they're positive, a little bit of nerdy, you know what I'm saying, and they're like they carry themselves really well and have goals about themselves. That for me is what it what makes me attracted to them and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the way I roll. You know, like and
It has
now,
nothing to do with what they look like. Really, Holy?
No, because I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I'm not. Like I said in a few podcasts before, I'm transparent as hell. I got nothing to hide. I know someone's gonna press that button in a second. But anywho, so I went out with this female. I'm not gonna mention her name. Starting in high school, and then like we became, we became boyfriends and girlfriends, and then after we both graduated school, I went into the military and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And we still stayed in touch since until unfortunately she's until she cheated. You know what I'm saying? But
she belongs to the streets.
but her looks wasn't really all that. She was maybe like a 4, but I didn't care about that. I wasn't looking for her because I was looking for a 10.
Mm-hmm.
I was with her because she genuinely loved me for who I am, and at the time actually cared about me, took me to places that I wouldn't imagine of going. Like, imagine me, a black guy in a country club. You know what I'm saying? But I genuinely loved her. Took her to places and stuff like that. Introduced her to black food. So it's like, like at the time we were meant for each other. But
you introduced her to Negro cuisine.
Oh, yeah, yes, I did that down south cooking. I ain't lying. I could go on and on about that, but no.
The Negro cuisine. Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
But that's
all
for
right.
Another episode.
Okay.
But yeah, like somebody in the comments, by the way, before we go on, had a strong second place answer, and that was power. Scott Harris said that.
Oh, look, Zinga's husband is on fire tonight. Shout out to Hefe Scott.
Hefe, where are you at? Scott Harris, come on.
Yeah, Hefe,
come
on. Yeah, come on up, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you've been on, like I know I've been out most of the podcast, but I read
what you mean by power? I need some more clarification, Zinga.
I'll tell him to come on. There's a kid that keeps escaping the crib. She learned how to climb out. We put her in a little like sack thing, and she still climbs out. They're like little, I think they got the white skin, but they got the black, where they can climb trees.
Oh, man, my cousin had one of those.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. But
yeah,
but
Zinga, look, Zinga coming in with the racist jokes. I love it.
I
love it.
Some sort of power, like it. I don't know. Like I haven't witnessed that. Other than me watching certain drama TV shows where if a person has this sense of power where they can. Where they can control shit, right? If it's their own business, or whether they can control people.
I know a few.
Or like they're invincible. No one can't fuck with them or some shit.
No, I know a few. It don't even got to do. I know a few. I live in Atlanta. I know dudes here that be sleeping with females just to not sleep under the bridge. They're called homosexuals. Do we not know? Do we not know what homosexuals are? Oh, okay, we don't know what homosexuals are.
Hey, city boys,
yeah.
we up. City boys, we up.
No, they're just men that like desperate men that will just put themselves out and do anything. I don't even think they're homosexuals. I think a lot of people do this because they're just like perverts, like pervs, and do like things for money and like weird
they don't even
stuff.
have to not have a home. I know a few actually that I used to work with. I know a few that I used to work with that would mess with the fat chick at the crib because she paid his bills. Like, what are you talking about? Of course, power plays a power on it. Y'all would that. Yeah. My point is, there's a lot of men out here that are willing to forego the physical part just so they can gain something from it. Whether that's a bed to sleep on, whether that's the next pair of Jordans. Damn.
But
you're talking.
Wait a minute. What is
we just saw a whole damn movement about. We just saw a whole damn movement about the young dude that was willing to smash the old fat chick for a PS5. Like, what are y'all talking about? Y'all sell yourselves all the time.
Wait a minute.
I bet you. You know what? I bet you right now, Coley or Anonymous, some old broad get on the comments, and if they promise you the next PS5, the next game, the next microphone, the next whatever computer, y'all will hop on it.
Come on now, that ain't even bullshit. That's horseshit.
Complete.
Whoa.
We got to swap. Wait a minute, y'all. Hold on. Gird your loins.
Y'all will hop all over it. Coley, you say you like games, right?
Yeah,
watch some old broad get on the comments say, "Hey, Coley, I'll buy you the next." I don't know what the fuck.
Hold on.
Grand Theft Auto. I don't know what you play. Grand Theft Auto, the next game.
Good evening.
I'll bet you.
That's hilarious, man. That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
Look. And watch Charles be like, "Hey, yo, Charles." And you know what? Did y'all notice that Charles didn't discriminate against age? That means he's willing to fuck old bitches.
Look, hey, Carmen.
To pay his bills.
I don't know about all that.
It's Mr. Zinga Scott Harris.
And I got a switch. Why in the F would I sit here, right, and degrade myself to the lowest of the low?
Because she's gonna get you some
gear. No.
I don't think us men, right? Men aren't easily brought out in that way. Although I think that every man probably has his price. Every man probably has his price, yeah? So it's like, where do you draw the line? I bet if you said to a man, yeah, like, would you take it up the bum, yeah, for £100? They go, no. But I'm saying, some people, I believe that a man, that all men, right, will sell their soul to the devil for a price. They will sell their soul to the devil for money. Yeah, I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I'm not saying that I would necessarily. I'd like to think that I could hold off, yeah. But if me, like, what if it comes to like you'll be the most powerful man on the planet, and you'll have like £10 billion in your bank account tomorrow?
Mark,
if you just let me do the bum.
It don't even gotta go through all that, Mark.
Wait, hold on. One mic.
There's somebody in jail that's already doing that.
Right. One mic.
Did he?
Okay. So Mark, real quick. There are guys that do that, and a lot of them are part of certain groups of people that run the world. We're not gonna get into that, but I do know what you're talking about. Talking about. But for the sake of the conversation, we have Mr. Scott Harris in the building. Shout out to you, bro. And you joined
He came into the weird part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, he came in at the weird part. So
that was fine. No, he came in at the perfect part.
Welcome to
Right,
welcome to the crazy house.
Yeah, for real.
I've
Well, now
been listening for the last half hour. Yes.
Yeah, welcome to 2026, right?
Right. Happy New Year.
All right.
Happy
yeah,
New
for
Year,
real,
bro.
right? Yeah, for real. This is an Oxide Station podcast after dark.
But no, for real though.
All right. So, what makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks? Mr.
Power.
Scott, what you got? Power. Okay. Elaborate.
Well,
money.
It's like what they were talking about earlier when it comes to biology. Women are going to be attracted to men who are capable of things. And so when you think about somebody who doesn't necessarily have, the greatest biological draw to them, they're going to have some other kind of magnetism that indicates that they're going to meet those demands, that they're going to be able to protect and provide and to, do something that's going to allow her to show status to other females. And so when you think about, the limitations on a man, maybe he's short, maybe he's balding, maybe he's overweight and he doesn't take the greatest care of himself. But if he can roll into a place with extremely expensive shoes and a watch, and he has other people kowtowing to him and running around to meet his every demand, the woman's going to become intrigued because there's something about him that indicates that he's going to be able to meet those needs. And so that's why I say power, because even if a man doesn't necessarily have any real power, if he demonstrates that he has the capacity to get it, to get something, to get resources, to defend, to protect, to steal. I mean, it really depends on the woman's point of view, how moral this guy needs to be. All they really need to do biologically is demonstrate that they have power over others, that they have the power to get resources, the power to take, the power to steal, the power to, like Conan the Barbarian, destroy their enemies.
But that sounds very like a pessimistic way of portraying it. Like what you're saying is that, I mean, maybe you're right. Okay, inherent that word. Maybe you're right, but at the same time, I was going to say inherently, women might be attracted to that power dynamic, and we haven't denied that throughout this podcast at all whatsoever. But at the same time, moving into the newer generation, the new era, we are seeing like that power dynamic and that power structure is being, I would say, like fragmented a little bit, So how would you deal with this fragmentation of the power structure that's occurring in the new era? Because male dominance is losing its what it used to stand for.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it doesn't matter. That's the thing. Women, whether feminism completely takes absolute total control of a society or not, it doesn't change women. It doesn't change them one iota. If anything, it just makes them more rabid and more eager to have the old ways reassert themselves.
Yes,
if anything, feminism is just one
to power.
I will explain that when I make this point.
It's money equivalent.
Yeah, hold on. One mic.
Feminism is basically just one giant shit test. And the men who fail it get destroyed. That's why liberalism has been dominating for so long, is because we've been ruled by weak men. But what's happening right now is I don't think women taking over. I think quite the opposite is happening. You're seeing more conservative men, more church attendance from men, more leadership from men. The younger generation does not share the foibles or the hang-ups of their ancestors, and they're very public about it. That's why everybody's over their skis about this Nick Fuentes kid. Even if that kid doesn't necessarily represent your point of view, he is representing the tip of a cultural spear, which is not afraid of its ancestors. It's not afraid to call out boomerism. It's not afraid to call out the liberal hegemony that Western society has going on right now. So, Mark, what you're actually seeing, in my opinion, and I think facts back this up, is that you're going to see a lot more masculine men, a lot more conservative men, a lot more aggressive men coming out, as opposed to
the surface.
Sort of this soft millennial thing that my generation cultivated, where it was very much about like, hey, can I touch you there? And do you want to sign a consent form? Like that came out of our generation. That didn't come out of Gen Z. Gen Z looks at that stuff and they go, ugh.
Well, I don't know what generation, but I know what you're saying. I think the younger, more liberal mindseted men in today's society are opening up Pandora's box. They opened up Pandora's box, and I understand what you're saying. I think that right wing and more conservative men are going to rise up from the ground upwards in retaliation to what we're seeing happening in today's modern era. But it's just the balancing act. It's the balancing act, and that's why these conversations are so important, and that's why I've enjoyed being here today, because I know that we all have different perspectives and stuff, and I know that we always talk about men and women, but it's so important to hash these things out,
But
and
one thing that we didn't touch: what brings power? Is it the fact that you're a male, not a female, or is it the fact that you make more money or I make more money? What defines power? Sexism or money?
Power lies.
Good question.
So power lies in potential, right? So you could be a dummy who wouldn't be able to engineer a silicon wafer that's going to make you billions of dollars by becoming the next big CPU. But if you are strong enough to steal it from the nerd who does and then make him pay you, then the women are going to be attracted to you because you're the one who's capable of taking all the power and resources.
So the bully boy tactics.
If the nerd comes out on top in this scenario, suddenly he's not a nerd anymore, and the women will come up with self-justifications for how he's hot because he has a yacht. Right?
I mean, the nerds are billionaires, though.
Well,
there's a lot of nerds that are billionaires.
Power in potentia, right? Like this is why they were writing this. I think I don't know, my Time or Newsweek like 10 years ago. It was like the generation of the nerd or the year of the nerd or something like that. And a lot of that's kind of self-serving because the people who are writing these things are dorks, but it's true in a certain regard, right? Like when you live in an information culture where you could make a bunch of money by coming up with an AI app that, I don't know, figures out how to make dental visits more convenient. And suddenly you have like, generational wealth overnight because this thing takes off. Women are going to find you very attractive, even if you look like a complete dork.
So you think that power?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
You think that power it's not much of money and what you can change. It's more of aggressiveness.
I think aggressiveness is a key component because you have to have the will to impose your will on others. So you don't even necessarily need to be physically strong.
I find power defined as you have the power to change something in my life, and therefore you have the power because you change
power of influence.
Exactly. Influence something in my life, change the way I think, change the way I feel, change the way I live.
Really?
That's power to me.
Really?
Not necessarily you make more money or you're aggressive enough.
But all of those things are going to be predicated. All of those things that you just said that would be ideas of power are going to be predicated on somebody who is capable of achieving the things that I mentioned. So for instance, the kind of guy who's going to have the confidence and the actual like real life solid wisdom to give you life-changing advice is going to have to actually be able to change his own life. Right. Exactly. Like if it's just some hobosexual who got really high and thinks he's brilliant because he's high, the advice he gives you is going to be crap because his life is crap. Right. He doesn't make good choices, so he can't tell you what good choices to make.
That's very fair. That's a very fair comment.
So even
by the same argument, you can think that you're the damn head of the household, but it's my household. I pay for the mortgage. I pay for you. You're like making the same argument as Jody from
Carmen,
Baby Boy.
Carmen,
if it's my house, I pay for it. I got it. It's my car that you drive, but you get to claim yourself because you're a man and you claim yourself. This is my car. This is my castle, even though I made it and I buy it.
But that's the thing. You're not dating a man. You're dating a child. You are subsidizing a child's life, and he is pretending to be a man. If he was a man to begin with, none of the things that you just previously mentioned would be true. He'd have his own car. What makes him a man is capability.
What makes him a man? Because by the same argument, you said that aggressiveness. Okay, fine. You can protect me with somebody, but it's still my door that's knocking down. So
how do you know
aggressiveness makes you a man? Then we can make that argument.
No, in this scenario, you're describing someone who's basically a man-child. How do you know that this man-child can actually protect you?
You tell me.
Well, but he's asking you the question, though.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that based on this hypothetical, I'm assuming.
Well,
in this scenario,
he's a man-child. He doesn't bring anything to me. He doesn't change my life. He doesn't influence my life in any type, way, shape, or form. He's just here because he's a big, strong man.
Well, then
So
what
that
you have
makes
is
him automatically a man. He don't bring no
is a
money. He
pet
don't bring
dog.
no influence. He don't bring anything. So
You
that's
have a
just
pet dog. That's like owning a very large pit bull.
so that's what you just said.
No, it's
No,
not.
I said I was a dog. He never said he was a dog.
What I said was that is women are
My
attracted
impression
primarily.
was that aggressiveness was.
What I said is that women
manhood.
are attracted to power in potentia, meaning men who clearly demonstrate that they have the willpower and the capability to achieve resources and to protect. A man who just postures a lot is just a child wearing his dad's shirt.
Right.
It's not the same thing, and everybody knows it. That's why nobody respects that guy. It doesn't matter if that guy is built like Ving Rhames; he's still a loser, and everybody knows it.
Right.
Now, there's that other guy though that's sitting on the couch who might be a little bit thinner than the Ving Rhames character, but everybody gives him his beer first, right? There's something different about that guy. It's because that guy actually gets results. That's the guy who actually has everyone's respect. That's the one who's actually putting himself out there.
No.
Power and
potential.
Right.
So
and
the
this is what
difference
women are
between,
attracted
like,
to.
What makes the tipping point is potential, not money, not influence.
And women have to
It's
see it.
Potential.
Women have to see it. Even if they don't know exactly what it is that they're attracted to, they're attracted to that potential. That's really what that is. And I think that it kind of renders the whole notion of like whether it has to be biological or psychological kind of moot, because both mechanisms have to work together to make this attraction happen in the first place. It has to be biological and it has to be psychological. And ultimately, I think for women, it's really just quite simple. You guys are designed by God to look for men that are going to protect, provide, and be there for you in the long term. And so you're going to look for the maximum male status, the guy who can protect you from other males, but also from the environment, meaning that he's going to have to be able to provide you resources and build things.
I think potential is dead without any action behind it. I can fall in love with the potential of the possibly man that I can love, but if you don't do anything about it, what the hell?
Well, he said,
Because hang on, that's fair.
That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about attraction.
That I can fall in love with the man who has potential. There's a lot of men out here who die with the potential to be great, but they don't do anything about it, and they're dying.
Yes, but you leave them when you realize they're losers. So I'm talking
not everyone does, do they?
I'm not talking about sustained relationships. I'm talking about attraction. And here's the other thing too. For women, it's very simple. Like women, your attraction can be turned to ick just like that. And all it takes is one guy doing one thing seriously wrong in the relationship to basically permanently damage that attraction. We've all experienced this as men. I've done it myself. And so we have to be aware as men that we could have, a 10 out of 10 on the Riz scale and girls saying we have aura and all this sort of stuff. And then we just say the wrong thing in the wrong tone of voice. And now she has an ick about us and she may not even be able to articulate why. She's just like, I don't know. I just don't feel right. Like when you were talking to Stacey about that one subject, and I don't know. I don't know if I have plans. I have plans this Friday. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like every guy's kind of been there to one degree or another. So you have to think about it in terms of, we're not talking about sustained attraction here. We're talking about initial attraction. There has to be power and potential. There has to be a physical attraction. But once you actually get to know a person, that changes, because now you're getting into a situation where, I'm starting to become more familiar with this guy. I'm starting to build trust. He's starting to generate resources for me and dedicate time to me and all these sorts of things. And I'm actually starting to see aspects of him that I didn't notice before when I was too busy examining his biceps, and that's where the love comes into play. But that's not what I'm really talking about. We're just talking about kind of the initial sort of scanning that occurs between the sexes, where we take snapshots of one another and determine what is and is not eligible.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like.
Very well said, sir. Very well said. Very well said. Carmen, do you have a rebuttal for his very eloquently articulated statement?
Why is that a question? You know she does.
Go ahead, Carmen. You have
Go on, Carmen.
We just had to give him space to get his points out. All right, Carmen, if you got it.
No, I just think it all ties back to the same question that we started with the theme of the podcast. It all begins with attraction first. Psychology comes second. He just said it. He just told me three.
Well, no, he
examples.
he said that they both play into it at the same time.
I don't think so. I think one leads over the other.
Well, based on how he outlined it, they both work. He said that they both work simultaneously together.
Based on how he outlined it, I disagree. Based on how he outlined it, I think that the attraction comes first.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, do you have a rebuttal? Because if you disagree, okay, let me ask it like this. What did he get wrong? What did he say that was incorrect?
Nothing. That's his opinion. Of course not.
Well, wait a minute. If he didn't say anything that was incorrect, then how do you disagree with how he said it? Like how he framed it?
I disagree with the fact that he said that attraction and psychology comes. No, I think one has to lead the other. I don't think they have equal parts at all.
Well, then if you
I disagree with the fact that he weighs both the same. No, I do not think that psychology. No, I don't.
Well, so if you disagree, that means you think he said something that was incorrect.
I didn't say that he was incorrect. That's his opinion. How can somebody not be?
Well, no, that's what I'm asking you. What did he say that was wrong? Because you said you disagree. If you disagree with somebody, that means you think they're wrong.
True. Okay.
See what I'm saying? So if you thought he was right, you wouldn't disagree with him.
No, I disagree with he perfectly presented his point. I disagree with the fact that he said that they play hand in hand. That's what I disagree with.
It's not what you said, it's how you said it.
No, that's not what I said. I just think that
I missed it. What you say?
Masculinity does not equivalent to aggressiveness and doesn't equivalent to. And then I also disagree with the fact I'm like, you can fall in love with the potential of the person, but if they don't follow any action behind it, okay then.
Well, you're not disagreeing with him on that because that's what he said earlier. He said the potential is there.
Well,
but
I'm not gonna talk like he's not here. Sorry,
well,
Mr.
no, because
I'm disagreeing.
Right,
like,
but
I don't think so.
But what he said was the power of potential. But he said the capability has to play into it as well. You can have potential, but if you're not capable of making things happen, then it's kind of irrelevant. So he said one part and then he gave the extra context and he connected all the parts together. So that's why I'm asking you.
What is a man versus a man-child?
He just explained it. Yeah,
the
action behind it. Okay, so we agree on that.
I would say the easiest way to define it, since without giving a long-winded example, is basically just kind of what Anonymous was just saying. A man is the person who has the attractiveness and the potential and the will to actually make whatever it is their dreams reality, right? Mm-hmm. Whether that's something simple like just running their own business or taking care of a wife and kids and providing for them consistently. That's a man. A man-child is somebody who looks the part potentially. Maybe they've got the muscles. Maybe they are kind of handsome. Maybe they do have a good little bit of the aura about them. They have some charisma. They can smooth talk. Mm-hmm. They sell you on their big dreams and that sort of thing.
Quick question.
Who
makes these rules?
Whoa! One mic.
Then they literally do nothing. They just sit around and they talk about their dreams. That's a man-child.
Mm-hmm. Right. But who makes these rules? And surely, you've just given your perspective. Carmen just gave her perspective, and I'm asking you now, who makes these rules that you've just put out there to the entire world? Who makes these rules? Are you saying they're societal rules, or what?
I'd say men.
Men make these rules.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, okay. No, it was just a question. Just a question. Just a question. I ain't saying nothing. I'm just.
guess.
I'm about to duck in a minute.
Oh, that Coley. Yeah. Coley's been sat there, and we've all spoken over him for ages.
Real quick. I got to give a big shout out to Scott. I like you, brother. I like the way you think, Scott. I like the way you think, and I like the way you explain your perspective, man. I'm rocking with it. I'm rocking with it.
Yeah. I had to be some sort of a cohort and trying to get you in here because bro, I keep seeing you go off in the comment section. I'm like, bro, this dude batting 1,000. You need to get your ass up in here, cause man.
So you're saying, but what you've just said is that men call the shots essentially and make these rules, these societal calls. Like, is it not society that dictates? Do women not have a voice? Do they not have an opinion or something that actually leads us men? Or like I was saying earlier, Carmen said earlier, there have been many wars fought, on the behalf of women by men. So are we actually really calling the shots, or are we thinking we're calling the shots driven by the fact that of lust and desire to impress and peacock the woman? Is it really not the woman that leads like us or that like makes us behave the way that we are?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask yourself, have you always been in a state of feminization or masculinization, right?
Well, I've had instances.
So let me elaborate. So in order to properly answer your question, you'd have to ask yourself, oh, well, when the Trojans went to war, were they always being led around by the nose by women, or was it in that particular war? Right. So the idea here is that we understand that men have the potential to be led around by the nose by women, and have very clearly. You have the famous examples, Marcus Antony and Cleopatra and all that sort of stuff. But it's also been the case that there have been many logical decisions made by men. And one of the things you have to keep in mind is that the female psyche is very easily hackable. And they've made a lot of money over the years since propaganda became this major organized psyop on marketing. Right? Commercial marketing, by and large, is the manipulation of female buying habits. It's about getting into their brains and convincing them they need crap that they don't need. And that's why money. Most of the economy in the West runs the way that it does, is because everything is geared around manipulating the female mind.
But you could argue,
that's money. That's completely separate than what we're talking about.
Right, because I could argue that we as men have been manipulated.
That's all money based. We can for sure manipulate you into doing anything. There's men that say that y'all would die for us. I'm sure you would die for Zinga. If somebody come in the house right now, you would step in front of a bull in front of Zinga.
That's not because she manipulated me into doing it.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Have we not been manipulated as men to behave this way, though?
And then you think Mark Anthony.
You think the only reason that I was sacrificing myself is because of her?
Cleopatra convinced the man to take over the Nile. That was just Cleopatra.
You also are presuming that a man like Marcus Anthony wouldn't have any ambitions of his own? I mean, one of the most powerful men in the world at his time wouldn't have had any designs geopolitically of his own except for this woman.
His ambition was literally driven by this woman that he wanted to marry, that he wanted to love, and that he lost to Caesar. So what?
I would argue that his ambitions were driven by himself, and that she just
his ambitions were. I argue that his ambitions was driven by.
She gave him impulsivity, which he already had to have the motivation in order for him to make the decisions.
She gave him impulsivity.
Gave him the potential to draw the action what he needed to be done, and then
she amplified.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how hot you are, how sexy you think you are. You're not going to get a lazy, unambitious man to go and conquer a nation for you. He already has to have it in him.
Right, yeah.
Of course. No,
right? You're not going to get a coward to jump in front of a bullet for you, no matter how much you sleep with him.
Podcast. I think
he still has to be a brave
men have manipulative ways and women have manipulative ways.
I have no doubt that women can control the head by being the neck at times, and I'm not saying that hasn't happened. But what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, men drive all of society's functions, and they're also its enforcers. Feminism is a perfect example. If feminists all just collectively decided that, oh, as women, we're going to rise up and take control of the world through force, that would be a very quick and very ugly lesson that we'd have to teach you. On the flip side, if all men just suddenly decided that women were going to be sex slaves and there wasn't anything you could do about it, there would be nothing you could do about it. It's called force doctrine. And it's just one of those things that's just biologically true. It doesn't even have to be a philosophical discussion.
I think there's these universal truths that you can't deny, no matter how ideological you want to be about things. Like, there are universal truths. Like,
we've been living in a society that has
down.
gotten so overly feminized that women have gotten a distorted sense of their own actual authority and power.
It's not a distorted vision at all. Yes, you control the force.
Women have convinced themselves that they have more power than they actually have, and men have simply not wanted to fight with them. But reality is, a lot of men are simply not.
Oh, I don't want to be too reciprocal. I mean, we control your legacy, though. So yes, you are perfectly right that you can force me to do what you want, but we control your legacy. If it wasn't for us, then after you die, there's nothing. So what are you really fighting for?
Well, if it's just progeny,
you're fighting for your legacy, which is controlled by
but if my legacy
woman.
is purely genetic, I'd just find a sex slave.
No.
Well, no, that's true. That makes sense. If our legacy is purely genetic, then you'll just find a sex slave. Like, seriously.
What makes an individual woman special to us that makes us chivalrous and honorable is the fact that the man has to be chivalrous and honorable.
Hold on, one mic. Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
If there wouldn't be any concubines for the king to conquer, what would the king conquer?
Well, that would be
concubines.
I was going to say that would.
I guess nothing, because it's not lenient. It's not. If by that logic,
Carmen, I feel like you're being deliberately obtuse. I feel like you're being.
No, she's not being deliberately obtuse. No, she's not. She's not being deliberately obtuse. I think she's being reasonably questioning. Actually,
hold on,
no, Mark.
One mic.
This is very easy to comprehend. If you guys if you guys weren't given authority by us, if we weren't enforcing laws as men, then you guys wouldn't be able to do anything. Even the cultural standards and things that Mark was discussing, the cultural norms that we accept as taboo, this or that, if all the men collectively just decided that they wanted to say the C word all the time, the women can't stop them.
Okay, but hold up. I don't think she was being obtuse in her line of questioning, actually. I don't think she was being obtuse or deliberately obtuse. I think she was actually coming from a genuine standpoint of... No, because I think what Carmen's argument is something along the lines of, something...
will deliberately decide not to have sex with men.
Look, I'm not taking sides. I'm not taking sides because I don't disagree with anything that Scott said.
So, okay.
That would never happen, Carmen.
How?
But the point being,
if all the women cease to exist to not have sex with anybody, y'all wouldn't. Okay,
that's
y'all sex slaves.
That's
y'all sex slaves. Y'all
There's
sex
no
slaves.
scenario.
No, I think that what Carmen is saying is that
it's irrelevant. Okay.
we are driven. Right, mate. We're driven by our balls. Yeah. We're driven by our testicles and our instinctive desires, animalistically, at the end of the day. Very much so, okay? All humans are. No, we are. Humans are driven by the animal instincts. We have managed to evolve into being humans, and what we are able to do is we're able to go against our natural instincts. So, for example, we self-suppress deliberately for the sake of the human nature, yeah? Right, we self-suppress. So, for example, we don't go around just raping and pillaging, because we've got a sense of conformity, what is right, what is wrong, what is good for the greater good, and so we self-restrict and we self-suppress. Now, self-suppressing doesn't mean negativity. It doesn't mean a bad thing, right? And we do it, right? And we evolve. And what Carmen was saying also, I agree with, is the fact that historically you can see that without women, right, there to drive our testicles and our balls, we wouldn't have done half the shit we did in the past. Wars wouldn't have happened, empires wouldn't have occurred, and at the end of the day, we can't deny that as much as men are in charge, we're driven. We're driven by women. We're driven by them, unfortunately. Whether you want to deny it or not, I know you are. I know you're driven by the desire to peacock your life through the world. That's why you're here right now, to prove your point and to maintain your woman.
No. I think that
No?
there's a
No?
lot of merit to what you're saying, but I'd like to modify it a bit. One of the things that you described is that we're all driven by animal instincts. Well, human beings have what I would say are passions. They have bad instincts that they have to suppress, but it's about, it's about trying to find your way closer to God, right? Achieving theosis, becoming perfect, right? As God is perfect, as the New Testament says. So what these instincts that you're describing, civilization, honor, sacrificing yourself for females, right? Not just raping every woman you see in order to, like a Mongol warlord, getting as much of your DNA out there before you die so you have the massive legacy. All of these decisions are not driven by feminine instincts. They're driven by godly instincts. Woman is meant to be a helpmate to man. She's not meant to be the driving engine behind his ambition. She's not the force by which God leads man around by the nose in order to get him to do what he wants, like a widget or like an animal. Women are meant to be in synergy with men in order to complement us in a different way. And so, speaking to your earlier premise, which led us down this path, you were talking about, is society not driven by some feminized instincts and some feminized trends and that sort of thing? And yes, it is currently, but it's only that way because men allow it. And that was my point, is that this is not all driven by women. There's not some divine female thing that all men are sort of hurtling towards, like, gravity or like a black hole that we can't escape from. The reality is that that force is God, and women are meant to be there to help us. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does. It makes perfect sense. Would you say that women amplify, like the women or the female energy, then thus therefore amplifies the male energy, is because they're there to help us?
I don't like the term of energy. It sounds new agey, but I get your point.
Or amplify our relationships, like a good
yeah. I mean,
amplify us.
Z and I
amplify the men.
Yeah, I mean, Z and I have a great synergistic relationship where we have complementary roles and different responsibilities, and we do the best we can to support one another and kind of help each other when the other person's down, or maybe encourage the other person to do more if they're not living up to their potential. So I think that's what a good example of feminine energy for a man would be, is just somebody who is there, who's do or die, ride or die, I think is a better term. And is going to be supportive, but they're also going to know what their place is, right? Like she and I are not in a power struggle in our relationship where I have to worry about constantly putting myself one up above her in order to get her to actually listen to me and do what I want. We both know what the hierarchy is, and so everything's just assumed, and it's just a nice, easy balance where we can just do things and just have discussions, and everybody understands.
But the purpose is for you to protect Zynga, is it not?
No, my purpose is theosis. Zynga is
the purpose. Zynga has your children, you have your family, you have
incorrect.
That's not your purpose?
No.
She's not my sole purpose in life.
No.
She is a grave responsibility of mine. I have to minister to her, and I have to present her before God on Judgment Day and say, like, here you go. I took good care of her. Hopefully she meets your standards. And I turned her into you better than I found her. Same thing with my children, but she's not my ultimate purpose. My ultimate purpose is the maintenance of my own soul and all of the decisions that come out of that purpose. And so that's why I think it's really important to designate, because you might think to yourself, like, well, what's the real difference here? I mean, if you're trying to be a good man either way, why do you have to distinguish it like that? And I distinguish it like that specifically and advisedly because I think society likes to put women in this category that sort of makes them a false idol. When she and I became married, we became one flesh. So it's no longer this, balls and cup receptacle and all this weird ubu pagan mysticism that goes along with all that feminine energy or anything like that. We're just one person who have to help each other maintain their souls until we get back to the end of the world, get back to creation, get back to the real place, real life when all this is over.
No, and real quick, Scott was absolutely right, Carmen. As men, we're not supposed to have any woman as our purpose. It's not supposed to be that
perfect
way.
Example. That's what happens when you make a woman your purpose. You become Mark Anthony and you get led around by the nose by a Jezebel female, and things go badly for you. But when you're able to firmly and logically and compassionately look at a woman and say, no, like that's not good for you or for me, and you make those kinds of decisions, that's a real man. And that's why real men run societies. And that's why our society is failing and is feminized, is because it hasn't been run by strong men. They have been weak men who have been letting the women run roughshod over them for too many generations. And that's why you're seeing the world that you see.
I don't think.
Do you know something?
I don't think any men, but I think the woman that you made your wife and the woman that essentially leads your lineage, yeah, she should be your purpose.
No.
Otherwise, why are you here?
Carmen,
because when you die, there's nothing here. That is your purpose. Your purpose is to protect your bloodline and protect your lineage. What are you talking about?
Carmen, let me ask you.
Everybody, sorry, not you.
No, Carmen. I'm gonna test that logic real quick. So
we done.
Okay, so if we take your premise, right, and we say that the men are supposed to make a woman their purpose, at what point does a man ever achieve greatness? At what point?
Protect? I'll tell you. I can tell you.
Wait. At what point do you focus on the mission to achieve greatness if the woman is the purpose?
Until death do us part.
Your greatness is your lineage.
Until death do us part. That's when.
Thank you, Mark. That's exactly what it is.
But I'm not talking. But notice I didn't mention anything about a man being married. I said if a woman is
no.
At what point do you focus hard enough to achieve greatness?
Until death do us part. You get married and then you go through the process.
I didn't say a man has to be a man to be married, but if that's what you're looking for, then I don't understand why would you be married to begin with.
No, let me ask it again. So you're under the idea that the woman is supposed to be the man's purpose. Did I hear that right, or did I get that wrong?
You're correct.
Okay, so if the woman is supposed to be the man's purpose, and women are chasing great men, but if a man is making you his purpose, at what point is he going to allocate time and energy to chasing greatness?
That's what you want to decide. The point is, if you want to make her your wife or not. That's
the woman
what
is supposed to be
defines
the
you.
support system for the male ambition. She's not supposed to be the object of it.
Exactly.
A wife is a helpmate. Yes, I agree with that. But you're also
you off, Scott.
Gotta go.
We're dismissing.
Scott.
We're dismissing.
Before you go,
a part of the wife. Like I don't understand what the whole point of you being married is for you to provide your lineage and your bloodline. You can't do that without a woman, and I don't understand how you cannot have her as your guiding point because that is your entire purpose.
Not really. No,
that is. In my opinion.
Okay. Well, then answer me this: why are there examples of great men in the Bible that never got married and had kids?
They died. That's why we don't have any examples of it.
But they never made a woman their purpose, though, and they have a legacy because of that.
The reason why they died, and which is the reason why we just talked about Mark Anthony and Zard or whatever.
I'll be real quick on this point, but then I do have to go.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead. Go ahead, Scott.
When we talk about religious lifestyles, there's basically two ideals for men. There's either the life of clergy or monasticism, where a man takes sexual purity and makes his sole focus, something like hesychasm.
Monasticism.
He essentially just denies himself, right? And he focuses entirely on the spiritual development of the world around him, meaning that he sacrifices his entire existence and his ability to have progeny to uphold the pillars of the earth, right? This is why a lot of monks, especially in like the Eastern Orthodox,
I was saying that sounds like an Eastern Chinese, like. Yeah.
Well, it's not. We're not like them. But the point is that if you look at the Bible, that's what most of these major characters were. Is they were essentially monastics before the term existed. You look at somebody like Elijah or somebody like Saint John the Forerunner. All these great miracle workers of the Bible. God Himself in the form of Christ says, nobody's greater than John. right? And the guy walked around with weird clothes.
Who?
And he ate bugs. John the Baptist. St. John the Baptist. And so this was a guy who didn't have children. He didn't have a legacy, and his legacy was a spiritual one. It was what he accomplished with his ministry. And so if you are going to take that route, then your sole focus needs to be God and the spiritual development of others. The other option is to get married. And if you are going to get married, then your family needs to become your priority so that you develop your wife spiritually, your children spiritually, that you provide for their needs and you give them something for when you're gone. But you still have to maintain your community. You still have to maintain your spiritual life as well. And so you can't lose focus on that. And your family's supposed to support you in that endeavor. And so that's just what I mean by that. So I do have to go, you guys. The wife needs me.
Yeah. Before you go, I just want to say it's been a pleasure to actually have this. Seriously, man, I think you brought so much to the table, man. You gave me so much to think about. I'm going to literally, when I watch through this video tomorrow, I'm going to literally focus on this last little bit that you just said, because I need to know and understand what you're talking about with some of that terminology. John, I don't really know the Christian, because you people like you always bring up these Christian terms, and you can always quote something from the Bible, and I find it quite impressive. I'm like, oh wow, because that brings light to the table that I don't fully understand. I don't understand the Bible in the same way that people like you do. Anyway, thank you.
I understand. I would look into Eastern Orthodoxy. Or just Orthodox Christianity. It's out there. There's a lot of material on YouTube that's really good. If you DM Zinger or somebody like me, we can give you some specifics, maybe even some books to look into. But everybody, I do have to go now. So
all right, you take it easy.
Take it easy.
All right.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
And then there was.
Oh no, that's the tag.
There was 5 in the bed, and the little one said, "Roll over, roll over."
You know how long it's been since I heard that one? Oh man.
Now imagine you meet a guy on Hinge, and then you start talking the audio messages on iPhone, and that's how he talks.
Hey, there you go.
That's how it was.
Oh wow.
Well, he's very refreshing and enlightening.
Now that you mention it, he does have a professional radio voice on some real shit.
He has a nice voice, right?
Yeah.
That's how he talked when we were talking before we ever met face to face. So.
And
Anyway.
see, Carmen, that entire exchange of you and Scott going back and forth is a perfect example of what can instantly make someone attractive without looks. Now let's pretend he's single. All of our cameras were off, and none of us knew what each other looked like.
Yeah, but Charles, mate, doesn't that feel a little bit patronizing that you're telling Carmen to heed some kind of message from that interaction there when she's got a perfectly good, solid relationship going on?
I think if all the cameras turned off, I would not.
No, Marky.
I disagree with every single thing that he said.
Everything he said.
Mark, you was just saying that for example, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he ain't saying oh, let's do this for real.
No, I'm just saying though,
All right, so Carmen, what do you disagree with? What do you think he got wrong?
No, he got a lot of things correct. I think the main point that I disagree with is that I think that once you are married and once you choose to live the life that you're living, that your wife and your kids should be the guiding point. And he said not. I think that should be your purpose.
Yeah, but it's not.
Otherwise, what are you protecting? Nothing.
It's not though.
And that's what
it's a part of your duty. It's a part of a man's duties, but I think if you say it's their purpose, then that means it's worship.
Exactly.
And we're not supposed to worship people.
Exactly.
No, not necessarily worship. I don't mean it like that, but
give me the buzzer if I'm wrong. But
The buzzer.
What what
I
Mark
know what you
said,
mean.
but what Mark said, I think it's something of this. I think it's something of the similar sense to like, a female. It's my duty to protect my lady and stuff like that. But ultimately, I cannot put her above God. Like, am I like I'm in the ballpark, or am I absolutely wrong? Or
No, I think
Well,
you might be
especially
on.
if God gave you the duty. If God said, "This is your duty," and then you make it your purpose in life, I think you get wrong there. Because if the woman dies, if the woman cheats, or for whatever reason she's gone, then what are you? At the end of the day, you're a man of God, and you're supposed to worship God. Same thing for a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay.
have you're designed to do certain things, and it is worship unto God to do that designation. But to then make the designation a purpose makes it worship, I think.
Mhm. But then, like the problem with scripture in today's modern era is that like we've got lots of people that follow scripture in a very hardcore way, and you know what scripture can lead to is all sorts of atrocities depending on how people interpret the scripture or use or manipulate the scripture.
That's
So
true, but that's true. But if you take scripture out of it and just pay attention to how human beings operate in the mating and dating landscape, it proves what we said to be true. Because women because women don't respect men that prioritize them all the time. If a man, just think about this. Just think about this. If if Carmen's husband or if Zinga's husband was calling and texting all day long, it may be cute and it may be cute and give you the warm butterflies in the beginning, but after a while it starts to get annoying because us men, we're not designed to be putting women on pedestals. We're designed to be getting out here chasing greatness and building something up that other people can benefit from, i.e. our families. You see what I'm saying? So with that being said, no mother wants a weak son, and no sister wants a weak brother, and no woman wants a weak husband. So in order for us to make sure that our strength and everything is in place, we have to prioritize ourselves and God first. Because I can't get the greatness and the resources that my family can benefit from if I make a woman my purpose. That's why so many guys fall victim to being simps and stuff, because they're chasing women. Oh, let me just take you on a date. Let me just take you on a date. The woman is showing you that she's not interested in you, but you're making it your sole purpose to court this woman that's not interested in you. And guys find out the hard way.
But you spend all your time and resources on something that you're building. How can you do that without a woman? What are you building for? What are your resources for?
well, I mean, in all fairness, Carmen, in all fairness, I'm single. Sorry, Zinga, I did it again.
No,
I'm saying, but
your community, your country, there's other people around you, your church, your extended family.
I mean, I'm single, right? And I still work. I still pull my thumb out my bum every single day. And it's not because, but I suppose I am driven by women. That's a figure of speech, okay? It's a figure of speech. It's not literal, okay?
I'm kidding.
I'm just saying.
I was waiting for that.
I'm just saying, right? Hang on.
Can I say one last thing, and then I can go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Shout out to Mark.
Mark said scripture is complicated because it depends on the interpretation. That's why Scott specifically suggested the Orthodox Church, because it has a normative authority in which began in 33 AD by the apostles, and hands have been laid on, and oral tradition has been passed down since then to priests and bishops and patriarchs and metropolitans that you see today. So the interpretation of the Orthodox Church, I would say, is the right interpretation of Scripture. There's other churches and Protestant churches and Catholic and all that other stuff, but we're the only church that can trace our lineage way back to 33 AD.
I need to, Zinger, before you go, please, I need to ask you this question, yeah, because I don't really understand.
Smash, though, because
No, don't go.
what he did earlier. Okay.
Zinger, I need to ask you this question, please.
All right.
Please, right? I don't really understand too much. No, I don't know too much about, the difference between being a Protestant and a Catholic, although I understand it on a very basic, from a very basic standpoint. But what do you mean by being orthodoxy? What does that mean? Like, does that mean to be a Catholic, or does it mean to be a Protestant or not?
Just a quick question: are you, Harris? Are you Orthodox?
I am.
Glory to God.
Amen, brother. Maybe Mo can answer this better than I can, but
I mean,
it's
from
not
the
Protestant and it's not Catholic.
if you're a Protestant, if you're not Catholic, you're a Protestant. So
I will preference this by saying that
Catholic,
I am.
You're not. If we're going there.
I will preface this by saying that I am not an apologetic. I am very much an increased, I guess you could say, an aggressive inquirer. I'm working on my catechumen status right now. But that being said, I can just say that Orthodoxy would be the separation from Eastern Orthodoxy to the Roman Catholics when they split. And the reason they split is because a lot of the traditions and things like the Pope, the papacy, things of that sort, even the filioque was a big one, even down to like how they sign their cross.
To be honest.
I can make it super simple. Mo is smarter than me, and I'm not as smart as him.
Oh, I don't know about that.
What he's saying is that there was one church in 1054 AD. The church split to Orthodox over in the east, and then Catholic in the west.
Right. So
the Catholic and the Protestant split. So what we're talking about is original, or Orthodox means original or true Christianity. It's the same Christianity that the apostles practiced. And that's what we're trying to practice. And so
what she was talking about is the apostolic succession of passing down the priesthood. That's what she was saying before I came on.
And so when you're talking about interpretation of scripture, and anybody can interpret it any way they want, they cannot. Right. They have, but they shouldn't. And Orthodoxy has been interpreting the scripture the same way since the apostles and Jesus.
Here's a real quick pitch.
Thank you, Zingar, for spending the time to explain that to me. Thank you.
If you want to know how divine liturgy,
I'll see you later.
Take care.
Take it easy.
Take care. God bless. So here's the pitch for Orthodoxy, right? This is what I tell everybody. If you want to understand how divine liturgy and how Christians worshipped in the first century, check out.
I've got to quickly turn my oven off. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Don't burn the house down.
just bear with me. I've been trying to do this since the beginning of the podcast. Right. Anyway, bear with me. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Go ahead,
man. I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss what you're saying.
Yeah, I really just jumped on just because I kept hearing things from Harris, and it all makes sense now. I kept hearing her say some pretty base shit throughout the entire discussion.
Zinga's cool.
I was like, all right, I've never met her or had the pleasure, but knowing that she's inquiring Orthodoxy, that explains a lot.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. But Mo, since you pulled up to the panel, what do you have on the question right now? What makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks, brother?
What makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks?
And you'll probably get to go back and forth with Carmen again. You remember him, Carmen?
What makes someone instantly attractive?
I remember him with his cap, and I still can't see his face. We don't know what he said. He might have long locks under there. We still don't know what his hair looks
or
like.
just George Costanza. Who knows?
Right.
Well, it's It's an interesting question. A lot of it is predicated on subjective, the subjective of the person. Because if I'm going to speak to maybe towards women. And their preferences and what traditionally they go for, I would say something along the lines of masculine traits that make them feel safe. If a woman feels safe, that carries a lot of weight in their attractiveness towards a man. It also opens up a lot of doors for what she's willing to do with that man. So that would be one thing. So I guess you could say how the man carries himself. What is his social status? Is he surrounded by people who respect him? There's a lot of things that would go into it that would maybe not be based on just physical attraction alone. One second.
Did
I'll
Mark
be
just burn the
right
roof
back.
in his mouth? Did I just see that? You just burned the roof in your mouth.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, that was so hot. That was a silly mistake to make. I just took it out of the oven. Stupid. Ouch. Hey, anyway, you carry on.
Nah, you'll be all right. Now he had to step away for a quick second. All right,
So
so
status. So that's what Mal said. So status.
right. All right, so Coley, I'm not sure if I got your perspective on this, but what makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks?
Oh, you did way earlier. I know it felt like a yesteryear since I said it, but basically, like Carmen matched my answer at the very beginning of the question. Like you have to have. It's like your what do you say? It's like
charisma,
she gotta have
aura.
like charisma, positivity, all that, because it's like I don't look for look. Me personally, I don't look for looks. I look for a person that can actually be like a very positive person and stuff like that. One who's supportive, one I know that could be there for me and stuff like that. Because I don't look because like a person can look like a 4. And I wouldn't care because I've been with a 4 before, my girlfriend that I mentioned earlier that I mentioned earlier back when I was in school or whatnot. But I don't, but I don't particularly, look for looks. I look for if I know she's gonna be there for me and she's gonna be loyal, she's gonna be, one of those that's gonna be positive and not gonna have all that drama and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't really ask for much. And if she meets that that's what's gonna have me attracted to her and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure if the particular female that has a fancy for me or whatever, if she's looking for like the similar thing, you know what I'm saying, then we're matched up.
And another thing, Zinga just mentioned it. I don't think we mentioned it, but Zinga just did. She was very attractive to the intelligence of Scott. I think that's a word for it. There's some type of
intellectual something. I forgot what.
No. Like, I'm serious.
There is. It's like
there's a sexual.
I know.
Identity.
No.
Sexual attraction to intelligence.
Like you're attractive to the intelligence of a
I know.
person.
Look.
I don't know what that is.
Look.
There's a word for it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I know the word you're looking for.
Okay, which is
sapiosexual.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Sapiosexual.
Yeah, there's shit like where like I think you're attractive to the mind, the intent.
Yeah, but I think I'm that. I think I've got that. Then I think I would declare.
Which I personally think is part of your charisma, but okay.
I would declare myself to be a sapiosexual if that's what it means to be, right? If you're telling me that, because look, when it comes to attractiveness, like Coley just said a minute ago, yeah, he doesn't necessarily base a person's attractiveness solely on their looks, yeah. But I kind of find, right, that like I said before in a previous podcast, that beauty radiates from within a person. Yeah. So there are certain little things like a spark in the eye, yeah, a little glint in the eye, or a certain smile that you as an individual, like you just can't help but pick up on those little cute little things, right? And you find them initially attractive. Now, Coley was saying he doesn't necessarily go for looks, but there has to be initial attraction there somewhere. There has to be. You're not just going like, oh yeah, I don't care if you're the most ugliest dog in the world. Right?
right.
You're not saying that.
Right. Like I said, like I'm going by a person. I'm going by a person's, Aurora. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like
aura.
Wait, say that again.
Aura. He's going by their aura, is what he's saying. Don't do the Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but Coley, don't you think then people get catfish like that? Would you like what if you talk to somebody for 2 to 3 years and then you're attracted to their intelligence or whatever, to their aura or their intelligence, and now you find out that they're Billy Bob living in a trailer park that weighs 350 pounds.
Hey, Carmen ain't lying. Carmen ain't
You
lying.
still gonna be in love with them?
Yo.
You still gonna be in love with them?
Look.
Okay.
Look, as long I feel like this. As long as she has a respect.
Who the hell says she gotta be a she? You assuming shit. I didn't say she gotta be a she. I said she can be a she. She could be an avatar for all you know. But she
this chick said an avatar. I'm weak.
People fall in love with avatars in video games all the damn time.
This is true. This is so true, and this is how people get catfished. This is how people get catfished because they fall in love with the fake persona.
There was. Do y'all watch Black Mirror?
Or furry for that matter.
There's a whole Black Mirror episode where they literally felt there were 2 males and they literally fell in love with each other's avatar. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Black Mirror. Black Mirror.
It's Black Mirror. Yeah.
Yeah.
Black Mirror.
It was Black Mirror.
They were like friends in real life and shit. And he was a female in the video game and he was a male in the video game, and they felt like in love with each other. Like, it's weird. But people can do that all the time. You can fall in love with somebody's whole avatar.
That was the most sickest episode of Black Mirror I've ever seen in my life, man. I'll never forget that episode. I was like, what is going on here?
But as long as the person has respect for themselves and they're positive, not rude, basically not about that drama, and if they respect themselves or whatever.
Yeah. Pansexual.
I don't care about their looks.
Wait, what did you say, Carmen?
Wait a minute, what are you saying?
I said, so you pansexual.
No. Well,
he's asexual.
You said as long as the person doesn't have anything, it doesn't matter whether they're male or you're pansexual. That's what it is.
No. What we're not gonna do is get the wrong sexual about myself. I'm not pansexual. I'm bisexual. It's a difference.
You're what?
Yeah. Oh, you heard me.
We're sharing too much. Yeah. Let me stop. We're sharing too much. Change the subject.
Hey, look. Right. but all seriousness though, like I said, the girl that I used to date in high school, whatever, she was a 4. She wasn't looking all that great, but like I mentioned, she took me places where I thought I never would go before or whatever. I took her to places where she never went before. Introduced her to black food or whatever, what I'm saying, or as Anonymous called it, Negro cuisine, she was awesome up until she had cheated on me after I went into the military and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah. So it's like
she belongs to the streets.
Right. So I'm not really I'm not really big on looks. It's a bonus. I'm not gonna say it flex. It's a bonus. But as long as a person is positive, loyal, and has respect for themselves, that's the type that's the type of person I would want to be with. And that's just my personal preference.
And that's great. I love that for you, Coley. But I think physical, it's important. I mean, I think men are physical creatures. I think y'all put I think a lot of men put the physical on top of everything that you just said. I think a lot of men.
Yeah. You know what? You know why? Because most men,
with a lot of females that look good, that aren't loyal,
think about
that aren't kind,
most men are looking for 10s.
That aren't everything else that you just said, but they're just because they look good. So I'm just saying.
Think about it. Thinking about it, most men, especially in this generation, they look for 10s or people who they classify as 10s. And every time they do, they fail. You know what I'm saying?
No, I said we see Mo's face. He was with his cap down, and he for like
initial attraction's always going to be physical. Anything otherwise, just cope. I mean, now what keeps a relationship going is going to expand onto other traits like loyalty. Can she take care of a house? Can she cook? Can she take care of the kids? Is she loving? Those are aspects that you find later in the relationship.
But that's all things that come secondary, which we talked about earlier, which what comes first. And I said emotional. For men, it's biological. All of that you just said comes second and third. Anonymous doesn't think so, though. Anonymous says
I don't know if it comes second or third because you can look at even the current red pill community. A lot of those guys look for
here we go again.
Certain
What's
traits
this red pill
in women.
thing?
Well, when you're talking about a red pill, you're talking about a list of descriptors or data packet that men use in order to make decisions in the dating field and the where they place themselves in and how to improve and how to deal with certain aspects of reality.
Well, hold up. I think we need to define what it means to be red pilled, because I think we touched on this in one of our previous podcasts here. Yeah, somebody else spoke about being red pilled, and I'm like, well, hold up a sec. What do you actually mean by that? Because once again,
the way I describe red pill is what I just did. Red pill is essentially just a data packet of information that is a collection over the years that a group of men put together. I mean, it came from originally, it sprouted from the early 2000s. It started out as the pickup artist community. Then that expanded into what was later termed the red pill. It got popularized around 2016. It got a lot of traction. Rolo is a very big contributor to this. A lot of people call him the godfather of red pill, even though he hates that title.
I have no idea what any of that means, right? But when I think of red pill and blue pill, obviously we associate it with the Matrix movie. Yeah,
that's
the Matrix movie.
From. Yeah, that's
where it came from.
Yeah.
And also, I like to think that we can now attribute the same thing to left and right wing ideologies in the world. So if you're being red pilled or blue pilled, for example, in today's social climate,
I'm talking about the intersectionality of dating fields.
Right. I was trying to get to that. Because like this whole red pill thing for me doesn't fully make sense right now.
Well, to be clear, my stance, I am not a proponent of the red pill. I just don't like to straw man ideologies that I disagree with. If I'm going to critique an ideology, I want to critique it in its best form, not a straw man. So now I will say this, for the red pill community, it does get the descriptors correct for the most part. But how those descriptors are applied in how they deal with it is where I disagree with.
Hey, Mark, there you go.
Okay. I've been silenced though because I just don't understand anything that was just said.
Well, what is your question around it?
My question is like, because we were talking about we were talking about this whole dating scene and this, that, and the other, and how men and women differentiate and so on and so forth. And then you brought up the terminology of red pill, and I've heard it a few times, and I feel like it's a very strange term to bring into a conversation. And it's like, well, where do you what is red pilling in the first place? So, look, maybe it's a side discussion. I'm happy to go into that if everyone else is, but I just need to understand more about what you mean or what your context was when you were trying to apply it to the conversation in the first place.
Mm-hmm. I was talking. Where I was going with that is the manosphere red pill community. They, along with, I would argue, men in general. They do look at relationships in a logical way sometimes, in a lot of aspects. Like, for instance, that they don't want a woman with a super high body count. That's a logical reasoning that they use. That would infer that they would be a better mate long term. Mm-hmm. So that's another data packet. So the red pill, that you could say that's a data point in the red pill. A woman with a high body count has certain things that come along with that. You know a little bit about her personality, what she's like, what she actually finds important, etc.
Mm-hmm. That's very strange because to me that sounds like what I would call doublespeak or left-wing doublespeak, which you don't come across to me as being a left-winger. You come across to me as being very traditional and perhaps centre-right, or maybe even quite medium right. And for you to use those terms of, red pilling and this, that, and the other, and starting to use that like what I would call modern day crazy doublespeak, I find it a little bit intriguing because I think that right-wing people are actually becoming, without them fully understanding it.
That I was using as an example
Marte the other day was like, you can't say raped, you have to say S-aid. And I'm like, what is going on with language today? What is going on? Like, and that's one of the things that really irritates me in today's era is like people are using these new terms that don't really fully
How
make
exactly
any actual
is
sense.
me using a terminology that is used in the dating field?
Well, because you use the term of red pilled, which doesn't really have any full definition. It's a subjective definition.
Yeah, he just gave
well, that's
it to
your
you.
definition. That's your definition.
No, that's what the general red pill community goes by.
Is it? But then that's
Yeah,
like,
it is.
then, like I said earlier, we were discussing semantics earlier. It's like people might look. That is a subjective term. To say something is right, red pilled, I think is a subjective term.
I was speaking to the group of what they believe.
Red pill,
right.
I think it's red pill, blue pill, based on what you stand on. It's what Marcus. It's what I think.
No, maybe Carmen can actually explain it to me in the way that I might.
Okay,
Mark.
But do you understand that I was just giving an example of a community and how they view dating?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do,
Okay.
and I got sidetracked on yeah. I understand.
I'll give you a really basic explanation of what it is. So if you take the explanation of how it's described in the movie The Matrix and apply it to real life, it's the same. So being blue pilled is being ignorant to how harsh the world really is, whereas being red pilled is becoming aware of how harsh the world really is. So if you take that same framework and apply it to the dating landscape, you can either be blue pilled in the dating landscape and being ignorant to how harsh the dating landscape is, or you could be red pilled and be aware of how harsh the dating landscape is. It's that simple.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. That's cool. That's a yeah. Look, sorry, I didn't mean to take us on a tangent.
Good,
I just wanted to really, I really wanted to ask what you were meaning by what you were saying.
Yeah, I was just commenting on how that community views dating and what they look for.
Looks like we got a little bit of a request from Bernard Whipple. Carmen, say something in Spanish.
He's like, can Mark shut the fuck up?
Yeah.
Not you, not you pointing me. Bernard. Bernard, I think it's red pill, blue pill, based on what you stand on. It's what I think Marcus.
Okay.
Not you, not you pointing me. Bernard, 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 Yo no sé qué tú quieres que yo te diga, pero
Hey, if you want to see more than that, all you got to do is go and check out some of her cooking videos. Yeah, because she honestly watch her cooking videos, and you'll be like, oh, I got to watch more of this.
What is this?
All right.
Love connection?
All right, so Mark.
No
real
way.
quick. All right, so Mark, real quick. What makes someone instantly attractive without physical looks?
I think. Oh, see, you say physical without physical looks, because I was going to say the spark in their eye or the smile or something like that, but that's still physical. So I would say like it's something that radiates from within, like a glow, like what Coley said earlier, the aurora. I'm only kidding. The aura that is stupid. It's the aura that people give off, and also I also find a sense of humor really attractive. Yeah, when someone laughs and isn't just like constantly go ooh 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 ooh. I'm like, as soon as you do that, I'm like, you're ugly already. You're ugly inside. Like when someone's got a smile, I find that really, and I know that's physical, but that comes from within, doesn't it? Yeah. So like it's the whole, I don't know, the persona of that positive outlook in life. I find that so attractive. The get up and go, the drive to never let yourself get beaten down, to pick yourself back up through
your voice. Your voice too. Your voice. Someone's voice. Since somebody just asked me to speak Spanish, your voice, your tone of voice. I think you can fall in love with somebody's voice accent.
Isn't that a physical manifestation?
No, it's not.
I mean, look. I said I can speak. I said I can count in Spanish.
How do you make the sounds out of your face hole without a physical body?
Carmen, do you remember I said I can count in Spanish earlier?
You can't see somebody's voice. That's my point.
Yeah, but I can also count in Polish and German and French.
Is only things you can see
Mark's
physical?
His British accent. You can call somebody. You can.
So is only things you can see physical?
Yes, that's the definition of.
Only things no, because things you can touch and feel are physical.
Physical comes from the word physique, right? If I can't see your physique.
Okay.
See, physical isn't just
physical reality. What about like air molecules?
Are we talking about male air molecules?
Well, no, I'm just asking, based on your definition, what physical is. That's all I'm asking.
If I can see it,
it's doing a me on you, Carmen. It's doing a me on you.
No, but I'm speaking to the question. The question is, it's.
Yeah, I was testing logic here.
Without
That's
physical.
all.
I'm not logical. I mean, I can't.
I know you're a woman. I know you're not logical.
I can't see sound waves, but I know they exist.
Oh.
So, do I find sound waves attractive? No, but I know they exist. You're like comparing two different things that I'm being asked. What are you talking about?
Do you know what an internal critique is?
Do I know what a what?
Internal critique is?
No, I don't. Educate
You don't?
me. No, I don't.
It's where someone has a proposition, and so you adopt that proposition and ask questions within that proposition to test logic.
But it's not within the proposition because the question is attractiveness as in male and
Well, your
female.
proposition that, sound is not physical in nature, that was the proposition.
My proposition is you can be attracted to somebody who has an accent or a.
Yeah, and I was just questioning if is that not a physical
No,
manifestation?
I think that might be. It might be physical. It might be physical, but also at the same time, it's emotional, isn't it? Because the accent brings out emotions in people.
Yeah, I can see that.
The accent does bring it out, and I know this because accents bring emotions out in me. It's not just the English that brings out the emotions in you. It works both ways.
Stop the cap.
It works both ways.
Stop the cap.
All right. Well, what were you saying, Mo?
Oh, that was I was just explaining what an internal critique was. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm struggling to see once again who is this panelist that's joined us again? We had Scott earlier, and who's this guy we got now?
Mo Rebuttal.
Mo Rebuttal.
Yeah.
Mo Rebuttal. Well, nice to meet you, Mo Rebuttal.
Pleasure.
Are you going to rebuke everything that we have to say?
Only if I see,
reason to.
That's why his name is Rebuttal, and that's why I'm here to rebuttal everything that he has to say.
Well, we want more. We want a lot more of this.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'll go ahead and answer the question and give a little bit of what I think about what makes a person instantly attractive without physical looks. I think that their overall presence can be attractive. I think.
Oh, thank you, mate.
I think that their presence can be attractive. I think that their confidence can be attractive. I think that the way they carry themselves can be attractive. I think that the way they think, the way they speak, the way they conduct themselves with other people. Like if a woman has a very soft and gentle nature, that's something that's not physical. That I think could make a person could make a woman attractive. Sorry. I think that those things are some things that could make a woman attractive. It's kind of hard to go too deep without the physical.
I agree. The biological.
If I may, I can add something else to it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that I've been far removed from the dating field for a long time, but if I were in the dating field, one thing that would stick out is what is her relationship with her family, particularly her father. That would be a really good.
That too. Yeah, that too. That too.
I mean, we talked about that earlier. We talked about that when I said that, not in a weird way, but I did say that women, particularly what drawn me to my husband, was the fact that he reminded me a lot of my father.
I think that positive male role models in the house are good for both boys and girls. For girls, if you are a man of character, you're basically setting the standard in which she will measure other men in the future. And if you're a poor standard, then she will have nothing to measure against.
And that's exactly what Zinga said. Zinga said, I'm like, well, I married the complete opposite of my father. So I'm like, but he's still the father foundation. But all of that things that you can see, though, you can see that.
Yeah, but if you think about that, that ties into the question before about do we choose our partners consciously or subconsciously?
You're right. I said that we choose our partner subconsciously based on how we were raised. So.
Yeah. So I mean, all those things kind of tie into it, in my opinion.
I think it's also different for men and women, though.
Yeah, it's 100% different. No, you're right.
And that's what we see. This is the whole point. We were saying this earlier because it's very difficult to categorize things because I think there are so many different layers, and then we've got different generational differences, and we've got like gender differences, and we've got racial differences, and we've got like cultural differences, and so all of these things play a factor, and it becomes very difficult to then start lumping everybody into.
So I can give you.
I don't know. You tell me. You tell me.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's so much as differently with men and women. I think.
No, it is. And I can give an example.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
If you're,
go for it. Let's go.
No, I want to hear what Carmen's pushback. Though. I want to hear Carmen's pushback.
Well, I haven't even given an argument for her to push back on yet. So.
No. Go on then.
No, you did. Well, actually, you didn't. Specifically, but
so
that is different.
So example, if you're let's just take the nightclub scene for example, right? If a guy walks in and he has 5 girls with him, a girl in that nightclub is going to be much more inclined to talk to him, approach him, and maybe even that sort of things. He has a social credit
hierarchy
to
say
say
social
like,
hierarchy.
Well, no, it's not necessarily a hierarchy. It's just social that proof. Social proof. She knows that, okay, those girls are comfortable with him, so he's not a creep, right? Now let's look at that same scenario. Flip it. Guy walks into a club. Girl's by herself. He doesn't give a shit. Is she hot? Does he want to talk to her? He's just going to approach her. It's completely different. Guys don't put priority on high social credit because they don't really give a shit in the end. They care about what kind of like mate she's going to be. And if he's attracted to her.
Right. Well, if you think about it, it actually lowers it if we go in there and we see one girl and she has 5 guys around her.
Exactly. Yeah, that actually is the exact opposite.
If you flip it the opposite way and we see that, we're not going to go over there.
No. Or you can think of it as like he has 5 females in front of him. Why would I want to get in front of his face?
You can say that, but
that's not attractive.
it's not the reality.
And
That's
stop it.
not. No,
Stop the cap.
No,
Stop it,
that's
Carmen.
not. That's
So
not,
a guy by himself and staying in the corner, you think is more
Because you're
approachable
ambiguous.
than a guy who's in a group? Are you being serious?
Well, actually, I think that I can go off. Right. Hang on. I believe that I can go into a venue as a group of people, yeah, and separate myself from the crew, right, and go off and do a solo mission, yeah. And I believe that I can, as an individual, stood in the corner, catch that woman's eye. Yeah, like we said earlier, you get that initial attraction and then you work your magic, right? So you don't need to rely on your bros around you to make you look good.
I don't want the guy that has 10 females behind him. I don't. Actually, that makes
Stop the cap.
I know. Who the hell wants that?
Stop the cap.
Why?
You know
would I
who
want
would.
I want. You know who I want? I don't want the guy that came into the club with 10 females. No, I want the guy that's sitting in the corner looking at everybody and seeing what he wants, because that makes you mysterious. That makes
Weren't
me,
you,
that makes
correct me if I'm wrong,
wonder.
Bert, weren't you the one earlier that was talking about the Chris Rock situation where women look at a situation differently than men? Like men see a guy with a good woman and says, I need a woman like that. Women look at a girl with a good guy and say, I want him.
That was me.
Okay,
Exactly.
so it is. So
Why
that's P
would
and
I
that's
want
P and
you?
not P. That's P and not P.
No,
You're in a
that's
contradiction.
not. I don't want you. I don't want the guy that has 10 girls.
It's you can say what you want, but it's a contradiction.
Well, look, Carmen. I think you're gonna have to accept. Carmen. I think you're gonna have to accept.
I don't want the man that 1,000 women has had.
No, but this might be you for you in particular. You're being honest, right? But there are a lot of women out there, right, that instinctively are attracted to a man who knows how to pull another woman. Yeah. So I think what they're trying to get at, and as much as we like to deny it, like there is a hard truth. There is a hard truth that man that's got a lot of bling on his shoulder, and he's got the charisma. He's got something. There's a lot of dickheads out there. Like, look at Andrew Tate, for example. Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's actually.
Mark,
you're
you're listing red pilled data points right now. By the way.
Okay, fair. That's great.
Mark, do you know what Flavor Flav is? Ain't nobody want Flavor Flav, okay? Nobody wants Flavor Flav. Even though he had.
Wait a minute.
Ain't nobody want Flavor Flav. All right.
What are you talking about? Nobody wants Flavor Flav. They had a whole dating show around some people competing to date him.
2 seasons.
No, it was 3.
And who cares?
3 seasons.
Nobody.
That doesn't negate the fact that they had a bunch of women clawing after him.
Exactly.
Right. Man, it becomes so complex because, I think we can agree, right, that there is always going to be an inherent attraction to certain traits and qualities in both men and women, yeah? And yes, females will obviously be attracted to somebody who's got a high social status. And, the higher your social status... I know this for a fact. When I was a poor person, I struggled. And I had to use my charisma and my charm a lot more. As I got older, I learned that actually, do you know what? I'm actually attracting more women in my direction just because, right, I hold myself in a different way. I just hold myself in a different way. And that might be, it's not got anything to do with the amount of women I've got behind me. It's got nothing to do with that, really. It's got to do with the confidence that I know that I can walk into a room. And if I really wanted to, I know I could go out in the pool. And that's what men need to have to be attractive, I think.
You don't need to have confidence. That's different. It's equal to how many women that you have behind you. No. Well, I'm attracted because you're confident. You don't have to have 3, 4, 6, 8 different women behind you.
Yeah, but Carmen,
exactly. So I'm agreeing with you, Carmen. I'm agreeing with you.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
But Carmen,
I don't want that.
But this is the thing, though. A byproduct of a man having confidence is that women are going to be there anyway.
So I'm attracted to the walking STD that came into the club with 6 different women. No,
Well,
that's what I see.
Yeah,
That's
but you
exactly
don't.
what I see.
Yeah, but you don't know that though.
I
You
live
don't know
in
that.
Atlanta. That's exactly. As soon as I see a man with 2, 3, 6 different women, I was like, oh, so you're walking STD.
Yeah,
No.
but you don't know that though.
Okay, well let's simplify it then. Let's say it's a mixed group. Let's say he has like a few guy friends and a bunch of girls with him, right? Now it's just a group. Same situation. He's not. You're not going to assume he's screwing everybody in the group, right?
If
he has social credit.
Right. So, that makes a lot more sense, actually. That makes sense.
What's the ratio to men and women? If I look at 2 women and there's 8
that makes sense.
You tell me it's your stipulation on
around,
this.
that's what I'm gonna do. All of y'all pass around. That's exactly. If I look at a club and I
So he's passed around the dudes too.
If it's the opposite. No, you know what? If it's the opposite, if it's 2 girls and like 5 dudes.
Man, you guys.
So you have a very specific number that makes it approachable. You have this down to such a science that
put this science into place.
No, I gave you the example that is very common and has been proven time and time again.
Example as to a man that walks in with multiple women, so I'm reversing it. A man that walks into with multiple women, I will assume that he's a walking STD. I just said that. Then now you want to flip it, be like, well, it's a group. I'm like, okay, well, what's the group?
The point is not even necessarily the group. It's the social credit that goes along with a guy being in the group. You get what I'm saying? So a guy just by himself, this is why guys, like, it's a common thing. Like when guys go out by themselves and they don't have anybody with them, they find it harder to approach a group of women. It's just a social credit score, if you want to call it that. It's a perception of what that means. Women are more willing to talk to a guy if he has people he's with, especially if it's girls, because they've already vouched the mere presence of those women hanging out with him means that he is not someone who's going to like take them home and strangle them, right? Like he's not a serial killer or something crazy. Like it's this comfort thing. Like, oh, okay, it's a social comfort thing.
Right. There's a lot of credit in what you're saying. Yeah, a lot of credit in what you're saying, and that's called bro. That's called. No, there is credit. There's credit in what he's saying, Carmen. Please hear me out.
Even in the animal kingdom, you don't see the lioness going out.
No.
Are we lions or are we humans?
Carmen, please hear me out. Hear me out. Right. So I think what he's trying to say is something like this. Yeah, within society. We've got like those hierarchies and stuff.
Hold on,
right?
one mic.
Women do not gravitate to men that have multiple women, even in the animal kingdom. No,
they do.
They don't gravitate to what?
Yeah, they do.
Which is
Carmen, you got to hear me out.
Okay.
You have to, because I think there is credit in what he's saying. I think there's credit in what he's saying. I'm not disagreeing with you either, okay? I'm not taking sides, so don't think that way. I'm saying there's credit in what he's saying because, right, at the end of the day, there is a social hierarchy and a social status that is, like, it's built up within the male sphere, the male sphere, yeah? And if I turn up to, if I, like I said a minute ago, if I turn up to a club, right, with my group of friends, I can walk away, yeah, and spend the night by myself. If I was to walk in there by myself, yeah, then I would get a different look. And so we are bolstered and amplified, because I like to use that word tonight, yeah, right? We're amplified by our bros around us in that club. And women notice it. They do notice it. If I walk in alone, women will notice it. If I walk in with a group of people, whether they're men or women, they will notice it. And I know this because we do this as a tactic. We've done it as a tactic for all our lives. We go, you need to be my wingman tonight. Yeah, you need to be my wingman. There's a reason why we've got people called wingmen, is because when we go out, we don't want to walk into a bar by ourselves because we don't want them to look like a dick and a loner. So I think there is credit in what he's saying, but I'm not disputing what you're saying either.
Okay, well, here's a question for you. Just just
Yeah,
as
go
an
ahead.
example, right? Let's say you go to an event, right? And it's a crowd, it's some sort of event. There's going to be a speaker, and the speaker, afterwards will talk to people. Who is the women in the group more likely to be inclined to talk with? The guy who was giving the speech or the guy who was serving the dinner?
I'm gonna have to log off soon anyway because it's getting really late, and
Yeah. That's cool.
It's getting real late.
it's almost half past. It's almost 4:30 in the morning here in the UK.
Oh, you're on the other side, yeah. Across the
Yeah, I
pond over
know,
there.
right? Fuck's sake.
Obviously, the guy with the mic because he was the.
Because everyone is listening to him and he has a social credit, right? He had to draw a crowd to come there to even listen to him in the first place.
Well,
The
he
guy
didn't come
who's
with
serving
a crowd of women.
How do you know
the crowd
that?
came to him. You're literally part of the crowd that came to see this guy. What are you talking about?
He didn't come with a crowd of women. That's what you said. You're not. You're.
But it's the same. It's the same.
I'm
Carmen,
giving you an
because-
example.
And you're giving examples.
You're saying
of how
social credit
completely
doesn't
not-
seem to matter, and it's just fallacious in its surface of an argument.
Hey,
I
Carmen.
understand.
Carmen.
Yes.
The social proof that he's talking about is 100% true. It is 100% true. You can try to deny it all you want to, but I can give you a solid example. Watch this. Stop the show. Remember a few panels ago when you said that when you were out and men saw that you had a wedding ring on, they avoided you and they stayed away. They didn't try to holler at you. But you said when your husband goes out and women see that he has a wedding ring on, they try to shoot their shot at him anyway, knowing that he's married.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
say that.
Bang, bang.
Women
And
want
you know
men that
what?
other
And you
women.
know what? And you know what? And exactly. They saw that wedding ring and they stay away from him because he knows he's committed to one female, not three.
It doesn't matter though.
I
It
think
doesn't
it
matter though.
matters.
Listen. That's why women are okay. Women are not okay with a man that lives at home with his mom, but they're okay with being with a man that lives at home with his wife. That's the difference.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's always been a thing. That's why there's a term called a mistress. The side chick is called the mistress. What is the equivalent of that on the opposite side? If a woman is married and she has a side dude, what is that side dude called? Is there a term for that?
It's your boyfriend.
I rest my case. If that doesn't prove that the social proof argument is
It's your boyfriend-in-law. He's your boyfriend-in-law. That's what it's called. That's what it's called. Your
what I've accurately illustrated is that what Mo Rebuttal said is 100% true. You think all these women went to a Chris Brown concert to do a meet and greet because they think he's monogamous? They were spending rent money to take pictures with him.
Bro, they're spending
if that doesn't prove that the social proof and what Mo is saying is true, I don't know what else to tell you.
No, I think Carmen, you do realize it. I think you're just being like whatever.
I think
But
there's attractiveness.
you understand. You understand what you
That's
say.
that's what I think that women are attracted to. There is an attractiveness and exclusivity. So yeah, to answer the question over here, yeah, when you seem exclusive, you're not out here balling it out and with a bunch of females. Yeah, it makes you more
Carmen.
attractive.
Okay, cool. Let's test that. If
You're exclusive.
No, hold on. So let's
don't press Carmen so much, please.
No. I'm gonna use an example.
She's up for it.
I'm gonna disagree with y'all all night because I don't have feelings.
Yeah. All right, keep pressing Carmen.
I already gave you the example that proved my point, and you agreed with it earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Toxic,
Okay, so
toxic,
think about
toxic.
this.
I love Carmen. She's so cool.
so
She's really good. She's so cool.
Right. So let's say your
Go.
husband's out, right? Let's say he accidentally left his phone and his phone starts ping, messages coming in. And
Hey, whoa, stop texting me. Wow, you're getting caught right now.
So his phone is going off and you realize that he left it at home, but you see that it's his phone and you kind of go through it because you look like the nosy type where you might want to sneak a little peek and you see that he got a text message from a chick. If you see that he got a text message from a chick, are you going to break up with him?
Charles? Does this face look like nosy type?
Yeah, it does.
This smile?
Yes.
Of course not.
Look, see that Coley, she tried to do a psychological game on me right now and it didn't
Yeah.
work.
She's
It didn't even work.
She's smart. You do realize, right?
Wait,
Charles, I think she plays you at your own game. I think Carmen plays you at your own game.
No, she doesn't.
I think she actually plays you at your own game.
What I say earlier in the broadcast.
Would I lie to you? Would this
Yes.
face lie to you?
Yeah.
No, it
Yeah.
wouldn't. This
Yeah, it
face,
would.
this hair. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, it would.
Let me.
Look, that's a disarming tactic. When they try
I
to
love
play,
that. I
they
love
try
that.
to play
I
the
love
little
that.
damsel
I
in
would
distress,
never
the
lie to
dainty little
you.
woman. Yeah, that's cap.
That's exactly right. That's what I love.
I am
That I
so
love that.
nice.
Yeah,
I
that
am
right there.
so-
Yeah,
I
that
would
right there was
never
a
lie
lie.
to you.
And the
Mo,
lie
would I lie
detector
to
test
you?
determined
No,
that was
Mo
a
can't
lie.
even see your face. I can't even see Mo's face. Mo, would this face lie to you? Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah, well, you're a woman, so yeah, by default, you're gonna probably lie.
Oh, whoa!
Exactly.
Well, y'all got trust issues. Anyway, who hurt y'all?
Look, see,
That's
yeah,
what I
look,
would. Who hurt y'all? Who
look,
hurt
see,
y'all?
Coley, there goes the gaslighting. There goes the
I
gaslighting.
would never lie.
Yeah, you lying right now.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, you lying right now.
I wish I could play certain songs, but I don't want to get this channel in trouble for copyright.
Oh no, it's all good, man. All I got to do is say fair use.
Yeah. I'm literally looking right now for the "Would I Lie to You" song right now.
Mm-hmm.
Would I lie? I would never lie.
Yeah, that right there is a lie. But anyway, does anybody else have anything else on the topic?
Yeah, I got one last thing to say. I've got a bed to get to. It's very late in the morning. I'm off. Okay. And I've really enjoyed. Oh, whatever. Shut up. I've really enjoyed.
Your ass on, you get your goddamn ugly ass.
No, I'm just messing with you, bro. Also, that's the official merch or what?
Yeah, it's my merch, bro. I've sold a few t-shirts. Mate. Yeah. I'll do all that.
You got hoodies.
Mate, look, I've got caps. I've got proper peak caps, 40. We're talking, they're decent ones, yeah. Proper embroidered. This is my t-shirt. As you can see, it's very well printed. Yeah. It's quality, bro. Quality, and I designed my logo myself. I designed that myself. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I've sold merchandise, and I've even sold a t-shirt to someone in America. So I've done it overseas.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just saying.
That was going to be my next question.
People don't realize this part about me because I try not to promote myself too much in this place, yeah. But I've got a big history of being a good promotional entrepreneur. I keep trying to explain that, but I don't want to make it all about me. So I saved it right till the end. Yeah.
Okay, cool,
but I'm just saying, if you really want to check it out, then you need to start looking up Nova Bear. That's NOVABEAR. And also, I just want to say I really enjoy spending this quality time with all you people.
Hey, there you go. It sounds good to me. All right, so real quick, does anybody else have anything else on the topic so that way we can go ahead and close the show out?
Just kick me out, bro. Kick me.
No, I think I'm good. Thanks for having me up, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get ready to close the show out. We're going to do final thoughts, and then we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of promo for you guys, and then we're going to go ahead and close it out. So, Coley D, where can the people find you, brother?
They can find me at Coley D Studios on YouTube. We're about to have like I said at the top of the broadcast, we have a whole bunch of things that's going to happen this year there or whatnot. You can also find me. You can also find me at Coley D 1983 on Instagram, which I'm gonna put that in your inbox on Facebook after this. Yeah, so a whole bunch of big things are coming your way on Coley D Studios on YouTube. So please be looking out for that. Big year for it. 20 years as of June of this year. Stay tuned for that. And before we kick it off to the next person, Oh, that's what's up, Bernard. Hey, appreciate you lasting this long throughout the broadcast. That's
Bernard Ripple says, "I got a dip, y'all. Have a blessed one. Always love. Bye, Mrs. Diaz. Tell your husband no disrespect."
Speaking of Carmen, I found something for you. Fair use.
Would I lie to you? I would never lie to you.
Would I lie to you, baby? Oh.
All right.
Would I lie to you, honey?
You lied.
Now what? No, this next part.
When will the lies end?
Now would I say something that wasn't true? Oh, honey, would I lie?
Oh. You know the words. Oh, she's so cute. I said that out loud.
Yes, you did.
Oh no! Did I show y'all Stitch? I made Lego Stitch.
Oh, my sister has that. She has that in the pink one.
What is it? What is it?
In this one?
What is it? What is it?
The exact same one.
It's Legos. It's Legos. It's Lego Stitch and Lego Angel.
Ah.
They would have. Oh. I would not lie to you.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Oh,
no, I believe that.
Carmen up here lying right now.
Ain't nobody lying.
Yeah.
She ain't lying.
Yeah.
She ain't lying. She ain't lying.
All right,
No,
Mr.
man.
Mark, where can the people find you, brother?
Yeah, well, just check me out. Like, I don't know, I'm all over the place. I run like all sorts of Facebook groups as well. And one of the things that I do really enjoy also is, I'm going to put it out there, I'm a massive drum and bass head. So there's a like English genre of music. And I run a group on Facebook, and you should come and check it out. It's called Drum and Bass Heads Uncensored. And it's all for those that love their electronic music, and you should come and check it out. But you can find me all over the place. Just Google Nova Bear, like literally, and look for that logo, and you'll find me.
Okay,
yeah?
Cool. All right. So, Carmen, where can the people find you?
Y'all can find me on Instagram. Go look at my cooking videos. I just do them for fun. Ain't no cooking with Kaya over here. So if you expect that,
Stop the cap.
I ain't for you. I am not for you.
Stop the cap.
All right,
Yeah.
Mr. Coley, we're going to do final thoughts, and then we're going to close it out. So, last thoughts on the show, man. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, brother?
Very interesting, this one. I have to say, and I think this is the longest broadcast we had. I had to like in between. I had to tell ESPN to we're gonna be long tonight, so we had to postpone college football or something. But but anyway, great show like always. I think this is a statement that we lasted this long on the first show of 2026, and I'm looking forward to go overtime with this group every single time. You know what I'm saying? So hey, bring it on. I can't wait for the next one.
Okay, Mr. Mark, last thoughts on the show. Did you hate it? Love it? How was the show for you, brother?
It's everything I expected it to be. Everything I expected it to be. You know something? I was always apprehensive when I first started attending these shows. You know, I was always a little bit anxious whether what's the point of me attending this, that, and the other. But do you know what? This is the first show that I actually really looked forward to attending. I was like the other day. I was like, oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to catch up with you lot. Like, I was like, wow, that speaks volumes. It's like, look. And I'm so glad that you're here, Coley's here, Carmen's here, and I just really enjoyed just spending quality time with you tonight. So as far as I'm concerned, like, it's perfect, absolutely perfect.
Oh, there we go. I appreciate that, man. Big shout out to y'all. And Carmen, last thoughts on the show. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you? Even though we was going back and forth, all of us are going back and forth.
I don't know. I feel offended because Cody laughed. Like, God, yeah, let's see. No, I know.
Stop the cap.
Oh snap.
No, you know what I really appreciate about this is we don't always agree. Well, most of the time we don't agree. But I think that's fun because at the end of the day, we walk away and you don't agree with me, I don't agree with you, but we are very respectful of one another. So I respect that. Even Mo, I know he had to leave, but even Mo, I'm like, okay, last time, this time, but we're very respectful and you learn. So we don't all have to agree. That it wouldn't be much fun if we all agree.
Well, yeah, because I don't want to have a platform that's like an echo chamber. Like, I'm okay with people having their different perspectives. You know, people pushing back on the things I say. I push back on the things you guys say. And I think it makes for not only a great conversation, but it makes for great content because we're just being ourselves. You know what I mean? I don't expect people to come on putting on personas. I just want you to be you. That's all I ask. Is just be
and
you.
I also appreciate the fact that when you do disagree, you back it up. I think everybody that we have different perspective, we weren't just saying it. I think we backed it up with So I appreciate that.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree that heavy.
Well, because what it highlights for the viewers is that it's not just a bunch of idiots with microphones in front of them. You see what I'm saying? And not only that, but see, I got to give a special shout out to us because I just realized that all of us on the panel are wearing glasses.
Bang, bang.
You know what?
Damn.
And they're all black frames too. All black
They're all
frames.
black frame glasses, man.
Yeah.
Is that saying something or what? Is that saying something?
Well,
Where's the emoji? That's a black frame emoji. Somebody put the emoji up.
I don't know if you see it.
Hang on. Yeah, I'll do it.
Like a blue, like if you get really up close.
Oh, they're blue.
Yeah.
Well, even still, man. Even still.
I try to do a little a hat
offsetting
a little bit to Sally Jesse Raphael because she wore red glasses.
I remember her. Yeah, I remember that.
So I decided to get blue frames like close to like Thanksgiving time or whatnot.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So did you have anything else you wanted to say, Carmen? Because I know I kind of cut in to talk about us all wearing glasses and all that. All right. Okay. Okay. So if nobody has anything else, I'm going to go ahead and introduce next week's topic. And next week's show is going to be the fate of society, the rise of independent women. That's going to be next week's topic. Yep, the rise of independent women is going to be next week's show. Yeah.
Interesting.
Lucky for some, others, no.
All right, so next week's show is going to be next Saturday around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Everybody that's on the panel, you guys are automatically invited to come back. I'm always going to be reaching out to y'all to let y'all know when I'm doing the show. Y'all are always invited. And if you have other people that might want to, pull up and have a conversation, if I give you guys the link, you guys are more than welcome to share the link. If you think other people might be able to come up and contribute to the conversation, I like to make sure that I have my platform open to other people because I believe in welcoming all different types of perspectives. And I think that we as human beings, all of us have some sort of story and we all have some sort of perspective that another person might benefit from. Even though somebody might not agree with what I say, but they may agree with Mark's point. They may not agree with Coley's point, but they may agree with Carmen's point. And so that's kind of why I like doing this, because it gets us out of our shell a little bit, and then it brings us together to just have a good time. And that's kind of what it's about. So I want to give
amen to that, brother.
Yeah, I want to give one big shout out to everybody on the panel.
Bang, bang.
Oh,
shit like that.
Right. And with that being said, we're gonna go around one more time. Where can the people find you, Coley?
Find me on YouTube at Coley D Studios, bro. Find me there. Big shit this year. Big shit.
All right. Okay. Mr. Mark, where can the people find you?
I'm just saying, Google me at NovaBear, NovaBear. You'll find me easy, and just look for my logo, the bear. You'll find it. You'll find me. You'll find me.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And Miss Carmen, last but not least, one more time, where can the people find you?
Y'all can find me on Instagram, Carmen.ds92. And no, I will never lie to any of y'all.
Stop the cap.
All right. You know what? You know what? I got a new button that I added that I hadn't played all night, and this is in response to y'all. Y'all
niggas crazy, blood.
Charles.
Yeah, what's up?
What is that device you got? That thing? What is that? Like, give me the name because I want to look it up because I love my tech. Yeah. So, what is the name of that device, please, that you're using for your samples? Yeah, your samples.
I'll show you real quick.
Yeah. Well, just send it to me. Just send it. Yeah. What is that device? Send it to me. Send me the make and model.
It's called an Elgato Stream Deck. That's what this is.
Stream Deck, right?
Yeah. So basically, what this is it's a button console where I can set up different menus and I can assign different sounds to different buttons.
Yeah.
And so whenever I hit one,
damn son, where'd you find this?
Yeah,
so like if I want to give us a shout out, then I'll hit this one.
Shit like that.
I'm gonna buy one, man. Send me the link. Just send me the link, please, because I can't remember the shit. Just send me the link, yeah.
Yeah, I make
or like make and model or something, and I'll do my research.
Okay, cool.
Anyway,
you gotta
thank you very much.
Well, make sure you set aside some money for it because I don't know what the prices of it would be over in the UK.
Bro, I've got like lots of stuff like that. Yeah, that will be the least of my worries. Okay.
Okay. All right. But yeah, it's called an Elgato Stream Deck, and I'll send you the link to it. That way you can kind of look it up and then see how you can get one. And I remember Coley said he wanted to try to get him one too. So I'll make sure I send y'all that information so that way y'all can set aside some resources and invest in y'all stuff.
If you get yourself an affiliate link, then you can just send us the affiliate link, and then you can get a commission through it if I buy through your affiliate link.
Well, I bought this at the store.
Oh, yeah, I know. But you can still do an Amazon affiliate anyway, and just affiliate us and just say, look, I affiliate. I don't know if you've done any of that stuff before, but you affiliate and then you get a discount and rah and so on and so forth, and it works out good for everyone.
Oh, okay. Well, that's something I'll have to look into. But with that being said, y'all make sure y'all tune into next week's show. Once again, it's called The Rise of Independent Women, and we will be going live around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time on next Saturday. So with that being said, I got to hit y'all with this one more time.
Y'all niggas crazy, blood.
And that's
including you.
Yeah, me too. I'm crazy too. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and close out the show. You guys take it easy and make sure y'all tune in next week. All right. Peace.